Where we used to come in, this way and those go.
Yeah, and then you go through Morrison's and then through there and it takes you over up on the corner.
Yes, it is, yeah. But yeah, I think that's...
what we did last night. Remember, everything we wanted to do the most useful person just scrolled into the internet.
Oh, yeah. Come on, open the bowl, Luke. Suck the lid, put the ball there, take it, it's calling the stick, weren't they? They just sort of seemed off the seamers, weren't they?
Looks a bit like that. Last time we were as well, they were Somerset was practicing umpire call. They did umpire call. Every officer has umpire call, so they have to loads of times. It's quite a fun, actually. I didn't notice it,
everyone, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for Day 2 of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Essex. Essex will resume on Day 2 on 6 not out in their first innings, having been dismissed for 156 first time around. Somerset reply 128. We'll just quickly go through the scorecard now for those of you who wish to fill it in. The Somerset lineup. We will start at number 1, rather unsurprisingly. Matt Renshaw, number 77. Sean Dixon, 58. Tom Lammerby, number 15. Andy Mead, number 1. Tom Banton, number 18. Number 55, James Rue. Number 24, Lewis Gregory. Number 7, Craig Overton. Number 27, Mikhail Pretorius. Number 38, Josh Davey. And number 14, Jake Ball. The Essex lineup for this match: number 10, Nick Brown. Number 64, Dean Elgar. Number 21, Tom Westley. Number 77, Jordan Cox. Number 20, Matt Critchley. Number 8, Noah Thane. Harry Duke is yet to have a squad number assigned. Number 11, Simon Harmer. Number 29, Shane Snater. Number 16, Sam Cook. And number 44, Jamie Porter. Somerset won the toss yesterday morning and elected to field. Your umpires for this match are Alex Wolf and James Middlebrook. The scorers, Polly Rose and Paul Parkinson. The match referee is Phil Whittaker. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. Based only a few miles from the Cooper Associates County Ground,
You
WPA
can't drink
looks
this
after
early.
the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK and families are some of the UK's most well-known companies. We are also pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, again in 2024. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants, head office based in St James Street, Taunton. Our match sponsor for this championship match is NHS Somerset. Together with Somerset Council Public Health Team, they have launched their Take the Pressure Off campaign, aiming to test the blood pressure of thousands of Somerset residents to increase awareness of early detection of high blood pressure. NHS Somerset is joining us at the Cooper Circus County Ground for this game, and they are offering free blood pressure tests to members and spectators in Stragglers Coffee House between 10 and 2 p.m. today. Not just about cricket here at Cooper Associates County Ground. Join us on Saturday, June the 22nd for an unforgettable evening of music, patriotism and pure joy as we celebrate the last night of the prom with the fabulous Black Knight Band. Tickets start from just £18 to be purchased via our website or from reception in the microscopic pavilion. Hospitality packages are also available with prices starting from just £43. On Friday, June the 21st, we'll also be bringing you the Craig Charles Funk and Soul House Party. On the stages of Glastonbury, the airwaves, BBC6 music creates this entertaining sound, infectious energy, and beats for over 30 years. Tickets start from just £25 and can be purchased via our website or from reception in the microscopic pavilion. We're also hosting 3 open-air cinemas this summer. On Saturday, June the 22nd, we'll be screening The Incredibles, and then on Sunday, June the 23rd, Barbie, and also Mamma Mia. Tickets cost just £10 for adults, £7.50 for juniors, or you can purchase a family ticket for 2 adults and 2 children for £25. Discounted tickets for the open-air cinemas are available to be purchased alongside one of our main sponsors. For more information, visit the website or go to reception in the microscopic pavilion.
Princess Royal. Try going back because our bus stop's the other side outside Primark. The other side of the school. But he wouldn't let us. He said we had to we'd close that entrance. The back entrance. He said you could get through the sports bar. The sports bar next door.
Good morning and welcome to Taunton under what is largely blue skies. Quite a few clouds around, but nothing threatening. Certainly not as threatening as it was yesterday when it was very overcast. It is yesterday was a very spicy day. I think was a word I saw used on social media. 156 all-out Essex made. They were asked to have a bat first. Somerset then replied with 128 all out. So that gives you an idea as to the sort of day that we saw yesterday. Essex into the third innings of the match, finished 6 without loss, 1 over. It was right at the end of the day, almost 7 o'clock last night, when Essex put out a night watchman, Sam Cook, alongside Dean Elgar to see off one Josh Davey over. So that is the state of play. Essex lead by 34 runs. They have 10 wickets in their second innings remaining. Vic was here yesterday. I wasn't, but Vic Marks is alongside me. Have you recovered from yesterday?
I'm still pretty exhausted, actually. I mean, 20 wickets, it was compelling stuff. It often is when wickets fall. And if you're a Somerset fan, your emotions yo-yo because 156 all out Essex. You think, well, hang on a minute, we're right in here. And then Essex responded brilliantly through their 2 opening bowlers who did the vast majority of the bowling, and they just kept going. And it still moved around, and there were some dubious shots, but there was also some terrific deliveries. It was not easy at any stage. It kept moving, actually, in both innings. The ball kept moving, whether in the air or off the pitch. And batsmen found it hard, and then you could sense batsmen, especially in the Somerset innings later on, that, they thought it was there was a ball out there with our name on, and what can we do? Today, the sun is out. The pitch has changed colour a little bit. It's not so green. Will it do so much? Well, we're going to find out soon. We saw how in the last game it changed in character hugely. I don't think it's going to be such a dramatic change this time round, because if it was a little bit damp yesterday, what happens is that the ball constantly pounded down round a leg. It makes little marks on the pitch that can make later on in the innings, on a slightly soft surface, the uneven bounce come into. So I don't think we're in for another Nottingham match.
Which turned into a very difficult game to pick up wickets.
Yeah, and the third day I think there was 1 wicket that fell.
Very different to yesterday.
So it was an amazing transformation. Of course, we've got Sam Cook opening the batting alongside Elgar, which was absolutely sound thinking. There was just 1 over left last night, and even if a wicket had fallen, another batsman wouldn't have to come in, so it made absolute sense to send out Cook, who actually smacked a 4 off Davey, and that is going to be 4 as well. Smooth cover drive from Elgar.
It's in the second innings, I think we're going to realise whether Somerset's decision not to play a frontline spinner is the right decision. I don't think the first innings, it was obviously going to be a good day for seaming yesterday, conditions and the pitch, but the second innings we'll
see.
Come to find out.
Yeah, I mean, as things, yes, there were no spin at all yesterday, and no even suggestion of Harmer even warming up. He might have warmed up, but he didn't actually get a bowl. I was surprised initially. The way the day panned out, I was beginning to think, well, perhaps I shouldn't have been so surprised, but we'll see how it plays from here on.
Overton coming around the wicket to Dean Elgar, who watches that one. Elgar, who is, well, he's a former Somerset player, of course, but he is probably the highest calibre of batter that you can really, someone who's test match level, but who isn't going to be playing test matches.
That's right.
Great signing for Essex.
Absolutely.
To replace Alistair Cook.
Yeah,
if you're going to have to replace Sir Alistair Cook,
Elgar's not a bad choice.
Not a bad one. Has that brushed the pad? I think
It has. He's not going to get it.
No shot offered, which is why.
Head on hands from. Give him the ball and let him get back. Otherwise, I think many reasons why Elgar's a good choice, because he gave up almost prematurely international cricket. In part, I think, because he just didn't quite like the way it was going in South Africa, with Test cricket being a bit devalued by clashes with franchise cricket, etc. So he gave up, not because he was exhausted, I think, but there's still a bit of fuel in the tank. And now he's decided, well, we're better than in county cricket to pursue what he loves doing, which is batting and playing red ball cricket. He's always been a bit of a red ball specialist, right? I don't think he's played for South Africa in white ball cricket. And we know from way back, he played for us in, he played for Somerset. I just remember this. I think in 2013 and again in 2017, and he certainly scored his fair share of runs, but also left a very positive impression of being a great player to have around. And I'm sure they found the same when he played at Surrey. He's chosen well, actually, in this county, Surrey, Essex and Somerset. I don't think he played anywhere else. He might have done nowadays. You can't
not within England.
Well, it's not a bad trio, I think, of counties, if you're an overseas player, to play your cricket. And he didn't get any in the first innings. But his wicket would be treasured in the second, because he has the capacity to bat for a long time.
Big shout. Sam Cook, the batter this time. Not
given.
Well,
the umpires can't rest. They couldn't rest yesterday. There's a lot of LBW shouts in particular. We'll just have a look at that one, shall we? Josh Davey. Well, it's
not bad, is it?
Not too bad. Worth a good shout, but maybe a bit too much bounce. I don't know.
I think that must be the reason that the umpires thought of.
I think it's important from a Somerset perspective to, well, obviously important to get an early wicket or two. New ball.
Leg side, no touch on it. Well taken by Rue. What an early wicket would do as well, and perhaps not Sam Cook's wicket, only because he's number 10. I think he came in yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
But actually, it would. If Elgar got out now, it would probably, again, get into Essex players' heads a little bit. I think you were saying about the ball having your name on it, or a ball coming that's got your name on it. If Elgar gets out cheaply, you think, well, it must be doing something. Or Essex players might come in and think, well, it's clearly still doing a lot. So Somerset would dearly love that wicket. As much as they'd love to get rid of Sam Cook as well. It's frustrating, isn't it, having a night watchman there on the morning.
Yeah. And you don't get so many mugs nowadays, I don't think.
That's true.
Number 10, I mean, he just played a perfect forward defensive. I can't remember who's batting. I think Josh Davies batting number 10 for Somerset, who's we know he looks like a pure batsman sometimes.
Yeah. Well, even Ball at number 11 has hit a few 20s, hasn't he?
Well, he did a nice job as a night watchman up at Kidderminster, didn't he?
Certainly did. Getting behind the ball this time, Sam Cook.
But there's a sort of mental hurdle for Somerset, I think, in the sense that if you seize the initiative and then I'm not saying they surrendered it exactly, and then lose it.
Yes.
So that
they didn't
at close
capitalise.
of play last night, the Essex dressing room, even though the match was still pretty even, 20 or 30 odd runs, that's all. The impetus was with the Essex dressing room would have been buzzing because they got out of jail having been sort of threatened with chasing the match. But in reality, it's almost even Steven. That's how Somerset got to get their head around, forget what's happened on the first day. It's just that they have a deficit of 28 on first innings, not hugely significant. It's 1 innings each, 3 days to do it if necessary. So you're right in the game, but you can't help thinking of the lost opportunity. But I'm sure they've worked that through.
Yeah, it did feel, especially where they were at Somerset at one point, 99 for 5.
Yeah, you look at I mean, wickets did go in flurries. It's half a new batsman yesterday. They were 50 odd for 2, and you thought, well, this is promising. And you say 90 odd for 5. The tail hasn't really wagged.
No.
Because too much has been happening, really. There was a few. Craig Overton actually hit 2 or 3. He was going to play very positively. And as did, I think, Snater very briefly for Essex. Took the long handle, which I think he generally does. And even it was interesting to watch how different players approach the problem of playing on a wicket where the ball is moving. Andy Mead hit 2 sixes, and it looked really good.
2 great sixes, yeah.
Yeah, and was going at almost a run of ball. Tom Lammonby battled it out for his 38. He'd faced 120 balls, more or less. So each player had their own. Dixon came down and hit one for 6, but he didn't last very long. Each player sort of adopted their own method. I don't think. I sense it won't do as much today.
Early signs are that it isn't. Straight from the off yesterday, it was doing all sorts, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, actually, there was a sort of ropey couple of first overs where there were a couple of boundaries, but then once they got the first wicket, the bowlers settled down a bit. It was impressive how Essex came out. You can sometimes, when you've been bowled out cheaply, the temptation is you go searching for wickets and you try and bowl magic balls and try and do too much with the ball on a surface where you don't have to try and do. Yesterday you didn't have to try and do anything, you just got to get it in that right spot, and then the pitch would do the damage for you, or the conditions the ball swung as well. So in those sort of cases you don't have to think about being cunning and clever and seeking all sorts of variety. You've just got to get it in the spot time and time again, and the odds are very much in your favour. And Cook and Porter were ideal for that scenario. They gave very few free runs away.
But that can't have come as a surprise to Somerset.
No,
It's what
no.
Porter and Cook have been doing for years on the circuit for Essex.
Yeah.
So they knew when they put together a pitch like this, and there were other factors in it, a lot of rain around.
A lot of rain
beforehand,
around. I haven't discovered. I think there's an element of the fact that on Wednesday, Thursday, there was torrential rain.
Yes, there was in the morning, horrendous rain.
So I don't know how that impacted. I mean, I also imagine that they would not have wanted a replica of the Nottinghamshire pitch, because you're never going to. Well, you really struggle to win games. Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one.
Coming forwards, perhaps a little bit off the pitch there.
The other feature of yesterday, both sides, was the standard of the catching. I mean, Somerset took 2 or 3 brilliant catches. Rood took 1, Overton took 1, and also several other slip catches that take some catching. Likewise, whenever the ball was nicked yesterday into that Essex slip cordon, they routinely just caught it. Yeah.
Yeah, that Overton one was a slick catch, wasn't it? So it came through just for 1. And I heard you, I think it was saying on commentary, how he might be 6'6", and yet was catching it a few inches, an inch or so off the ground.
Off the ground. He is an amazing, that's Jamie Overton, but he's an amazing catcher of a cricket ball. You saw him more often than not, probably on the boundary, patrolling the boundary, usually at long on in the T20, and up it went. And there were some easier catches, but there were some very difficult ones that had him diving left and right or jumping or whatever. And he just caught him.
He's an amazing athlete.
Yeah.
Considering his size.
Yeah.
And
his eye, to catch like that is amazing. Jamie's the same, I think. I don't know what the Overton clan did in terms of grooming their massive sons in the art of catching a cricket ball, but someone did some good work along the way. Harry, of course, had some bizarre theory that playing it in Stowe at North Devon clearly helped because the ball is so windy there that the ball swirl around, and therefore you need to be more precise. I don't know.
It does sound very much like a Harry Everett sort of.
So it's all down to Instow, the climate, the wind patterns.
So when they come to Taunton, which is relatively still, I can't believe their luck.
well, who knows? I think it was a fanciful. I think I just nodded.
Yeah, you have to do that sometimes with Harry, don't you?
Well, but it's interesting. You'll come up with a very good theory along the way as well.
Absolutely. He and Annie Chave went to a wedding last night after their commentary duties were done.
Yeah.
Saw a picture of them.
Oh right. Oh right. Pictures. I've got social media wizards.
Yeah.
I'm surrounded by.
I would say Harry. I think. He could have made a bit of effort with the clothes he was wearing, but I think he'd gone in commentary gear, whereas Annie had changed into something glamorous.
Well, Harry informed. He can't run there. Harry did say that he'd brought alternative gear, but it went on so late that I think they were very keen to get away promptly.
Let's see if I can find a. Here we are. Harry in his.
That's his wedding gear. Which is very similar to his commentary gear. And he's playing table tennis.
Well, I spoke to Annie about it this morning, and she said first thing Harry did when he got there is he just wanted to play sport with anyone who'd be willing to. He sees a group of people, and all he sees are teams. That's all he sees.
Opponents.
Opponents. Whereas Annie's wearing something very glamorous next to him. He's got muddy trainers on. Yeah. I hope he's listening now. Down the leg side, yes, got him.
He's got him, and that's a big wicket. It's a horrible strangle if you agree. They did have a leg slip. They did go there. It was just a short of a length ball, just outside leg stump. Instinctively, he went to glance it. He must have got a thin edge, and it wasn't that difficult to catch for Rue down the leg side. He'd moved nicely. He didn't have to dive or anything like that. 2 hands. So that's the bonus wicket that Somerset needed, I think, to just kind of relax them a bit, get them going. It's not one that you really put down to the pitch or anything like that. It's a very innocuous delivery. It's called us. We used to think you're strangled if you get caught down there, but it happens so often now. And to be fair, they clearly thought something in that area might happen because they had a leg slip as well. Didn't go there, but it's a bonus wicket. It's 11 for 1. There's been a few hitches at the county ground, we have to tell you. The most obvious one at the moment is that the scoreboards are working. But the more significant one in order, which will be tricky, was the last day, or one-day game. Anyway, but the scoreboard's not working, but more significantly, there's been a major incident, a plumbing incident, a flooding incident, in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, which has been shut. I think the lower floor, earlier on, there was a sort of inch of water that sped out down from the long room. So sadly, for the next day or two, the Colin Atkinson Pavilion is out of bounds and needs to be restored. I can see, I think, some staff over there, no doubt, assessing the damage and doing some remedial work.
Brown's first ball. Oh, he's nearly guided that into the leg slip.
He's-
But,
yeah.
just pushed it past Andy Umeed there. It's obviously a tactic, isn't it, with the leg slip and driving it quite straight or leg side-ish
I mean,
towards
it's
the
a
players.
rare thing. I mean, there's still 3 slips on the other side. So what? But I think probably both these left-handers, if they with a bowler coming round the wicket, you instinctively play at a ball that's not going to hit the stump. It's a missing leg stump. And where is it maybe automatic to leave balls outside the off stump because that's what you do if you want to be a bit cagey.
With full
But you
slips
don't
potentially there.
instinctively leave balls outside leg stump. Perhaps you should.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little bit of movement there from Davey. So Davey's got Elgar Chimpy in both innings.
Well, Elgar has only added 10 runs in total in both innings. They're 5 and 5.
Yeah, well, that is a bonus. Now, I wonder if they've got a manual scoreboard anywhere here. I don't know. I don't know whether the flood is connected to the scoreboard scenario.
I'm going to say probably not, and the only reason I say that is because I was here on Wednesday for a women's game,
yeah.
Western Storm
Oh,
against
that was exciting,
South East
wasn't
Stars. Extremely exciting, but the problem was, Vic, is that the scoreboard was not working particularly, and the bigger problem was, which would be an issue anyway, as you said in one-day game,
Duckworth.
the bigger issue was it was Duckworth-Lewis. We needed an update every ball as to what the Duckworth-Lewis score was because the rain came in. In the end, I would urge you to go and watch some highlights if you can find them because it was a cracking game of
I
cricket.
didn't see the end of it. I just watched a few highlights before it got very exciting. When we saw Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson kind of rebuilding after. I saw a little bit of that, and then I had something else to do in sort of a while. And then Glory be, I saw that rain stopped play, and I had no idea which. It was tight, wasn't it, in terms of
it was very tight.
Who wins on the.
Well, and that's why it was so crucial that we could see the scoreboard. Because for a long time they were about 15 runs behind it, and sort of always 15 runs, kept 15 runs behind it. And then just as it started to rain, you noticed there was a different atmosphere. Suddenly Nat Wraith, it was, the wicketkeeper of Western Storm, who started hitting 4s at will and just overtook it just as the rain came. It's very good cricket. That was just played into the wicket area.
For a number 10, you see, he's a bit of an imposter, isn't he, Cook? Oh right, you were here. Well, obviously it was quite. It was quite a heist, really. It seemed like a heist.
I got home that day and still wondered how they managed. I don't know how South East Stars must have felt about that because it did feel like they put on 300 runs, which is a big score in women's one-day cricket.
Yeah.
And and managed to lose the game. So anyway, it was a very good game. Oh, that's in the air, taken! What a catch! It's a rebound catch. Overton bowling, and it take a thick edge, was low down. Was it diving there low down? Managed to flick it up into the slip cordon where it was gobbled up. And what a catch that is. This is going to be good to watch on the replay.
It might be. It goes to 4 slip, who juggles it up. Dixon probably, and it goes to. Is it Umeed?
Yeah.
Well, I said they've been catching brilliantly, but that's a very eccentric way to do it. It's a lovely delivery, a big edge, and Cook can't quite believe that it's been caught. It did. It moved away, but the magic of it from a Somerset perspective was the way they managed to. It was a sharp chance to 4 slip. We think that was Dixon, and he didn't catch it cleanly at all. But he got his hands to it and managed to pop it up. And I think Andy Umeed was the man who completed the catch. Well, that's got the game moving.
That is
15 for 2.
In a packed slip cordon like that, being able to just sort of top it up, it's actually a very useful thing to do because likely it is one person will then, with the ball much more easy to catch, will be able to cling on.
Well, that's initially I thought, he's escaped, and that's what Cook thought. I've been hurt like that.
Have you?
More spectacular than that.
Really?
And I'm going to have to tell you.
Go on.
I was facing Morgan Marshall at Southampton.
We'll let you off.
And he were bowling quick, I thought. Anyway, I had a bit of flurry outside the off stump. There were several slips. Third slip was Tim Tremlett, the father of Chris, the son of Morris.
Yes, that's right. Morris used to play for Somerset.
That's right. So the Tremlett family. Anyway, I fairly, vigorously went at this ball from Marshall. I'll just watch this. And it flew towards, I think, third slip. It hit Tremlett between the eyes, or in his forehead. He fell down like the proverbial sack of potatoes. It went up a bit, and Gordon Greenwich stepped over him and caught the rebound. And then, after a slight delay, Tim and I left the field together. I only had mental anguish. Tim had a headache.
Yeah, caught forehead. That's not something you see every day.
Well, I mean, it was really travelling, and it just hit in between the eyes. But Gordon Greenwich was quite enjoyed, I think, just stepping over the fallen Tremlett to complete the catch.
If you are in the ground, and I know people may well be listening on their headsets, the scoreboard is malfunctioning because of the network drive on the scorer's laptop, which is far beyond anything I really understand. This is taking off an inside edge, squirting out into the leg side. But apparently it's being sorted as soon as possible. So we know what it is, but I don't know how soon possible is, but that is the news from the scoreboard. Thanks, Stephen.
Network drive on the scorer's laptop has failed.
No, it didn't happen. You didn't have... When people were inside winding up the scoreboard, you didn't get that, did you?
No.
They might have passed out from too much cider or something.
Well, there used to be... Sorry, there used to be an old brown scoreboard which was totally operated manually. A lovely big scoreboard, exactly where that one is now, next to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. And just occasionally, as a young pro, you get sent to... And you had a really old telephone, as in sort of like a Christie novels, films. The scorer, I don't know where the scorers lived. Probably, I don't know where they were, but they would ring up. It was like, you got it wrong again. And, I remember operating it with Pete Rowe. It was a two-man job because there was lots, it's quite a big scoreboard.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of information.
Ladders and pulleys and all sorts, and then you had to lean out and put slates on. But in the epic match, there was an epic match before you were born, Charlie, when Both announced himself beating Hampshire. Blood on the wicket, Andy Roberts win by 2 wickets magically when we were losing. And Pete and I were in that brown wooden scoreboard getting everything wrong. It's like
fans in the ground having
phone
no
ringing.
idea.
We got everything wrong. The O was wrong. Everything wrong. But we won the game nonetheless.
Well, it helped with a little help from the scorers and the scoreboard operators adding on a few runs here and there.
I remember we were getting shouted at by the crowd. That's right.
Oh, no, is that...
Oh, it's hit the helmet. It's hit the helmet.
Yeah,
I think that's a 5 buys. That's a bit of a collector's item. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, I think you're right. It has hit the helmet. What's going to be given here? 5?
Well, it could be... Well, we're trying to establish... I'd like to see a replay of that. If it hit him as he was playing no shot, if it glanced him as he was playing no shot, then you can't get any runs. So let's have a look. In he comes.
Oh, no.
Well, no, I think that's...
Kept very low, didn't it?
It kept low. Well, I think that's what might happen with these indentations that may be there. And then it kept so low that Rue missed it, obviously, and it hit the helmet. If the scoreboard was operating, we could tell you with more confidence whether 5 runs have been added to the score.
Were they 16 for 2 at that point, I think? So. Oof, gosh, that didn't keep low that time.
No.
Variable bounce. Well, they haven't added on this. I'm watching and waiting.
Yeah, but they may be in a similar...
Yeah, waiting to find out what on earth's just happened there.
We did see the umpire kind of do that waving of the arms around about hip high as if to say everything is null and void, but I don't... Our research team will find out.
That's you,
and
Stephen.
Inform us.
Off you go. I suspect we'll be getting messages somewhere. Let's have a look on the stream.
Oh, that's a good delivery there to Wesley. I mean, Wesley's a big wicket.
It was a dot ball, says Stephen. Thank you. Cricinfo saying it's a dot, so maybe they didn't think he'd put down enough of a shot to count as runs?
I don't see how that works, but unless if it had touched the batsman as he's not playing a shot, because if ball hits you and you're not playing a shot, you can't get leg bytes. No. So maybe it glanced Wesley as he shouldered arms. We'll clear it up for certain, but we're down as a dot ball as far as we can tell.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to. No, it has. It's gone up to 21 now.
No, it's 5.
21. I think that is right. I think
it was buys, or
there we go.
So 21 for 2. That's 5 runs if it hits the helmet.
Useful
Doesn't happen very often. Yeah,
very useful runs in this context.
When Somerset lose by 4 runs,
I wouldn't.
You can focus on it. You can do it on your, you can announce to your early morning listeners.
That's right. I can say to them.
all down to the placement of the helmet.
Helmet, what won it? Potentially.
Mind you, if it hadn't hit the helmet, I think it would have gone for 4.
And that's what I was about to say. It's probably only 1 extra run in reality.
Okay. Really. So when the match is tied.
Yes, that's it.
Still, we can reveal the score is now 21 for 2.
21 for 2.
Our magic scoreboards now no longer show a score as the engineers work on the network drive on the scorer's laptop.
That should be correct. Yeah, so 21 for, it is 21 for 2. There were 5 runs added for that hitting the helmet. So there we are. As Gareth points out, the umpire did touch his opposite shoulder.
See, once Gordon Hollins leaves, the whole place falls apart. And we haven't got... Jamie Cox doesn't come until Monday. We've got floods in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Oh, no.
Look. Rather brilliantly, they've now got on the big scoreboards...
Oh, very clever.
The score, 21 for 2. Nothing else. Do
you see what they've done?
It's from our stream.
They've taken it from the stream. Look at that.
What magic.
Can we get a shot on the score? Yeah, look at that. They've taken, see the bottom left-hand corner there, it says 21 of 7.2. It's a bit of a lag, obviously.
Okay.
So that's all they've done. There we are. They're caught up now. All they've done is to sort of sawn off the bottom left-hand corner of our screen.
Well, that suggests...
Very clever.
That the network drive on Ben's laptop has not failed.
Ben is the director. Ben, this is the sort of thing you'll be able to use on a job interview. You know that. When have you done something creative in adversity? This is exactly the sort of thing. I'm going to take a picture of that. I'm very, very keen on it.
So if Ben could go and fix the plumbing over on the Colin Atkinson Pavilion now,
a man of many talents. But if you look,
it's not been short of incident, this match.
No, it hasn't. First half an hour, we've had 2 wickets, flooding. The scoreboard's kaput. In comes Overton around the wicket. Again, moving off the pitch a little bit. No run.
What a couple of wickets do, in part, is it kind of relaxes the bowlers and stops them. I keep talking about this phrase, searching, but there's a phrase I think that bowling coaches and bowlers still use. Searching's not a good thing, by and large.
Trying too hard, almost.
Trying too hard, trying to bowl the brilliant ball, getting impatient. Get a couple of wickets early, and particularly the wicket takers, they can just sort of relax. Pummel away around about... That's a good shot, actually. Gosh, that's not quite a half volley, it's a top quality shot. But they can relax and just try to hit that length in the knowledge that still there's enough happening to pick up another wicket or 2. You don't want to. You need patience.
Lovely shot.
But that is a fine shot. Brown looked in good nick actually in the first innings, and then almost felt too good that he drove similarly to that. Got an inside edge onto the stumps.
Now this is where it falls down slightly. Taking the bottom left-hand corner, when the score is taken off, you just get a very small section of grass on the on the screen. I can't be too far away. Very good line.
Hang on. It's back.
Yeah, it's back. Excellent. It's 25 for 2, everyone. Train leaving the station. I was on the train earlier today. Quite a few Somerset fans in my carriage I was on.
You were coming from, I suppose, the north.
Burnham on Sea. Yes, I was travelling from...
I was coming up from Exeter, and there were quite a few backpacks, and I could hear people mumbling, well, I don't know when it'll be,
Well, I had one conversation, it'll probably be over today.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
Well, they were all possibilities I could overhear. They could flatten out.
Yeah, could end up being 400 plays 400 in the second innings.
It was great actually to sort of think, oh, this is the place to be. And quite a few got off the station, Taunton Station from Devon, and indeed
Devon
from
lot.
Burnham.
Yeah, absolutely. Western-super-Mare and Bristol, all that lot coming down. I'm going to make way now to allow Stephen to come in and take my place to come alongside Vic Marks.
Well, half an hour gone and plenty of incident. One, I suppose, that's quite a spectacular catch. In that, I think it was Dixon who managed to pop it up for Umeed at third slip to get rid of Cook. They really thought that might be out there. Just a bit high, perhaps. I think it was pretty straight. Davy sort of disbelieving. Ruse adopted that he jumps up and down when he thinks it's really close, but umpire unmoved. Our replay system is getting a lot of use because lots happening. And we'll probably see that one in a minute. But the finger stayed down. But it's still doing something out there. Morning, Stephen.
Morning, Vic. Action-packed it is, just like yesterday.
Yeah, well, there's still encouragement. I think it's fair to say for the bowlers. Davies looked more threatening, I think, than yesterday. Actually, he's beaten the bat a couple of times, hit the pad, picked up a bit of a bonus wicket. It has to be said, down the leg side to get rid of Elgar. That was one of his more innocuous deliveries. Slight field adjustment for Wesley. So strong through that onside, so much as he favourite. They've got a short mid-wicket rather than a back pad, as well as an orthodox mid-wicket.
And an amazing series of reactions in the slip cordon to secure the second wicket.
Yeah. No, that was. I mean, the tricky bit was the first bit, I think. I've just missed that replay
I
again.
think it may just have been missing off.
Okay.
We may have another look at some point.
Well, our attentive viewers would have spotted it, even if I was foolishly looking out at the cricket ground. That's what you do on radio, you see. You look at, you watch the live cricket, but on television, I think they generally watch the screen.
But looking out and watching can be a worthwhile thing to do.
Yeah. That's good line. Just keep it there. One nip back a little bit. He's like a lot of modern players. Wesley, he's sort of bats on middle and off. You always think LBW's in the frame, but if you get your length slightly wrong, he's quick to punish you through that leg side. That's where he loves to score his runs. Very positive character, Wesley in Essex. Obviously a very strong side, playing well this summer, and most summers, to be fair. They seem to recruit cannily, don't they? As well as producing their own players. They had to cope with, Dan Lawrence, big player,
big loss.
Going off to the Oval. Obviously, Alistair Cook retiring, but they seem to have coped pretty well. They've obviously Elgar, although he hasn't got runs in this match, is going to be a good signing, and he's already scored runs for them. Harmer. The overseas players, they love playing at Essex. Harmer's, part of the furniture. Just as they love playing here, by and large, I should add.
Watchful from Brown.
Or indeed, Wesley.
That's a good start then.
Well, actually, technically, you were absolutely right, because Brown from the non-striker's end was watching very carefully what was happening.
So they were both being watchful.
Yeah, exactly.
In their idiosyncratic ways.
And on target for Dave. Davies looked good this morning. It's been pretty consistent. Not much loose stuff. Keeping Wesley honest, as they say. Where's that gone? He's just avoided the diving. He's always diving Renshaw at forward short leg, it seems to me. But another single there for Brown. He's another man who got 180 in the last match. If he gets in, he's capable of batting for a long time.
Yeah,
and he's probably keen to, because he wasn't in the side all summer this year.
Just to emphasise your point about Dean Elgar, 80 and 26 against Nottingham,
Right.
120 and 34 against Kent, 79 against Lancashire, and 46 against Durham. So he hasn't failed yet, really.
Well, not until he comes back to Taunton.
Yeah.
So we're
It's rather ironic.
Somerset have done well to get rid of him. Clearly, there's a lot more work to be done, but to get Elgar is the sort of bloke who could grind it out for 4 hours and get a match-winning 90. Because I think anyone who gets 90 is going to be a match winner, probably, the way things are going. Wesley is so far just digging in. That's where he likes it. Look at how easily he clips that away. It's a bad delivery, that, given Wesley's strength, and he's picked it up, and he hits it hard too. It's not the worst delivery in the world, but the line is he's so good off his legs.
Yes, we saw it from him yesterday.
Yeah,
that stroke.
That's where he likes it, and Overton will be kicking himself, I'm sure, because he sets himself very high standards, but that's not where you want to bowl at him, especially with a 6-3 field. That's where you want to bowl at him, around there somewhere.
Corridor.
Just a flicker of away movement, isn't there? When he gets that right, that ball just, I think he just swung a little bit, just enough shaped.
Cricket's full of ironies, isn't it? Dean Elgar would have been looking forward to coming back to Taunton. He's done two stints here, and he was in such good form.
Yeah,
and then he gets.
And he also would have probably looked at the recent match against Nottingham and think, well, this is. That's a good leave, actually. It's a lovely delivery. Just having been clipped for 4, he doesn't want to get too greedy. But Wesley's left that well.
Yes, sum total of Dean Elgar's contribution in 2 innings is 10.
Yeah, well, we'd certainly have settled for that. There he goes again. Only a single this time, but he doesn't miss him there. And it's 31 for 2. He's slightly annoyed himself. He bowled 2 or 3. Well, just bowled a 2 where he just lost his line. Overton. If he gets it right, he's getting a little bit of movement. Wesley's played him well when he's got that line right. He's left him well.
We have a functioning scoreboard.
Well, there you go. You see, now this is because the network drive on the scorer's laptop is now functioning properly. Thanks to it.
So we can throw my little note away now.
I assume Ben sorted that out.
He was in the process of doing so.
It's magical. So
he's made a couple of calls.
Yeah. He's twiddled a few knobs. He's just put his screwdriver away. No, he's just got to sort the flooding out.
Talking about old scoreboards, I was listening to you and Charlie. I operated the scoreboard at the Crabble in Dover. The Crabble ground, where Kent used to play.
Yes.
And I was playing for my rather lesser touring team.
Right.
And amazing selection of big wheels inside that we turned.
Oh, right.
In order to show the score. Great fun in its own way.
Yeah.
Rather more sophisticated in general now, but not always.
Well, sometimes, I mean, even at Lord's, I remember, they had to install, quite recently, they've obviously got electronic scoreboards there, but they do go wrong. And I think they put together a manual scoreboard just above where the scorers sit, or I think they still sit at Lord's, which was
they sit
down just at the end of the mound stand.
That's right,
between
under
the tavern.
Time.
Yes, and they put up a manual scoreboard there as a sort of fail-safe. And of course, Guy Lavender, now in charge at Lord's, has got plenty of experience of scoreboards not functioning, having been here for a long time. Did he nibble at that? I'm not sure, but he might have done. He's got a lot of bounce there for Davey. We know he's not an extreme pace bowler. There's still life in this pitch, I think. As I say, I think it's partly that there will be these little marks where the ball has landed on a slightly soft surface, so you haven't got that billiard table smoothness that I think prevailed in the Notts game.
Well, certainly on day 3 it did.
Yeah.
Here's Davey again. Dead batted really by Brown. More development coming up at Lord's. They're going to rebuild the Tavern and Allen stands over the next couple of years.
Well, it never stops, does it? It just keeps going round in circles. And it's a bit like that here, I suppose, in a way, you know.
It's the last stand that I remember from my first visit that's going to come
the
down.
Allen stand,
the Tavern,
and the Tavern, yeah,
and the Allen. Different grandstand when I first went there, which actually had Father Time above it in those days.
Oh,
drop catch.
Well, if you are Harry Everett, that's a drop catch, and it could have stuck. He clipped that, didn't he, off the face of the bat. He's relatively deep at short leg. We're going to get a good replay here. Very great camera work, but you can see how quick that ball is moving. It either sticks or it doesn't. So it would be a hard man. I mean, it is a drop catch on a technical. It's a chance, but it's also, it either sticks or it doesn't. He's still quite close. He's relatively deep for a forward short leg, but it didn't stick. Oh, I think this is the best spell I've seen Davey bowl this year. I know he's got some assistance from the surface, but he's causing problems. Look at his figures now. They're up on the proudly sit on the scoreboard that's working. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7.
Beauty.
And I think I would be tempted to give him another one now. He's bowled, where are we now? We've had 45 minutes, but I think he's only bowled 5 overs this morning. But if you've got someone like Davey who's on song with the newish ball, I think you keep him going for a little bit longer. He can rest for a long time if need be, because they've got 4 other seamers in the team. But he might have picked up a wicket there, a bonus wicket again on the leg side, but he also beat Brown on the offside as well. So it's not got that much easier. Now there's more protection here, I think, for Overton on the leg side when he's bowling to Wesley. And just to make life even more frustrating, he's got it right in the slot that he wants, and it's edged. It wouldn't have been stopped, I don't think, by the fourth slip, who's been removed to deep square leg.
Poor Matt Renshaw. Sympathy for him, because he missed a pretty difficult catch yesterday as well, didn't he? Diving. That was the one catch that went down at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I mean, these are both...
They would both have been superb
really.
catches.
Yeah. I mean, the standard is so high, I suppose, nowadays. That's well played, you see. And I've seen Wesley try and whip those sort of deliveries on the leg side, but he's steeling himself with a little bit of a way movement to play those with a straight bat back down the pitch, not be too greedy. Yeah, he's the only one who's actually put down catches so far in this match, I think. But it would be a hard man to blame him there.
The Essex lead now is 64.
Yeah, it's I suppose you have to acknowledge that in a low-scoring game, 28 is quite a significant figure. still think that once the ball gets older today, with the sun's not exactly beaming down, but it's a pleasant day. Might get a bit easier. Oh, that's
Beauty.
And he's looking, as he does, a little disgruntled. He's bowled some serious deliveries, as ever. He is getting that shape away onto the onside, from leg to off.
Yeah, it's a pretty searching examination for these
Yeah,
top
yeah.
order
Well, he batted
batters.
very well in the first inning, did Wesley, and he's set off pretty well today. He's playing everything on its merits, just picking stuff off its legs, but attempting to play the long game, i.e., play everything on its merit. The longer I stay here, the easier it'll get, rather than, there's a ball with my name on it, I'm going to thrash. He knows, I suspect, that he's in his own mind, if they can get the lead significant, well, beyond 200, I think Essex, well, we'll see what the old predictor says in a minute, because I know you like that one. You haven't even looked at it yet this morning. You've been so busy.
It has. It's quite a lot to do off mic.
Yeah, well, you've been one of the team of researchers. In fact, you might be the team of researchers.
It's a shame about the Colin Atkinson Pavilion flood, because it's a big day, really, Saturday of a championship game.
I mean, there would have been a lot of diners for the
carvery.
Famous carvery. There are people sitting outside in the seats there at the fine leg, but no one, obviously, inside, apart from maintenance staff, if we've got any. Davey's going to keep going, unsurprisingly.
It's been a tremendous spell.
The edges are going the wrong way now, but that's just the single.
Not where he intended.
No.
Brown picks up another, goes along to 7.
It's getting to the stage where Gregory will be contemplating shuffling his pack. He's got his 3 options himself. I would have thought he would be the on, and actually Pretorius bowled nicely in the first innings, as did Ball, but that's a beauty. But
just too good.
Yeah.
Couldn't touch it.
Yeah.
Tom Wesley. Worth having another look at this.
Well, it's too good, I think. Let's have a... Again, that's movement off the pitch. I mean, Wesley could do no more. In fact, he did well not to just follow it as it left him off the pitch. There's not swing, but he does hit that seam more often than not, does Davey.
Just cut away.
Just cut away. It's almost a perfect ball, just didn't get the edge. Well, that's close. And it's out. That felt right from here. It was full in length. And you could almost hear it here, thud into that front pad. And when it hits that front pad, he's not taking a big step. When it hits that front pad below the knee roll, you know your quid's in. And it's a better replay in a way, in that this is from behind the bowler's arm. Have a look, and it just came back, it nipped back. I mean, the only question, and we'll never know, but is whether it did so much it might have missed leg stump, but I don't think so.
I think it was middle and leg.
Yeah.
And I think the body language rather showed it from Wesley as well.
It's one of those, if you're batting, when it thuds into the middle of your pad and it dribbles out on the offside, the omens are not good. And Davey would have been very upset if he hadn't got that one, I can tell you. 37 for 3. Wesley's a big wicket. This game, well, we mentioned it yesterday, but the WPA, health insurance, blood pressure, they'll be so busy the way this game's going. New batsman, it's Matt Critchley, I think.
Look at those figures for Josh Davey.
Yeah, well, I would
2 for 8.
keep Davey going while he's on song. He's getting that ball to seam. He's worried all the batsmen, in the knowledge that I've got plenty of bowling to get me through to lunch. I don't have to think about worrying about him bowling, coming back before lunch. But if he's on song, which he is at the moment, until he starts to flag, I think I'd be tempted to keep him going and maybe switch Overton or give Overton a break. But it's a big wicket, Wesley, because he was the biggest obstacle in the first innings. Oh, Cox coming in, not Chris. See, I forgot there's a night watchman. It's confusing me. Cox didn't last that long in the first innings, but he's enjoyed himself at his new county. He's probably another shrewd recruit by Essex.
Yeah, just made 7 in the first innings.
Yeah.
One of Craig Overton's victims.
A little shuffle from him down the pitch.
There's been no better spell in this match than this one by Josh Davey.
Well, maybe not. Well, I think Cook has kept. Cook and Porter might have, also.
Well, they got more wickets.
But
Davies.
Given that Davey had gone for 6 overnight, he was 1 over 0 for 6 overnight, and he's just conceded 2 runs for 2 wickets. So you have a fair point there. Mind you, what a horrible! It's a wide.
Dear oh dear.
What's he doing?
He's so often happens, doesn't it?
He's been bowling like a metronome, and he's now just bowled an offside wide. But your point is, yes, the point is that he's now, since the play started, he's bowled 5.4 overs, 2, 4, 3.
Superb.
So that's can't quibble with that. But he's also just bowled a horrible wide. 3 slips and a leg slip. What's he like, this leg slip suddenly?
That's nearer, but still doesn't require playing.
He's got a big wicket though, Wesley.
I was talking about somebody downstairs on the terrace about Tom Lammonby and what a mature innings he was playing. Mm-hmm. He was promptly caught at slip.
Yeah. Well, you might have been doing that, and while you were doing that, I was up here waxing lyrical about how he'd improved his game, blah, blah, blah. But he still played a good innings.
He did.
In the context of the match and the surface, he battled it out for close on 3 hours for his 38. I think Cox is a natural aggressor. And you've got to rely on your natural game when confronted with the conditions. Someone like Brown, Somerset's innings, I suppose Lammonby was prepared to sort of battle it out, play on merit. I think there are some other players who are better off trusting their natural game because their defence may not be tight enough to survive. And of course, if you do start scoring runs and playing some successful eccentric shots or attacking shots, it affects the bowler. They don't suddenly automatically hit that length. Know what we're waiting for?
Not quite sure. Alex Wharf is speaking to
I think he's trying to establish whether there's another ball left in this over. And he has established that it is over. He was looking towards Polly, in fact.
Who is opposite us.
Yeah, Polly's right opposite us now instead of next door. And I think we'll have got confirmation from the scorer's box that it's over. The wide probably confused things a bit. So, Overton's having a break. This looks like Pretorius, I think, who bowled very well in the first, best spell he's had for Somerset in the first innings. And he's going to come on. He did get the ball to swing in the first innings. He's going to come and bowl from the Trisgothic end and see if he can consolidate on what was a very good performance with the ball, picking up wickets later on. And he did get that ball to swing a little bit.
4 for 36 in the first innings.
Yeah.
In 12.
Just needs to be, again, it's discipline on these sort of surfaces. Get your rhythm. And don't try anything too fancy, just keep asking questions of the batsman. And that didn't ask too many questions. He'll like that, Bratton. And he's got a scurry here, but he'll get there. He'll get there. It's a long way down there.
Yeah, ran the first very quickly.
Yeah.
Nick Brown. Just offered a little bit of room on the leg side.
Yeah, well, he tucked that away nicely, and that's not a dangerous delivery. I wonder, with the ball swing, he might have gone over the wicket, but as a lot of bowlers do now, right-arm bowlers too. But I'd rather see him at the moment bowling over the wicket and try and keep it away from Nick Brown's pads.
That was an even more comfortable two.
Yeah, that's not a great start. I wonder. So many bowlers automatically now, right-arm bowlers, go around the wicket to the left-handers. If it's swinging, I just wonder about that. There's a slight adjustment of the field, that almost in an attacking position now. It's a deep, sort of catching square leg for that flick off the pads. Bonus. He's lost. He hasn't got his line right here. He'll be more comfortable, I suspect, against the right-hander.
I wonder if he's going to go over the wicket anyway.
Well, we'll find out in a minute after that single, but I think he's more grooved at the moment. In the first innings, he bowled well at the right-handers because he did get a little bit of swing. But he hasn't got it right to the left-hander in the first three deliveries. But
He is going over.
yeah, but he's a right-hander.
Yeah.
3 slips. Well, that's a better line.
Lewis Gregory is loosening up at first slip.
Well, maybe. I mean, I would be tempted, but although they don't like, well, I would tempt to give Davey one more because I see him as in rhythm. But anyway, it's splitting hairs.
Beauty.
That's a good one. That's the line. I told you better against right-handers at the moment. A few more of those, and it'd be interesting to see how Cox reacts. Preys on their mind, and it might prompt greater aggression from a player like Cox. He might start shuffling down the crease as he's done before against Davey. Pretorius is a bit quicker than Davey. Let's see. Well,
feels like a leg by.
And it is. You're right. So a slightly scratchy first over from Pretorius, but I think he'll pose a threat to the right-handers if he gets it right, because he has got that knack of just getting a little bit of movement from leg to off. You're right, Gregory was loosening up, and Gregory's going to have a bowl. Just got the one wicket, an important one in the first innings, that of Wesley. Almost yorked him, actually.
Bowling at the river end, number 24.
3 slips again.
Lewis Gregory.
Standard sort of field in this match. We've hardly ever seen the slip cordon with less than 3 slips in this match, and they've been on red alert most of the match.
He was the most miserly Somerset bowler in the first innings.
Which is not always the case.
11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 22.
Yeah, well, Davies inherited that title this morning. Here he goes. And
On the move.
Here I go.
Jordan Cox just took a couple of steps down the track, then made no contact, playing a stroke. Useful start. Encouraging start for Lewis Gregory. Cox, who's yet to get off the mark. Gets bat on ball okay that time. In defensive mode. sun is on some parts of the ground, but not on others at the moment. We've got quite a few clouds around. No threat of rain today. There may be an issue with the weather later in the game. Depends on how far we get, Charlie. Morning to you. Just afternoon, in fact.
3 wickets in the first hour, so it could easily end up being quite a big number by the end of the day if this continues.
Runs here.
Like there, that's going to go all the way. 4 runs. Flashed hard at it, and that might, as Vic was saying, be the sort of technique that Cox does decide to go for, something a bit more aggressive to make the most of the runs while you're out there. That kind of ball with my name on it mentality. Something will come along that's going to get me out. So while I'm here, good time, not a long time, that's what they say.
Not necessarily quite where he intended, but he got enough bat on it.
Somerset won't mind it, but what they won't want is for that to last for too long. Because another big swipe at that one again. That's been cut away fiercely by Cox. 4 more.
I couldn't see that. It was hit so hard.
So hard. The players just watched it. There was no sort of chase to the boundary. Bit of width on offer. Look at the speed of that. Raced across the ground. As I say, Somerset will feel there'll be chances coming, but what they won't want is to go on a long time. Because an innings of 60 by one player won't be getting it through this time. Throw at the stumps. Brown was always going to be safe. An innings of 60 or 70 could be a match-winning innings in this low-scoring game. So that will be at the back of Somerset's minds. That, okay, don't mind the odd bit of attacking, but what we don't want is a long period of it. So you can't offer too much width all the time. You've got to be playing good balls as well. Cox on strike to Gregory. Driving forwards, not timed it.
Yeah, he took 10 deliveries to get off the mark, Jordan Cox, but then 2 boundaries in 2. And the second, that was an exemplary square cut. Absolutely laced down to the boundary.
Lovely day today, absolutely gorgeous. A lot of people coming in. As I was saying to Vic, the train was full of Somerset supporters. One of a few days where I've ventured out without a coat, Stephen, this year so far. It's been coat weather for a long time, but today I thought, no, it's going to be too warm.
It has stayed chilly, hasn't it? Right into May.
Look at that glorious view with St James's Church there, one of the floodlights as well. We're in there in that pavilion to the left of the church, as you looked at it there.
Pretorius slanting across the left-hander. He started round the wicket to Nick Brown, and it didn't go very well in the previous over. So he's now sticking with over to the left-hander. Yeah, the floodlights are visible from miles off.
Well, when you pull into the station at Taunton now, they really do draw your eye to them. Quite a low-rise town, mostly, Taunton, other than its churches. Many tall buildings.
There's the base of one of the floodlights between the James Hildreth and Ian Botham stands. And there is St Andrew's Church spire with the Quantocks beyond. Lovely sight.
Yeah, especially as the trees have come out into leaf now.
It's timed nicely, but can't get it beyond immediate cover.
In and around the church spire. That view of Taunton we've got here, the rooftops now, with lots of full green leaf trees. It's a very nice view, isn't it, for me? We're very lucky.
Yeah, they look their best, the trees, at this time of year, don't they?
Early summer.
The leaves are so fresh, varying shades of green. Be a single here. No rush, and they know there's no chance of a second.
It is worth reminding people, if you are just joining us, that one of those 3 wickets that you can see have gone down was the Night Watcher. So although it is 3 wickets down, it's not quite as bad a situation for Essex as it might be, as one of those wickets was Sam Cook.
Yeah, we've got numbers 3 and 4 out there at the
Yeah,
moment.
so actually 53 for 2 is kind of where they are, really. Which is a perfectly respectable score on a pitch that's offering enough for the bowlers.
And combines to make a lead of 81. So it's effectively, rather than 53 for 3, 81 for 2 would be more
81
accurate.
for 2 is closer to being accurate, but for anyone who doesn't follow cricket much, that is a very confusing state of affairs, isn't it? But yeah, it's around about 80. Yeah, 81 for 2. Yeah. Which I think they'll be fairly happy with Essex, the way things have gone. 5 of these runs came from hitting the helmet, if you missed that earlier on. Ball went through James Rew and hit the helmet. Pick up a single here. This throw was not good.
Just the one stump to aim at and unsuccessful.
It's Tom Banton, is it there, who's usually pretty accurate. Yeah. Played a couple of very nice innings already this summer. Tom Banton, it's been good to see. Couldn't get away. Well, not many players did, to be honest, but couldn't get away yesterday. Only hit 1-4, and that was that. 3 balls he lasted, 4 runs. That was a bit of an inside edge towards the third, the fine leg boundary.
Lewis Gregory is going to continue. He must have thought long and hard about taking Josh Davey off, because that really was a fantastic spell this morning. 2 for 3 in 6 overs in that spell.
2 for 3 that's pretty good, isn't it? You're happy with that. I think, well, it's still a long time to lunch. We'll see him again, I suspect, before lunch, won't we? A bit of Josh Davey, probably leading up to the lunch break, knowing that he'll have a 40-minute chance to put his feet up at lunch. So it just gives you that option rather than tiring him out and not being able to come back for a spell just before lunch. So probably a good decision. I also think that these conditions are very good for Lewis Gregory, actually. It is the issue, isn't it, when you've got a captain who's a bowler. This is something Australia's had to work with a lot, Pat Cummins. It's how often do you bowl yourself? Because Lewis Gregory's a fantastic bowler. But you don't want to seem like you're constantly giving yourself loads of overs, and you don't want your other bowlers to think, well, he's consistently bringing himself on. But also you don't want to underdo it with that in the back of your mind, do you? So, oh, that's a great ball. Did that take an edge? No.
Great take.
Brilliant diving take from the wicketkeeper, Rew, but what a ball.
Worth another look.
Oh, Cox had no idea there. Beaten all ends up. Let's have a look. Watch it off the pitch. Oh, look at that.
Cut him in half.
Yeah. And in the end, he's done well not to get anything on it, although had he done that, he probably would have guided it past James Rew, who took a very good take there, very athletic wicketkeeper. Hasn't had the big scores yet this year that he managed so often in 2023. Plenty of time though. Oh, Cox walking towards the offside there.
No ball.
No ball as well. Seeing quite a few of those from Gregory. In the Essex first innings, there were 20 extras, 10 of which were no balls. So that's 10 runs given as no balls.
In a low-scoring...
When the low-scoring game, that's a lot of runs, really. Only 13 extras, 4 of which were no balls in the Somerset innings. So it does feel like a fair few runs in a low scorer. That's another good ball.
Yeah, Cox content to let that one be.
Every run is precious, isn't it? In this low scorers. When you look at the Nottinghamshire game, which was the only other home game that Somerset have had, that's a totally different state of affairs, really. You can afford to be attacking and allow batters to hit runs because you're desperate for wickets. You need wickets. It doesn't matter the runs, really. You're desperate for wickets on a flat pitch. But here, any run will all add up to make the target more difficult. Got no real margin for error, especially when you've leaked a first innings deficit of 28, which is what the difference was between the two sides.
It's as good a crowd as I've seen, I think, this season
so
far.
It does. Closing those 4 stands in the Somerset stand does make it more dense, the seated areas, but yeah, the area around us very well. I mean, Essex always bring quite a few fans as well.
Gimlet's Hill is always crowded.
Yes, well, that is. I mean, it's not a spare seat to be had there. Perhaps one. I can see one empty bench, but otherwise pretty packed. Hildreth stand looking pretty busy. That one moves away. I'm sure there'll be some people listening on their headsets in the Hildreth stand. So give us a wave if that's you. Let's keep an eye. Oh, there we go. There they are.
Two of them.
Right at the back there.
Excellent.
Good to know.
Afternoon to you.
Yeah. Well, one of them's taking their shirt off, waving it above their head or something. Might have been their cap, actually. I think it was a shirt. A bit chilly for that, I should think. Wind whipping across the top of that stand. Although, good spot for sunshine there.
And the River Tone just behind.
Yeah, very nice. Straighter.
Respectfully defended.
Yeah, Cox quite happy just to see that one out end of the over. 56-3 is the score. 3 wickets in that first hour. Somerset will probably be looking to pick up another couple, at least in this, wouldn't you say that? The
By
way
lunch.
they've gone, if they haven't taken another wicket by lunch, then these two will feel quite confident coming out afterwards, I'd have thought.
Yeah, 37 for 3 when they came together, these two. Pretorius will continue from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. Still with the 3 slips in. And pretty well ever present over the last day and a half. And slanting across the left-hander. Gardening time for Nick Brown.
About the Ondaatje pavilion, he stands over there. Quite busy. Usually a good spot to see some cricket in a good angle over there. Quite like the angle, bit side on, but also you're quite close to this pitch over there. So it does take an edge. It's going to run away, possibly all the way for 4. I think. Yep, it will go in the whole distance.
Yes, that'll be frustrating for Pretorius. Involuntary stroke brings another boundary. Takes Brown on to 17. Lead is creeping up towards 3 figures.
Yeah, with only 2 wickets down, really. It's 2 top wickets down. With the night watchman included in there as well. Just got there. Don't want to be chasing more. Certainly not more than 250. Ideally 200-ish. Somerset wouldn't really fancy much more than that. So they do need to keep plugging away, keep taking wickets where they can. Here, each run hugely important.
We haven't seen any spin at all yet, have we? We were expecting to see Simon Harbour because he was loosening up in various ways in the slip cordon, but he was never called on because the job was done by, well, Porter and Cook. Took all the wickets between them.
They did look very good, didn't they? It's not a pitch which screams spinners, but then look at what Somerset have done. They've not even picked one. Oh, that's a good ball. I would always... I think I'm of the opinion that I always want a spinner in there. Really, I guess you've got... Who have you got? Renshaw.
Well,
Umeed bowled a bit, didn't he, in the one-day cup, sort of.
Just in the one game against what's it? Hampshire or Glamorgan?
Really rely on him being consistently. Yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to gift runs as well. As we've said, a very low scorer. Oh, inside edge. Big drive, looking to put it through cover. In the end, it's picked up at mid-wicket.
I'm going to be able to tell you exactly what Andy Umeed did with the
ball.
ball.
Oh, go on then. I'm pretty sure he got a wicket, didn't he? Or at least one.
I'm sure I can because I did a piece about him for the Somerset Almanac.
Did you really?
Starting with his batting numbers, which were phenomenal.
Well, they were quite something, weren't they? Big swipe at that one. Oh, looking to be expansive here. And that's Nick Brown, who, of the 2 batters out there, is probably the one who's more likely to soak up a bit of the pressure, try and see out more time, whereas Cox is likely to be the aggressor. But Brown on that one was a very loose-looking drive.
It was against Glamorgan. Andy Umeed bowled 8 overs for 31 runs and 3 wickets.
3, I took wickets. Yeah, good for him. Well, you know, if you're feeling brave, Lewis Gregory, if you feel you need it. At the moment, I wouldn't say that.
They'll do it with seam until lunch, I think.
They won't. Well, yeah, they're certainly not before lunch. It's only if they really start to struggle to take a break, to make a breakthrough. Let's take a look. See the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Now, have you got wet feet over there? Because there was a flood overnight. People are sitting in front of it. All the doors are barred, though.
Sharp single, which they'll get pretty comfortably.
You can see a lady just coming around with 2 pints in her hand. Maybe they've managed to open the bar up. They're sorting out a flooding issue in there today.
Yeah, which is a shame, really, with such a good crowd in. Can't be helped. These things happen.
Yep. That's, can't plan that sort of stuff. These things do happen, don't they? But hopefully, well, that might also be why it does look very packed in some of these grounds. Like, people who would have been inside there might now be out in the stands. A loose-looking shot from Brown. He has got something on it. Gregory looks to the sky.
Won't be too happy about that. That was a T20 shot.
I don't know if Nick Brown's regularly even in the Essex T20 squad, is he? I don't think so.
Cross-batted, though, and
Nick Brown, I'm sure he's played quite a few. Don't think he was in that game, the final or finals day, was he, Nick Brown? As far as I remember, maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, he's only played 14 T20 games in his career. Average of 16.5. Yeah, he's not a T20 player, really, is he?
Still on strike. And again, I don't think that was off the middle.
It feels to me like he's trying to press down the accelerator here, but at the moment, Lewis Gregory has got the better of him. And although he's picking up the odd runs, they're certainly not where he's trying to put it. Batting average of 35.9 in first-class cricket. Not bad for an opener. Not very good, actually.
Made 184 against Durham last month.
Yeah, good player. I doubt he was playing like this now. That's better. That's exactly what he meant to do. Go for 4. Nicely placed.
Yeah, found the gap perfectly between the two run-saving fielders on the leg side.
Gap's there. It's tempting, isn't it? It's what Gregory's trying to do. Get him to play those shots. Get him to use his... try and make use of the ball that's moving around. Three slips in. They'd love to see it come their way. In the air. And taken. Just as I said it. And it is the slips. Tom Lammonby who takes the catch. And that's the end of Nick Brown. He was not at all convincing in the last couple of overs. And in the end, he skewed one up, looped it in the air to third slip. Tom Lammonby, who took what was a fairly straightforward catch. He had to move a bit. Just played it into the air. It was an appeal for leg before, first of all. Lewis Gregory, very happy, getting the better of him in the end. It was a good contest between the two. Gregory, I think, came out on top, even though there were a few runs. As you see Lammonby just at the top of your screen, run around to take it.
You can see straight away, can't he? He's got to drag himself away from the crease, Nick Brown.
That was a very odd innings, though, Stephen, don't you think? At the end there, I couldn't really work out what he was doing. He was obviously trying to score runs, but I don't know. After a few failed shots, I would have thought to myself, this isn't working actually for me. We've got Jordan Cox at the other end, and you think, well, maybe I'll just hang around, a bit like Lammonby did yesterday.
Yeah, and Cox has played a couple of cracking boundaries, but yeah, no, he just seemed to lose the plot a little.
We talked, didn't we, about the mental game, and particularly in games like this, as Critchley now makes his way out. Well, that was a bit like you did yesterday, Stephen. What did you say? You called a wicket yesterday, didn't you? You called it exactly right. And then what I loved most about this, because I was watching at home, is that you called a wicket. I can't remember who it was in the end. It was pretty sure it was a catch.
There was a shout from a fielder that I heard.
That's
saying,
right.
Get another one.
Yeah. And you called it every wicket. You said, wicket this ball. There was a wicket this ball. Then the best bit about all of this was that was the end of your stint. You said, right, with that, sort of mic drop moment, and you walked off. And Harry came in on Vic. Very good moment. Well, that is it. I was sort of saying, well, the slips would love it. Well, it wasn't a typical slip catch, but it was in the end taken by the slip fielder. So a wicket, a breakthrough for Somerset. That was a very odd innings from Nick Brown towards the end. And you just felt like something was going to give there. either Brown was going to click into gear or Gregory was going to get the better of him. The ball was doing a bit, and so what Brown was trying to do was always going to be very difficult. Right-hander now on strike. There's Matt Critchley is there. That's the end of that over. Good over from Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, important wicket. 1 for 17 from 3. He's been more expensive than he was in the first innings thus far. Those 2 boundaries from Cox have contributed to that. But he's got a vital wicket. So Somerset still in this.
Oh, it's going to be one which feels like it's going down to a grandstand finish here for me, and it quite often does in low scorers, doesn't it? In the same way that a low-scoring T20, in my opinion, is much more fun than a high-scoring T20. And in the same way, look at how Somerset won the T20 Cup in the last year. Both games, semi-final against Surrey and the final against Essex, both low scorers, both absolutely thrilling. No good for blood pressure, as Vic's been talking about.
Pretorius is back on at the Trescothic Pavilion end. Yeah, 67 for 4. We just got that little rider that one of those 4 is the night watcher. So effectively the lead is coming up towards the 100 mark. So it's more like 90 odd for 3. So probably rather be in Essex's shoes than Somerset's, but not that much in it. Especially if you carry on receiving deliveries like that. Perfect from Pretorius. Sun back out. I suspect Somerset would prefer cloud cover at the moment.
Yeah, although I think they're quite happy the way things generally are going. But yeah, a bit of cloud cover. It's always good for a bowling side. With a red ball in hand.
Cox is on the move, a little shimmy away from his crease, but electing not to play that in the end. He's on 10, Jordan Cox. 8 of those are boundaries, off consecutive deliveries. Down the leg side, it didn't really have any conviction about it, that appeal. Rue was interested, but uncertain. Pretorius didn't really fancy it.
I called it as Lammonby taking the catch because he's at third slip for Pretorius, but actually the BBC's got it down as Dixon, just to correct that. He's seems to be at third slip from the other end.
Good looking drive, but only as far as Banton at mid-off.
Those are exactly the shots when you play them you think, oh yeah, get some runs here. And then you realise that cricket also includes fielders, which is a bit of a shame for batters, isn't it? Should just be bowler against batter and you can hit it wherever you like. The idea that you can hit a sweet shot and not get any runs for it seems very unfair in my opinion.
So Pretorius into his sort of the last ball of his 4th over. Again, the movement from Cox, followed by a leave. 67 for 4 then. Cox 10, Critchley yet to get off the mark. Been playing for coming up to an hour and a half. It's an engaging game of cricket we've got on our hands here.
It certainly is. Can't take your eyes off it again. After yesterday, 20 wickets. Well, we're already on track for probably 5, let's say. In the next half an hour, it's probably likely to be another 1, isn't there, at least, given how we've seen 4 already. So 5 by the lunch break, and that's mostly top-order Essex wickets. Chances are we'll see a fair few today. Good weather. We're not going to get any rain interruptions. We're not expecting that anyway today.
Going to see Jake Ball for the first time in this innings.
Interesting. Gregory taking himself off after... He obviously, that was a match-up between him and Brown. Perhaps he was feeling against the left-hander. I can't see why else Gregory certainly wouldn't be tired, or shouldn't be tired, Gregory. He's only bowled a total of 3 overs, so he certainly won't be giving himself a rest kind of thing. Again, this is captaincy when you're a bowler. I think it's a funny old game. Because Jake Ball probably is desperate to get the ball in his hand. He knows that the ball's doing a lot and that the Essex batters are in a bit of a spot here.
And he's fresh.
He's fresh, but then Gregory's only bowled 3 overs and was got picked up a wicket in the penultimate ball.
Be a single here. James Rew has to
So-
chase around.
So what's the thinking? Either Gregory feels he pulled something maybe, let's hope that's not the case, or he's thinking I've got to keep my bowlers happy and therefore it's only fair that Jake gets a go. Winter signing for Somerset, Jake Ball. I bumped into him. I didn't speak to him because I don't think he knows who I am, but I bumped into him in the gym the other day. He was practicing his pull shot, or as Vic Marks pointed out, perhaps it was his golf swing. It was one of the two. And I don't know what he said. He was probably strengthening up for a golf swing, which is what a lot of modern cricketers spend a lot of their free time doing.
He started pretty much on the money. 2 full-length straight deliveries. It's a very straight approach. Jake Ball, tall man. Yeah, this is good tight stuff. That ball's still shining a bit in the sun. It's being well looked after. Clearly. 6'1", Jake Ball.
Yeah, he was tall, certainly when I came. Yes, I've ever seen him as up close was in the gym like that. But yeah, he's a tall lad. Played for England, didn't he, a few times? Test cricket. Maybe, can't remember how many actually. Might only have been the one test. This one squirts out into the offside. Let's have a look. How funny though, when you type in Jake Ball in Wikipedia, you get either Jake Ball cricketer, born 1991, English cricketer, or Jake Ball rugby union, born 1991, Welsh rugby union player. Both born 1991. He played 4 tests for England, took 3 wickets, which is why I think he probably didn't play many more. Not a great return. But a very useful cricketer in county level. An inside edge.
Single here. Comfortably taken. We haven't mentioned the Trade Nation win predictor for a little while.
Have you got it there?
I have. And it is saying 57% Somerset. So it's saying that Somerset are narrow favourites.
I would love to know how much is that? And I realise it's powered by WinViz, so it's CricViz, isn't it? CricViz, who are doing who's got lots of stats and lots of data to draw from. But how much is it taking into account the pitch here? It obviously is to a degree, or is it just looking and saying, well, how many teams bowl out a team for 150 odd and then get them 71 for 4?
Shaping down the leg side, that one from Pretorius.
Well built, isn't he, Pretorius? Those fans who haven't been able to come and see him play, strong man.
So yeah, 57% Somerset, 42% Essex. So there's a bit of a gap between those two, but I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
The thing is with cricket, and this is why we love it, is that you don't really know where it is, because the game can change so dramatically with one partnership or one spell of bowling.
Perhaps we shouldn't bother with things like that.
I know I like it. I like it because it does give you an idea, and when sometimes you get asked, don't you, if the non-cricket fan sort of sees you looking at certainly a red ball game of cricket and say, well, who's winning? You think, well, I don't know. It's got so many twists and turns.
Yeah.
Could do. So the CricViz is saying 57% Somerset, Vic.
Something I'll leave the two of you to discuss.
Well, Vic, I know
shortly.
Vic's a big fan of these things, so he can talk me through it. This one is angled into the gully. And they think about a single, but actually...
They probably have got it, actually.
Well,
they've
yeah.
taken it because it was a slight misfield. But they'd elected not to.
It's the BBC corrected. Do you remember I said earlier on it was Lambie who took it, and then the BBC website said Dixon, and I said apologies, I called it wrong.
So you were right.
They've changed it to Lammonby.
All the time.
I did think it was odd that he was at third slip for one end and second slip for the other. That's what they were suggesting, but so
Well done.
it was Lammonby. I mean, I was looking through my binoculars at the time, so I'm pleased that I could work out who it is, especially when I'm zoomed in that close.
Yeah, it said Dixon for a while on the
It did,
scoreboard,
yeah,
and
it did.
that's been corrected. So you were right, and
Yes.
the scoreboard and the BBC were both wrong.
Apparently so. So there we go. It was Lammonby. I just thought I'd say that again in case anyone has got their cricket draft or any other sort of that kind of thing, keeping an eye on catches and all statistics. I know cricket's very statistics based. It was Lammonby who took that catch at third slip. Although it wasn't, as we say, it wasn't a typical slip catch, really. It looped up in the air to him. Big
Good-looking drive, stop. Well done.
Just in front of Umeed there.
Yeah, he did well. That was an awkward sort of half-volley stop. We'll be able to
that's
see that
horrible, isn't it?
again.
When it comes to you at that height, just bouncing in front of you quite hard. Yeah, not nice.
Yeah, he did well in the end.
Have you heard how the team has been... Because everyone has to have a nickname in cricket, as you know, Stephen. Yours is Lammy. Perhaps you can tell us about some of the other ones. Have you got any other nicknames? What did you used to get called when you were
Nothing.
playing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Broadcast.
Nothing broadcastable, right. Or you can tell me during the lunch break or something.
It's high time I made way for Vic.
Well, Pretorius, I've heard Lewis Gregory referred to him as Miggy, as in Miguel is his first name. So Miggy is Pretorius' nickname, apparently. There's another over as his finishes. Somerset will be pleased they've made those 3 big breakthroughs, as well as getting rid of the night watcher, Sam Cook. They'd love another one. They'd love another one before lunch. Got half an hour to do it. They'd love another couple. No reason why not. Ball comes back on. This one's guided. Dug out a little bit. And will go towards the boundary edge. There'll be a dive, certainly, and yet they do well to bring it in. And there is just a couple of runs there. As Vic Marks comes alongside me. Another wicket down since you were last.
I know,
it's keep falling.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be a short game, but it is a compelling one. You can't really look away. Just as you think it might be easing for the batsman and the partnership's building and it's quite serene, then something happens, a wicket falls. And it's also, I mean, cricket's so many contrasts in the game of cricket, but it's one of those games where every boundary just seemed to change the balance of the game, the impetus of one side or the other. It's exhausting watching these sort of games, but it's great fun. The knowledge that all things being, there will be someone's going to win this game, and at the moment, well, I don't know what the predictor says. I mean, I think the predictor has some Somerset affiliations, I think, because they've had Somerset as favourites for quite a long periods in this match, when I thought, hang on a minute, I don't feel that. But maybe that's my sort of inborn pessimism.
It's a bit of both, maybe. You always, any supporter of any team always feels pessimistic. If you're a true supporter, you always think your team's about to get a huge defeat.
Yeah. I mean,
that's the joy of it.
I do. I remember. I'll tell you.
This ball is in, and
That's
the drive.
It's a sweet drive. It's over pitch and he's defended it. A colleague of mine, BBC, Simon Mann, you know Simon?
Yeah.
He's an ardent Bristol City fan. And I just remember listening to him doing some updates for Radio 5 at Ashton Gate for his beloved Bristol City. And over to Simon Mann at Ashton Gate. And it's 3 minutes to go. Bristol City are leading 3-0, but anything could happen here. Or something like that.
You never truly believe a game's won. Oh, that's another over-pitch delivery.
Yeah, and he's punished it. Just those 2 boundaries, it changed the feel of the game. The lead now is way into 3 figures. So it's a source of concern. But yes, I always remember, hang on a minute, Simon, 2 or 3-0 up, and there's 2 minutes to go, and you're still saying that this match is on a knife edge.
But that's also the sales techniques, isn't it, of a good broadcaster there?
Well, maybe, yeah. But I think it was a genuine, I don't trust this lot, or, I've seen it before.
I read Richie Benno's autobiography a little while ago now, and he was saying how he used to get, I think it was Mark Nicholas who was pulled in early doors, one of his first commentary games, and was given a real telling off by the boss for saying, well, this game's as good as done. Yeah, two days left to go, and the boss says, hey, it's never over, we've got to sell advertising, we've got to get people watching.
Yeah. Well, I expect Mark picked that up. He listened to Richie.
Yeah. Dog in the sunshine.
Yes. Well, that was a sweet sight. He seems pretty serene about Somerset's plight.
He's got big old legs, hasn't he?
He has, isn't he?
Thick legs.
I wonder if that's what a senior dog.
I was 16, so I was 16, one chance at West Brom.
Right, what can Miggy do? Well, I thought yesterday.
Yeah, he got the ball to swing in the afternoon. He got the ball through at pace. It was probably the first time he's really threatened to take significant wickets. And he also, I think it sort of relaxed him. Once he got a couple of wickets and there was something happening there, he relaxed. He got it through at a nice pace too. And probably 4 for 30. Doesn't matter what the surface is, you've done a good job, I think. It's well fielded. It's over pitch. It's well fielded.
Well, that deserved 4 runs, that shot, really, didn't it? That was a good stop.
And Matt Renshaw's in. Congratulate him on that.
A helpful Aussie word in the ear.
Yeah.
You saw a very sharp chance go down off towards Matt Renshaw. He was...
Yeah, he's had 2 shots. He had one yesterday with extra cover when someone blitzed one. And he dived like a goalkeeper. Sort of parried it.
He's a bit like the Overtons in that respect. He's tall and very athletic in the field, Matt Renshaw. Bowling very different, though. It was a shame the way he got out, actually, yesterday, I thought. Obviously,
well, it was very early on, and he was just trying to turn the ball on the leg side. And usually they don't go anywhere, that sort of thing. It just kept enough way on it to get to a mid-off fielder for a very straightforward catch. You don't expect them in the second over of the innings, and he's a big source of runs for Somerset in this season. He's batted a long time, actually. He's been prepared to bat time. Got to wait a bit for his second innings, but who knows how long. That's just moved a bit and he's left it, but that's offered something. Keep thinking it's calming down a bit, and then something happens.
Well, Somerset will be wary of that, won't they? Because if it does start to calm down, I mean, luckily for them, they're batting next, but what they don't want is Essex to put up a great big total here, and suddenly you're fighting off a ball that occasionally does a bit.
Yeah.
So I just want to keep nipping away. Oh, that's going to hit the stumps at the other end.
That's a real bonus. He's bowled 2 straight half volleys, and both have been well struck by Cox.
2 straight, really.
And that's at the stumps. And the previous one was well stopped. There's
8 bonus reduced runs there, if you like.
Yeah.
Could have been 2 4s in the end. 0.
Slightly concerning that ball went for 2 boundaries, just over pitching in the last over. Didn't quite settle. Pretorius actually hasn't conceded a run in this over. He could have conceded 8. It's just a bit too easy. So
well, after all, that was a maiden.
Yeah, it was a maiden. And he, as I say, he's looked pretty good. He's bowled 5 overs now. I wonder whether he might possibly have a break. He likes, I think, Gregory tends to operate his seamers in relatively short spells. It's quite an important little over for Ball, having propelled 2 half volleys, which were beautifully put away by Critchley in the last over. Just to get back on track. It was curious. I was listening to you from afar that Gregory took himself off after getting that wicket, and I couldn't quite work out why, but hopefully there's nothing amiss.
Oh, dropped. Is that a drop?
I don't know. We'll soon have a way of finding out, because they've run a single
Looks to me like he's about to raise his leg.
Yeah, so that'll cheer up James Rue. Because he would normally take that. I think not easy, but he would
you'd expect him, wouldn't you?
He took a brilliant catch yesterday, I have to say, because he is. I mean, I know he's left-handed naturally, and he dived in front of first slip, but he needed to because I'm not sure that ball was going to carry.
No.
So he caught it in his so-called weaker hand, and when you hit the ground, it easily bobbles out, but he kept it.
Oh, that's hit on the pads. Big appeal. Oh, ball is absolutely furious. As is Lewis Gregory, who's got his hands on his head in the slip cord, and James Rue the same, and Tom Lammonby.
Well, I think they better take it off. You've got to keep in with the umpire. Everyone's got mid-off, extra cover, mid-on.
Everyone
They've all got their hands on their heads.
Well, that must have been
look at
close.
the
Here we
replay.
go.
Let's have a look at the replay. And my goodness me, it's hard to see what
Coming over the wicket
height.
as well.
It could only be height because it's straight.
He's not taken a big step, has he? There.
No. I mean, I'm amazed. I thought that was out, but umpire says not out, and away we go. And it's no point.
Nope. You've got to move on.
Expressing too much disgust at that decision because umpires are human and they remember, and there's a lot more cricket left to be played in this match, and there are batsmen from Somerset to bat, but you look at he's barely down the pitch.
Lewis Gregory's
I know. I think
jumping and
everyone just thought that would be out. His front foot is on the popping crease.
Yeah.
And he's missed it. So it's a bit of a mystery.
Ball will have the bit between his teeth now, though. If he didn't before.
Well, sometimes it ruffles them, though. I mean, how often do you see, for example, not so much necessarily an LBW turned down, but a catch dropped, and then the next ball goes for 4 because the bowler's kind of lost it.
Yep. Or thinks, right, this is going to be my effort ball now. And as you say, overdoes it or
just lost absolute control.
That's Critchley on strike. Sees it out. You see a lot of LBW shouts in a game like this, don't you? But rarely do you see it quite, the reaction quite so disappointed as that.
No.
They really,
it was almost comical because I reckon there were 7 of the 11
all of them
Somerset cricketers out there with their hands on their head, all the slip cord, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off.
That could easily have... Well, could have done anything. They could have taken an edge, could have hit the stumps. That was a great ball from Ball, and Critchley wasn't up to it.
Well,
he's done well to survive, really.
That cat did move back in. You have to say that was a better over from Ball. I mean, Ball is hitting... He was hitting the seam there at the end of that over. And I can understand. You can understand how he gets driven because he wants to bowl a fullish length. The ball that provoked the LBW shout was full in length. And he was trying to drive it, I think. So the margin he's got between the half volley and the dangerous delivery is not huge. And he's not got great pace now. He's lost in pace over the years. There's a lot to do. But he's hitting the seam. And therefore dangerous. Now Gregory's going to come and have a go from
we did wonder.
The Trescothic end. He's all right then, clearly.
I think whether Gregory has a preferred end. He bowls a lot from both ends, doesn't he, really?
Yeah, they seem to juggle him around a bit. There are some bowlers, I think, Caddick had his favourite end, and of course if Caddick's got a favourite end, that's the end he bowls in his day.
Did you find one was more helpful to you than the other?
Yes. I'd like to bowl at the river end for a very cunning reason. Boundary's a bit longer that way.
You could, from the river end as well, you could get to hoik back over your head into the river, which is never good.
Well,
that didn't happen to you, obviously.
Well, I think it probably did, although less frequently once they built the Botham stand.
Right, yeah.
Because it's a bit of a protection. But so I much prefer bowling that, and particularly in one-day cricket when people are looking to hit. And also the prevailing breeze is significant. And I think it tended to be the sort of prevailing wind, but not always guaranteed, would come from the church over there. And if, as an off-spinner, you liked, if possible, a leg to off type of breeze. But it was mostly the length of the boundary. That in one-day cricket especially. Certainly when I was captain, I don't think I'd have bowled many overs in one-day cricket from this end, because it seems so short. It still is very short.
Yeah, especially with this newish pavilion they've put in.
It may have encroached a little bit. Yeah,
it was a little bit, not much, but a little bit. Now he's come across his stumps there.
No, I don't think.
I don't think it was straight.
No.
The way the amount he moved across, shuffled across, probably helped him a bit.
I think he was outside the line there, and I think Gregory knew that. There are still different types of appeal. There's the one that the players obviously think is out, and that was applying when ball hit the stumps. Hit the pad. I think that was almost a reaction to the not out previously, trying to sneak one.
Well, it is Cox on strike, and I wonder whether they might think the umpire thinks, well, I've kind of given him a bit of a borrowed.
Well, it's a different umpire too.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Well,
I suppose looking at this, one of the crux of this game will be to get in a situation where Essex can't keep bowling Porter and Cook. Because the backup was not looking so strong yesterday, and you might say that applies a bit with the Somerset side, but they were so dependent on Porter and Cook. If you can keep them out, then that puts a bit more pressure on the Essex setup. But 83 for 4, you've got to add 28 to that, and you were in about 111, something like that. Yeah. So they're on Nelson, Essex.
Nelson for 4 there. Although, as we were saying with Stephen, it's sort of Nelson for 3, given that one of them's a night watcher.
Well,
if you're going to be really pernickety about a match situation.
I just had a replay of that one, and I think everyone recognises that he was outside the line. Might have hit the stumps possibly. Now then, can Ball get that wicket which he thought he deserved in the previous over?
It was Cox on strike, wasn't it, at the time? So this is Critchley now. 2 very good batters at the
they're both
crease.
Natural aggressors,
Yes,
I think.
they are. That's why they find themselves in that middle-ish or upper middle order. Kind of coming in once the shines come off the ball a little bit to punish the attacking side. It's good from Ball. Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise, I think, when Jake Ball made the move, or when it was announced he was coming to Somerset. He's been a big part of Nottinghamshire's setup for a long time.
Yeah, it seems an age ago, but I remember him playing for England as a youngster. Do you remember Bruce French? The wicketkeeper.
Yes.
He was in England wicketkeeper, and became a very good wicketkeeping coach as well. He was one of those classical. Anyway, Bruce French, I think, is his uncle. Is he the cousin or uncle?
Uncle, yes.
Yeah. Bruce French is a very annoying sort of character, because I met him he's a bit younger than me, but not much. I toured with Bruce French. He's like a Bob Taylor, sort of in the sense of, as a keeper, absolute beautiful hands. And not a brilliant batsman by the modern standards of keeper batsman, but a real artist behind the stumps. But I saw him, I don't know, not that long ago, when he'd been possibly with Notts, but doing some coaching with whoever. And he still had a magnificent head of hair. And he looked about 20 years younger than he should be looking. But he was a great mountaineer too.
Was he?
Well,
good
that was
sprawling
his
stop from Renshaw.
A little bit of a hiccup between them. They didn't run in the end. Critchley, I think, thought there was one there, and there probably was, but Cox didn't come, so it's well saved there.
Renshaw, all full length, just getting some fingertips on it.
So I remember he toured India, Bruce French, as the second keeper, and barely, didn't play much. But they had the wit to allow him to disappear to the Himalayas for a while to just have a look, and as a keen mountaineer you want to go and have a look at them. That's all over the shot. That is 4 wides.
Yeah, no chance for James Roux there.
Okay, well, it's odd really, because he's bowled some dangerous deliveries, and then suddenly out of the blue something goes all over the shot. So it's can be a nervy ball. Quite well in the first innings, did ball, and he could have got a wicket or two in this spell, but in between just the odd aberration creeps in. So he's just not quite entirely relaxed in his new surroundings yet, but he's obviously got something to offer, especially on a pitch like this. Oh,
it's much better
very
ball.
Important visitor to the box. It's my grandson, Freddie.
Ah, Freddie. Hello, Freddie. Who has watched a fair bit of cricket this year.
Yeah, I know. He should be learning fast. Well, he is learning fast. So just 8 minutes to lunch.
Oh, those
Another wicket would be very handy, just from a Somerset perspective, to lift the spirits.
Yeah, 5 runs, very useful. It's not the first time we've seen 5 runs from one ball either. Today, after a ball hit the helmet, very useful. 10 runs there from those 2 deliveries. One of them not even counting as a delivery. 88 for 4. We've moved off Nelson now. 116 now. The lead. Useful lead already with 6 wickets in hand. We were sort of saying 250 would be the absolute upper limit. You don't really want to be chasing that high, really.
I think 250, Essex would be favourites, but you need one player
to
play a really significant innings.
Yeah,
it has
70
kept
or 80,
moving, hasn't it? It has kept moving.
Plenty in it for the bowlers, and we know that Essex's seam attack is probably up there with the best in the country.
Well, on this sort of surface, yeah.
So you'd sort of put Hampshire up there with Abbott and Abbas, wouldn't you? And then Jamie Porter and Sam Cook would be right up there. Some of the best in the country.
In sort of English conditions, especially.
Exactly.
I think at the start of the day, if you were Somerset, well, no, I would have thought, as a sort of, with my Somerset hat on, if the target was 200, you'd take that. And it would still take a lot of doing to get it, but you feel you had a reasonably good chance. But and that's possible still.
You need another 70 odd that you'd got in the first inning, so absolutely.
It is a different surface to the Notts game,
that would
it seems.
Bowling them out now for around about 170.
Yeah.
Which is doable.
Yeah.
Very doable. Especially given that those 3 big wickets, including, crucially, the Wesley was a big wicket to get. Played well. Dean Elgar as well. He's the sort of player who could hang around. They got him for 5 runs. They got Wesley for 11.
Well, I'm just looking at the scoreboard here, and it's been no one's got 50 in the match.
No.
Currently, the top score in this innings is 23 from Nick Brown, but that could be overtaken by this pair at some point. But there is still encouragement there for the battery of seam bowlers. I was grumpy yesterday morning when I saw the team. I thought, well, show him. You've got 4 seamers. That would surely be enough, and you've got to bowl them out in the second innings. I'll have to shut up. If they bowled them out with the target around 200 via their seamers, then I'll have to acknowledge that I think they probably got it right.
Yeah, I agree. But I think the point you make there is, on a seaming wicket like this, you really need 5 seamers to take the wicket. You know, if you don't back 4 seamers to take wickets on this, and then you give yourself that difference, a point of difference. Yeah, having seam from one end and bringing on Shoaib, there he is, from the other end. And you really do. Yeah,
but we'll see. But it's kept moving. There's no doubt about that this morning when you weren't sure whether it would. It is a different surface to the Nottinghamshire one. And making for a more interesting game, actually. I mean, you can't leave it.
Well, I did wonder whether we might get a little bit of Josh Davey before the lunch, but just sort of, cause given that he'd have a bit of a rest there, knowing that he's got 40, I just wondered maybe like an over or 2, but clearly not. They're sticking with.
Yeah, well, I think it's also, I mean, Ball's gone for a few, and he's bowled that extravagant wide, but he's also threatened. And I would have thought when we come back after lunch, we'll see Overton and
get the opening
Davey. That's 4 more, I think. Just steady the pitches again. That's it. Well hit there. Beat the field. Just looking a little bit fragile this morning, Ball. In between. I mean, he's still probably grumpy. I think he didn't get that LBW.
Well, I think that's a good point, isn't it, actually? Can you come back from that mentally, or are you then suddenly in a wrong frame of mind?
I always remember, the great West Indian side, and they would drop catches. The West Indies would drop catches, but their bowlers, they were fantastic bowlers. So
that an edge, no.
They were terrific at when something went down. They were such strong characters and such good bowlers that you never noticed that drop catch because they galvanised themselves and made sure they just got another wicket anyway. They were so good. And they didn't let it affect them negatively, a drop catch, because they knew that they would create another chance. So you didn't remember West Indian drop catches because it wasn't a case of he's dropped on 3 and then made 222. No, they would create more chances, obviously, but there is a certain element of having a strength of character to kind of put that to one side. And stay focused.
Yeah, that must be hard. It is hard for bowlers. Comes Ball again then over the wicket. Hits on the pad. No, he's asking again. I don't think that looked anywhere near
he was looking for a make-up there, but the umpires don't do that. Well, they shouldn't do that, really. No. But we'll have a look anyway. But that was not a convincing appeal because
it was a bit of height, but it certainly straightened up a bit.
It was a good ball, but it was hitting him more on the thigh than right at the top of the right pad. That was too high, but it was actually a good delivery. I mean, he has been in between the aberrations. There's some good deliveries going down here. That's not one of them.
Right. It won't go for 4 though. I'll come back for 2.
So
get one more over in.
Yeah. So slight concern that Ball in between the good ones, has given away runs at a rate of 5 and over, which in this contest is significant. Yeah. Batsmen just leap on any opportunity for easy runs because there haven't been many around in this match. So this will be the last over.
Douglas on the chat says, have Somerset not got any youngsters coming through who might be a better selection than Ball? Well, they've got Casey Aldridge, who's surprised to see isn't in this game. Oh, that's a good ball.
I thought he nicked that. It moved so much. Well, Casey, obviously, I haven't actually discovered exactly what, but you have to note that despite having a terrific start of the season in the first 2 games, at Worcester, Tracy Aldridge bowled 12 overs, 1 for 92. So I think the radar was not functioning. And I'm guessing that's why they went where they went. Clearly he's got real talent and needs to be nurtured and will be nurtured, not least because he is a very good batsman and an extraordinary fieldsman as well.
Well, that's what I was about to say, is what he brings to you extra. And I know Jake Ball has sort of stood there and whacked it, which is useful where he comes in, but actually Aldridge is a proper batter. He plays properly and will get you runs. So
no,
very,
I'm
very
sure
useful
it was notable. But I wasn't at Kidderminster, but clearly there was something awry with his bowling at Kidderminster.
It was a bit of a flat pitch as well.
Yeah.
In fairness.
So that's one obvious youngster.
And other ones coming to mind, Ned Leonard, who I think is getting... the problem is when young fast bowlers get injured, don't they, because their bodies are getting used to
Well, there's Ned
quickly.
Leonard and Sonny Baker and Alfie Ogborn.
Alfie Ogborn as well, yeah.
Who two of which have probably had their fair share of injuries. I see Sonny Baker was playing in the second team last match, and Ned Leonard played in the first championship match.
This will be, what have we got? Half an over left before the lunch break. Oh, that moved into the leg side a little bit there. Caught Critchley a bit off guard. Coming up at lunch then, we're going to be hearing from Errol Sapaya, former Players podcast. We'll bring that to you in the lunch break. Used to love watching Sapaya play here.
Yeah.
Opening up the batting. Took some excellent bowling figures at Glamorgan, which he
did, didn't he? In the T20, they were record-breaking, more amazing figures. I can't remember what they were, but he probably will reveal.
6 for 5 comes to mind. I'm going to look that up. I'm pretty sure it was something like that.
They'll tell us. Yeah. So yes, he ended up opening the batting and was a very graceful and gracious cricketer too, actually. So it'd be lovely to hear from him.
Born in Malaysia. Played 100 first-class games overall. Batting average of 32.42. Very respectable.
Yeah.
800s, 29 50s. And his best bowling, that was in a T20, wasn't it? His best bowling figures, 6 for 5. I'm sure that was at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, it was, I think.
And he didn't really bowl ever.
Well,
in
Championship cricket, he didn't bowl
much,
did he?
But even in T20s, well, to be fair to him, he took 40 wickets in 41 wickets in T20, so he did bowl a little bit.
Left arm spin.
And there we go. That's the end of the first session. 4 wickets falling then. The addition of 89 runs. Essex are 95 for 4. Cox and Critchley are there, 15 and 16 not out respectively. And I think Essex will be fairly pleased in a way. Obviously they lost some wickets, but it's a pitch that is going to be giving wickets to the bowlers here. But they'll be pleased. They've still got some very good batters out there, including these two. More to come as well. And Somerset will be, again, almost 50-50. They'll be pleased to have taken those breakthroughs, but don't want this lead to grow much bigger than is already there. I don't know, who would you see as being the happier of the two at the moment?
Well, probably Essex but all I know, this much I know, just don't go away, because anything could happen here. It's going to be a fascinating game.
Yep.
And there could be a big swing of a flurry of wickets now or a flurry of wickets when Somerset start batting. But it's one of those games that you can't leave because you'll miss something.
Yep.
So come back. But no, don't even go away. Listen to Errol on his podcast.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing it. So let's hear from the Former Players podcast with Richard Walsh interviewing Errol Sapaya.
Asked at the Cooper Associates category, we should tell you. Today we're joined by Errol Sapaya. Errol, welcome back to Taunton. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Glad to be back here.
Let's go straight in where everybody will remember you for. 6 for 5 against Glamorgan. T20, July 2011. Mm-hmm. I mean, that must be one of those occasions that you're never, ever going to be allowed to forget. Well, I'm not going to let you forget it, am I?
No, it was a special evening. Probably quite similar to what we have here. It was a dark, sort of wet evening at Sophia Gardens. It was called Sophia Gardens then in Cardiff. And I remember warming up, and I think according to Trez, and Trez was the captain, and they just wanted to play 3 spinners. Yeah. And so Kartik was one of the spinners, Max Waller and myself. And we won the toss, I think, and fielded first. And Kartik opened the bowling. First ball, Joss was keeping. He pitched it outside leg stump and hit Joss's right shoulder.
Right.
So it spun a lot.
Yeah.
It was a very dry wicket. But anyway, so it was I didn't come on to bowl till probably after 10 overs.
Right.
Yeah. I think Trez was like, just chucked me the ball and said, look, just get a couple of overs in, go as little as possible, and then your job is done. So fair play, I'll do that. I ended up taking wickets, oddly enough, and yeah, it was just surreal, the whole how it all just happened within a space of 3.2 overs, and yeah, I mean the pitch did offer a lot of assistance, but you still had to put it in the right areas, and yeah, it was an incredible evening, which I will never forget.
And this was the world record, and was only recently beaten, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, only quite recent, as probably about two years ago.
Yeah,
2 years ago, and that as well. There's a story behind that, and I came back from the supermarket and put on the TV, and Leicester were playing against Warwickshire, and Colin Ackerman? He was bowling. I think he had got 4 wickets then. So I was watching it, and then he got this 5th wicket, and I was like, I think my record could be broken here. And then he got the 6th one, and by then Warwickshire needed, they needed pretty much six every ball, and I think then he got his 7th wicket, caught in the deep mid wicket. I think it was Jeetan Patel, and that was it really. Which, I mean, records are there to be broken, but then straight away I messaged Colin Ackerman to say, many congratulations, and celebrate it while it lasts, cherish it, and it's all good. Yeah.
So you held the record for 8 years.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've given a lot of people hope. I think there's been a lot of figures that are very, very close, and actually it won't surprise me that someone will take 8 wickets. I think you just need to get on a roll, and why not? I mean, like you just saw Sydney Thunder being bowled out for 15, about 3 weeks ago, which you never thought that would happen in a professional setup. But yeah, I think getting 8 wickets is possible. You never know.
So let's go right back to the start. How do you end up coming to be part of Somerset? Because you were born in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia. How does a lad like you end up playing for Somerset in the first place?
Yes, so I was very fortunate. I gained a cricket scholarship to Millfield School, which is obviously based in Somerset, and I started in my third form, so age 12. And obviously the most sensible option was to come through the Somerset setup, the county age groups. So I just played for Somerset since under 12s, under 13s, worked my way up, and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset. And I'm pretty much a West Country boy, even though yes, I'm from Malaysia, but I've been here for 28 years. So I was at Milford for 5 years. I did my A levels. And I had very, very lucky to have coaches like Mark Davis, who was a former Somerset player, and Richard Ellison as well. And straight after school, I went to Exeter Uni, which is just further down the road, further southwest. So, and then straight after that, I was with Somerset. So I'm pretty much a West Country boy, and I played for Devon as well. For a couple of years, which I definitely helped me in my progression as a cricketer. But yeah, just by being at Millfield, and I know it sounds silly, about 8,000 miles away, but and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset.
Who was in your sort of year group that you played through with, who people would have known?
Yeah, so Wes Durston,
right,
James Hildreth.
Yeah.
So James was 2 years below me, academic years. Wes was maybe a couple of years above me. There was Max Waller, Craig Keyswetter. There's quite a few names. I remember when I started at Millfield, I will still not forget this. The first match I went to watch Milford First 11 playing, I swear the keeper was probably about 5-10 yards inside the boundary.
Right.
And the bowler was running in and letting go of this ball, and it was Simon Jones.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. So I was lucky enough. Simon Jones was there. Dean Kosker. Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of cricketers that have come through from Millfield. Very fortunate for that. There's a lot of names that to mention.
Yeah. And obviously, it wasn't easy though to break into the team here, was it? You sort of had quite a period of trying to get in and not quite get in there. Tell me about that period of time.
Yeah, it was difficult. I mean, there was a lot of competition, and I think the only way that I could get in was to actually open bat in the top 3 for the second team.
Yeah.
And so I put my hand up and said, look, I'll open. And I actually then transformed myself to be an opening batsman. And by doing that, that gave me a small window to get into the first team, an opportunity to get in. And, that paid dividends. And that's how I really got into the first 11 was actually transforming from a middle order player, at school. There's this running joke that I got 4 years running. I won the fastest 50 competition.
Yeah.
So I was definitely a stroke player. Someone that would get on with it. But then, for me to get into the setup, I had to just transform or put my name in the hat to say, look, I'm going to open and challenge myself, and that's how I got in, really. Yeah.
You were a pretty sharp fielder, though, weren't you? I've seen you take some pretty good catches over the years.
Yeah, I've always that is one of my strengths, was my fielding. Always it was all down to pride and attitude in fielding, and I really enjoyed it. And I must admit that I myself have kind of surprised myself. I've taken some spectacular catches over the years, but for me it was just something, whatever way I can contribute to the team. And actually in 2005, when we won the T20 Cup under Graham Smith, I got in the team because of my fielding.
Yep.
Simple as that. Because I think it was again at Cardiff. I came on as a 12th man, and I think I took 3 catches, and the last catch was a diving catch from long off to mid off, and it was to save the match. Basically, it was a tied match. Yeah. But after that night, it was like, well, yeah, you're playing for the rest of the, because of the energy that I brought. So it was something that I really, found quite easy to control, and so I really enjoyed it.
I think I remember you playing at Northants and doing a stunning piece of stop in there. And you were one of the first people I remember used to wear long sleeves.
Yes, that's right. You? Yes, I always wear long sleeves fielding, simply because I would be diving everywhere. So it was just a protection for my skin, really. I know now that you got tuber grips and all those things, but I used long sleeves, and that's what I would pride myself is basically just to stop everything that comes my way, regardless of anything, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah.
Let's talk about red ball cricket, particularly for you. You had one very good season, didn't you? 2009.
Yeah.
Tell me about that season.
Yeah, I think it was a build-up from a couple of years before that, from sort of 2007, really. I felt that I was playing good cricket in 2007, and wasn't getting the opportunity. And I think 2007 was when we came up, right, from we were champions of Division 2. So everyone was playing well. There was no need to change the team. We were on a high, but I personally thought I was playing quite nicely, and doing as well as I could. And then 2008 was the year where I actually found, that I had the opportunity to play a few first team games, and actually made a difference. And I just took it with me. I learned as much as I could over the last 2 years. And 2009 was again, I think it was pre-season, all down to pre-season. And I got a lot of runs over pre-season. I think I made a couple of hundreds or 300s in 3 pre-season games, which meant that I guess I didn't give a choice, for the selectors of the coach, captain, who to go with. So I suppose they went with me. And 2009 was my best year by a long way, and really enjoyed it. To be sandwiched in between Trescothick and Justin Langer, open with Trez and Justin Langer at number 3. So that was quite, I was a bit starstruck. But I just went about doing my job. At times I would go like, well, Trez is playing on a different wicket. But then I just had to do my bit. So I think as a pair we worked really well. We bonded really, really well.
That was the year of the game with Yorkshire down here. Tell me about that.
Oh,
that was a spectacular match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think we were chasing 470, 475, and I remember Yorkshire. They batted the last morning as well. Batted up to sort of lunchtime. And they may have had 20 minutes at us before lunch. So we had essentially 2 sessions to get 475. In all honesty, we just went out there to bat. We just batted, and obviously Trez went off like a bullet, and I did too. And I think we just kept going. And I think that's when I sensed, sort of at tea time, I sensed that the fielders, the bowlers, the captain, of the opponent, Yorkshire, they were kind of they were panicking a little bit. They were not quite sure, and I sensed that actually, the game is there for us to win it. If as long as we, hold wickets and continue what we're doing, and we still had a massive, massive task. But that gave, I remember Langer, David Stiff.
Yes.
Stiffy. He came in at number 3.
Yeah, he came in.
As a pinch hitter. And my God, I think he made 49 of like 20 balls, and I think that shifted the momentum as well, massively.
Yeah.
Or showed our intent to actually, we want to win this match. And then Triggs at the end there to get a ton. That was unreal. So it was just set up for him. It was one of Trigo's innings, wasn't it? It was just set up. It was just brilliant. It was amazing. I think, I don't know how many people were in, but I think you definitely got your money's worth.
That was one of those never to be forgotten days, because you got 131, which was your career best at that stage.
Yeah, at that stage. Yeah, that's right. And that's when I sensed actually we just got to take a few more risks, and it worked out really well. And I remember coming off, getting out, and going, guys, I think we can win this, definitely. So I think there was a belief there. And I think I remember Xander hit the winning runs, and it's just poured with rain after that. So,
like it was meant to be.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I think since then, teams have been quite reluctant to set anything below 500.
Absolutely.
That
was a special match.
It was.
And then 2 years later, you had another good season, didn't you? And you opened the innings against India with somebody again a bit special.
Yes, Andrew Strauss. Not very often you can say that you've been opening with international superstars. Again, he was
against superstars.
Yes, against big superstars.
Yeah.
One of my idols, Sachin, who I've always followed from a young age, and that's probably the main reason why I played cricket, really. But it was. I remember we had a match at Nottingham the day before we finished a 4-day match.
Yeah.
I don't know what the result was. I didn't think we did too well, or I didn't do too well at Nottingham. And I was obviously travelling back, and we didn't get back till about 10, 11, in the evening. But next day presented itself, and it was a fresh day. It was a good day. It was a nice sunny day to bat. We won the toss and we batted. Usually, traditionally, the touring teams bat first, but I think we were having none of that. I think Strauss was quite adamant that we do what we need to and try to lower the morale of the Indian team. And I think we did well. I think that whole situation. I remember batting up to lunch, and I struggled. I wasn't as fluent. I was probably about 30, 40 not out at lunchtime. And then all of a sudden after lunch, it just clicked. Everything just clicked into gear, and it just starting to flow. Everything just started to flow. And by then, it just became, just really lovely to bat on. It was good. Yeah.
And what's it like batting with people like Trez and Strauss and Langer? And, you've been lucky enough to play alongside in the opposite end to lots of big names. I mean, what's it like batting in the best seat in the house?
Yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. I think the key here is not to play like them. I think you've just got to play your own game and trust your game. So batting with Trez was amazing, purely because not so much, his quality was obviously very, very different, at a much higher caliber. But I think little things like we pick up on, like watching the bowler, how they hold the ball, what they were trying to do, which way they're trying to swing, whether it was reverse swing. So we would convey all those, and actually I think for me that was the partnership. It was about giving as much information as possible to one another, and then it was up to each individual to use that. So it wasn't so much about how you play or, this is what you have to do. It was about just, trying to pick their brain and going, okay, yeah, maybe what about me doing this? And just, so I think I found that really helpful with Trez, and in a lot of similarities in terms of actually the process of batting. Yeah. Not so much batting itself, the process of it. And then on the other side, Langer, who was simply amazing for me. I think he played a massive role in my development. However, if you played a miss a ball, he would come down the wicket and tell you off, and go, come on, concentrate, next ball, So every ball was like a golden ball, which I understand because you only get one chance. So there's no right or wrong way, but I think you've just got to find what works for you. But I think for me, playing with these superstar big players like Andrew Strauss again, he was very level-headed, very calming influence. So you just got to pick their brain rather than replicate what they're trying to do. Because I remember at Warwickshire, I came off laughing, but it was a tough wicket. We won the match. I think it was 2012 possibly at Warwickshire. And it was a tough wicket, but I got it just on the stroke of lunch, and I only made 2 runs. So I batted a whole session for 2 runs, and I think Trez was on 70 odd already. But funny enough, I came off and I just sort of just had a giggle because I had to. You would have thought I'd nick one for 4 or whatever, but I just couldn't. But oddly enough, I got a lot of praise for that innings because that set up for other players to come in to, and obviously Trez was playing on a different wicket. I found it really difficult, but it just shows you that you just got to go about what you stick to your strengths, and just also at times appreciate what's at the other end. Obviously Trez took a lot of pressure off me, so which was amazing.
Yeah, and obviously, being in best seat of the house with people like Tendulkar and Dravid out there. I mean, what was that like, being so close to them and watching them play?
Yeah, starstruck. Yeah. I remember Sachin walked into bat. I was like frozen. I was fielding at points, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe my idol is coming in, and like, all how his routine, his tap this, tap that with his bat. I just very fortunate to play against and with these superstars. Like I remember Ponting playing here,
of course.
Graham Smith.
Yeah.
We've had some big names playing for Somerset. The likes of Kieran Pollard in T20. I think it's about just learning from them, because they've got all the experience. They've seen it all. There's a reason why they are the best. So I think it's just, even when Hashim Amla played for Nottingham, I went into the dressing room and spoke to him for a couple of hours just to pick his brain, just to obviously work, find out how to be more successful. And not everything works for the individual. You've got to pick what is right for you. But there's no harm talking about the game. Yeah.
And all too soon it came to an end for you, didn't it? Because you had injured knees and you had to pack up in 2013.
Yeah, 2013. Yeah, so sort of like 4 years on from my sort of best year. I've always struggled with my knees. I've got patellar tendonitis, so it was very difficult. I mean, I've had it, for long term, and I think it just got to a point where it was sort of affecting my day-to-day living, my lifestyle, and like driving, sitting down to have a meal, I was in agony, or even just, walking around and stuff like that. So, and unfortunately, and that's something with professional sports. It's a short career, and these things happen. I thought, well, actually, I need to look after myself, and obviously with the advice of the surgeons that I saw was best that if I just retire and look after my knees and go from there. So it was obviously very sad to retire under those circumstances, but again, I think I can honestly say that I've given everything, like put my hand up and worked hard for it, and I've enjoyed it. So, and you just got to make the most out of it.
And what about one or two sort of special moments? I know that that ton in that game against Yorkshire here, and again with Straussy and the wicket haul, but one or two other little sort of moments, things that I might not pick out as highlights that you might want to remember.
Yeah, I think it was against Northamptonshire, T20 match, and Alton Chigambura, who was the overseas player for them from Zimbabwe, and I came on to bowl and I got him out my first ball. But I think that, because I think it was the quarterfinals, home quarterfinals, but that was a turning point as well. For me, that was quite high up there on one of my sort of list. That's quite. I remember,
because you had a long time in the changing room with a whole range of people, didn't you?
Yeah.
So there must be one or two little things that maybe sort of click there for you.
That's going back quite a while now.
Must be a Trigo story somewhere.
Trigo. Yeah, you remember. Was it changing those and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion back in the days with Big Graham Rose and all those, Piran Holloway and all of that, and Jamie Cox was captain then. This, I guess, my debut 100 first class at Derbyshire.
Right.
There were three of us from Millfield, so it was me, Hildreth and Wes, and we all got hundreds. So that was Wes's debut maiden 100 as well. Right. Mine too. So that was quite something unforgettable, which was a very proud moment. I don't know. You should put me on. It's a very good question. There's a lot. I think, if anything, you're right. If anything, it's more things like catches that come to mind. Like I think in 2005, Shah Willoughby was bowling, and what's his name against Gloucestershire? Craig Spearman ballooned up one over covers, and I pretty much sprinted for about 40-50 metres and took a diving catch in front of a packed house. I think that's the day where we made the world record.
Yep.
250 plus.
That was with JL and
Cameron White. And I remember Cameron White hitting a ball to the gates here. It was he was a good player. He could hit big balls. But it was more about moments of like catches and stuff. Sort of like again taking a catch. I remember it was at Hampshire in the finals day. We tied the match.
Yes.
And then
Never forget that one.
Yeah, and Afridi, it was at Warwickshire, and Afridi was batting, and it was a sky, and I took the catch at dead mid wicket. So again, that was a sort of a contribution, in front of big crowds, and
and let's just talk about a development that happened whilst you were playing, because you were playing before T20 arrived, weren't you?
That's right.
So I mean, what was the attitude of people then? I mean, what was your thinking? I mean, now we take it just for granted, don't we? But I mean, back when it started, there was, what was the general feeling about in the game of people like you towards the T20 game, which was completely different?
Yeah, it was. I think it started in 2004,
Three.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2003. I think Leicester were the team to beat, right? I started 2001.
Yeah,
around there, and it was all very new. It was still unknown. But I think when I played, we had a squad of players that would play in all three formats. Yeah. And that was the difference. Yeah. We had to adapt our games to fit in. So I remember playing, a 4-day match and then a 1-day match, and then, trying to adapt to T20 as well. So, but whereas now, the difference now, I think there's separate teams for each competition, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially a different squad for each competition, and so players are able to, come in and out, But whereas then, I think everyone had to just, adapt whatever the conditions were, and for you to play. So, for example, like me, I was opening the batting or batting the top 3 or whatever, but then I found myself batting at number 7. But then I had to adapt to white ball cricket, so I had to learn about death hitting, so I might go into matches where I require a runner ball, or where it's under tight situations, or where there's only 2 overs left and I have to try to slog it. So I think, my role was quite different as such when a red ball and white ball. So, I had to, red ball cricket opening was completely different. So I had to adapt quite a lot, and I actually found it okay. I actually found batting at number 7, 6 down the order in 1-day cricket actually not bad. I found a niche there. And obviously I could bowl, half the overs or, my full quota. So it is, it's difficult. I think, I think back then, it was.
It was only 20 years ago. But it was back then, aren't we?
I mean, I don't think we were looking at big scores. So for us to get that 250 against Gloucestershire, that was a huge total. But I think, generally speaking, high sort of 180s, 170s were good scores. So it was still relatively new. But whereas now, I think players just go hard at it from ball 1 to ball 120. Every ball, and there's no fear. Whereas I think back then there was also I've got to play well to keep my place in the team. So whereas now I think it's just go hard. So, and I actually can't keep up with the number of T20 tournaments that's happening. It's everywhere. There's a lot. Like today, the South African T20 series has just started. So yeah, it's a lot.
Exciting times. If you had your time again, would you do it all over again?
Yes, most definitely. I think that there's things where you learn throughout your career, and if anything, I would probably take it easier during training days. I train. I wouldn't say train less, but I train smarter. So save myself for matches, and actually I wouldn't try to put too much pressure on myself. Because at the end of the day, it is a game. You've got to enjoy it. But I think, definitely, there's areas where you tweak and change. But I think generally speaking, the whole lot. Yes, I'd love to do it. Yeah, I'd love to do it again.
If you had to choose one format, what would it be?
I'm a purist. Question. Yeah, no, it's Red Ball.
Yeah.
Red Ball for me. Look, cricket evolves, so do human beings and everything. But I think for me, I judge a cricketer, or like to judge a cricketer based on Red Ball, first class Test cricket. But yeah, because for me that's the purest form. It tests you with everything: character, tactically, technically, everything really. And there's opportunity for you to also get big runs. And it was difficult. 4-day cricket is not easy. I mean, yeah, Test cricket. It's the reason why it's called Test cricket. Get the test of everything. Your, stamina. It's because first innings and second innings, or playing the first and fourth innings, is completely different. The pitch changes a lot, so you got to adapt. Yeah, conditions change a lot.
And now you're back living in Taunton.
Yes, I am. Yes, I had a brief period in London for 3 years. Unfortunately, I wasn't too well, so I had all my treatment up in London, and thankfully, I thank the PCA for that, and people around me to support. But yeah, now I'm back in Taunton, sort of familiar surroundings, familiar faces. Really enjoying it.
Great. And obviously still follow the cricket here, still come and see what's happening?
Yes, definitely. I have done over the last few summers. Still keep in touch, obviously not with James Hildreth now, but he's obviously just retired last summer. But likes of Tom Abel. Somerset will always be part of me. It's always been and will always be part of me, and it's great to come back and actually see the supporters as well. On the Gimlet Hill,
yes,
I see a lot of them, and they still do recognise me, which is great. But and Tractor is always there. But no, it's great. It's great to come back, and it's a very warm, friendly, family-orientated place, and Somerset cricket for me is special. I always have a special place in my heart.
Brilliant, Errol. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Great to hear you talking about Somerset with so much affection. We've always enjoyed seeing you down here, and we look forward to seeing you in many, many years to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, welcome to another player podcast at the Cooper Associates Candygram, we should tell you.
Please welcome back our umpires Alex Wolf and James Middlebrook.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. An enthralling game of cricket we have on our hands. Wickets have been falling regularly for the last day and a third. Currently, Essex 95 for 4 in their second innings, which is an overall lead of 123. So 6 more wickets needed by Somerset, and they need to take a couple fairly promptly to keep the situation under control. I'm Stephen Lamb. Vic Marks is with me. Vic, it's hard to take your eyes off this.
It's been great, hasn't it? It's going to be a short game, I think, but an absolutely compelling one. And I'm guessing, and I am guessing, only guessing, but if you get to 200, seems a lead of a 200 it seems significant. If it's over 200, I think Essex, given how regularly these wickets have been falling, will be feeling not certain but confident that they've got a good chance of winning the game. Conversely, if it's under 200, there's no guarantee that Somerset can get those runs, but that sort of total, you just need one person to play an outstanding innings, an outstanding one, and a few others just to accompany him, and a target below 200 is accessible. We sort of wondered in the last hour after the morning session whether the wicket was behaving a little better. It's had the sun on it now, and the colour of the pitch has changed a bit, but there has been movement today, clearly. And 4 wickets have fell in that morning session. But the runs came quite swiftly in the last. 67 for 4 suddenly became 95 for 4, and that's quite a difference.
2 of those wickets fell to the man who's coming in to bowl the first ball of the session, Josh Davey. And his figures in that spell, which was sensationally good, really. 2 for 3 in 6 overs.
Yeah, he was bang on target. A bit of a bonus wicket, perhaps, with Elgar caught down the leg side. Not a great ball, but it's a wicket.
But he made the ball talk.
Yeah, and he gave nothing away, obviously. There's a wide in that, actually. There's one wide. So, unsurprisingly, he's starting from the river end. And my guess is, as when we started at 11 o'clock, that it'll be Craig Overton from this end.
Yes, they share the new ball, those two. And Craig has had a decent rest after that first spell.
Yeah. He got his 1 wicket via a very spectacular catch, really, which involved 2 people. I think Dixon was at 4 slip. He managed to flick it up. And Andy Umeed completed the catch at 3rd slip.
Won't be a run for that. Happens to hit the non-striker's bat.
But it is, as we were saying before lunch, it's the sort of game where every boundary suddenly seems to change the balance of the match. And certainly every wicket does.
Yes, that's what makes low-scoring games
so fascinating, compelling. Especially if they're tight. You know, in the moment it's tight. And Essex got out of a big hole yesterday.
Yeah, I think at the moment I'd say Essex have their noses narrowly in front.
We've got
but it could change so quickly.
Goodness knows what the wind viz predictors may, but you're a sort of expert on that. So you're going to have to tell us.
50-50.
It's 50-50. Right. Well, that's fair enough. But it's been going up like a yo-yo.
The draw has gone out of the equation completely.
Well, you never know with the weather. The draw's sometimes a good bet.
Well, yeah.
Because it rains in this country.
Especially given the forecast for day 4.
Yeah, well, day 4 is a long way off.
Here's Davey again.
He's very Critchley at the non-striker's end. Once the ball's been hit, he turns face and starts walking back towards the river, and twice in a row the ball's hit him. Anyway, he's in his own world probably. He's got 16 though. He's played some fine drives. The ball was a little bit expensive just before lunch. Overpitched a couple of times. Thought he had a plum LBW. It wasn't given, and that sort of unsettled him a bit perhaps. And that is a majestic shot, I think. It's a little shimmy down the pitch. Oh, he hasn't quite timed it. It's only gone for 2. I thought he hit it better than that. So let's have a look. It is going to be Overton, who got the 1 wicket this morning. Got a little bit of movement away from the right-handers. Just occasionally he strayed onto Wesley's leg stump, and that's not a good idea because that's where he loves it.
Yeah, that was the juggling effort you mentioned, Sam Cook.
Well,
Craig
there you
Overton's
are.
wicket.
Crick Viz for all to see. So don't go away. Not even Crick Viz knows who's going to win.
We were telling you the truth.
Yeah. But according to that, one side's going to get 3 points and the other side's going to get 19. But we don't know which way round that'll be just at the minute.
On the money straight away, Craigo. No doubt getting some encouragement from Tractor, who always seems to get into good voice when Craigo
He's
is
usually
on.
down on that, around by that
He's
scoreboard,
there.
isn't he? Is he?
He's around there.
Okay.
I heard him earlier. Louis, he was saying to Lewis Gregory. Good looking drive.
Yeah.
Well stopped in the covers. He's part of the furniture here, isn't he, Tractor? He's been here for years.
Yeah.
Bright afternoon sunshine over the county ground at the moment.
Well, it's a good delivery. It was well played, actually. He just adjusted late, but you could see that just move a fraction from leg to off. But he waited on the ball and just guided it down. Bit of a bonus to pick up a single from a good ball.
This partnership building for Essex. They came together at 67 for 4. One of those 4 being the night watchman. Shaping away from the bat, but mainly after it had passed it.
Yeah. And, well, once he decided to leave it, it's an easy leave. A bit later on he'll be flailing at those, I think. Cox, he likes to get on with it. Field a bit more conservative now. There's still the 3 slips, but no more than that. Just want to keep the pressure on the batsman. No easy runs. That's, again, just a tiny bit of shape visible, but well played again by Cox.
He's tended to bowl fairly short spells this season so far, Craig Overton.
Well, I think they're very conscious of the fact that he's had another injury over the winter, basically.
Surgery.
Operation. And he is such a key man. That's a good shot. It's a half volley, but he's managed to get it straight enough to beat Tom Banton at mid-off. And 4 vital runs, and everyone feels a bit more comfortable in that Essex dressing room. The sun's out. I'm just wondering whether the wicket's sleeping a little bit. A wicket, and it'll seem like it's doing a lot more again, but at the moment it seems relatively sedate.
I felt in the last 20 minutes or so before lunch it was just becoming a bit more batter friendly.
Maybe, or maybe it's just, yeah, it seems to happen. Then a couple of wickets fall and it changes, but it's partly what perspective you're taking. But that was a fine shot from an overpitch delivery.
Can Davy make a breakthrough? Not with that delivery. Certainly the ball was moving about for him in his first spell. Gets the bat down on that just in time. Matt Critchley. Rather sad to see the top tier of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion empty. There's a flood there overnight.
Yeah.
Empty seats.
Yeah, and and they can only sit outside. There's no one inside on the ground floor, where I think earlier on, I'm sure it's not the case now, there was almost an inch of water covering the floor. Bit of a shock to the system. It's good probing stuff straight. Missed that, and there'll be another big LBW shout.
He's making Critchley hurry.
And he's making him play too. Don't leave too many when Davy's on song. He gets very close to the stumps when he bowls, Davy, and it helps enhance the possibilities of LBWs. Yeah, so if you're, yes, the Colin Atkinson, it's actually a nice place to sit outside, down the bottom there. You're at long off, pretty good view of what's going on. But you can't pop inside for a cup of tea.
Well bowled again.
Today. I think I heard that, assuming there's play tomorrow, that the first floor, the long room, will be probably open. Let's have a look at Josh Davy. It's pretty close to the stumps. So that makes it, the ball still can move a little bit and you still think the batsman's going to be in line. However, he's lost his line there, and that's a bit of width, and it's well put away by Critchley. He's another of the very good signings Essex have made, picked up from Derbyshire a few years ago now, and he gets his runs, and he also bowls his leg breaks. Not perhaps much in this match, but he's a valuable cricketer and an improving one.
Played that almost with disdain.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a feature of this match in that the ball has moved around, clearly. Boom. It's not easy. But it also has come onto the bat, so the bounce has been pretty reliable. So the people have played some glorious shots on it, because there's a bit of pace in the pitch. That's out! That's out, 4 and out. Often happens in a way, you think you cracked it. Good catch, a little bit of extra bounce, and he sparred at it, and a much needed wicket from a Somerset perspective. Good catch, moving to his right. Needed to catch that. I mean, you would expect to catch that. Again,
it wasn't much of a shot in
not
the
really.
air.
I mean, they put the man back at deep point. I wonder whether he thought, oh, just to guide that square of the wicket. That's dangerous.
Yeah, well done, James Rue. Not quite in the brilliant category of one he took yesterday, but it was a good catch nonetheless.
Yeah, so Davy, having conceded 4 runs in 1 over and 1 shot, which has not been the case today, now marching down to long leg with his sweater. He's got three for, I think 3 for 15 probably now.
He won't mind that boundary now, will he?
No. It's all part of the grand plan, actually. I think it's quite common, actually, for a big shot to be followed by a dismissal, because I think there's an element that there's a sort of sense of relief among batsmen occasionally. They've just played this glorious shot. I'm in control now. It's never that easy.
What was odd about it was that he nailed that previous shot, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then followed it up with something less determined.
Yeah, that's right. He was neither one thing nor the other. He wasn't actually flailing at it. He was just away from his body, looking perhaps to guide it. As I say, I wonder whether he's thinking, I can push it for 1 square on the offside here because they've got a big gap suddenly. But anyway, he nicked it, and he's gone. New man is young Noah Thane.
He's at the non-striker's end at the moment because Jordan Cox is taking Craig Overton. Cox, who's made a useful 21.
Yeah, actually, and it's quite a restrained 21 for someone who's reckoned to be aggressive in outlook.
There's a little bit of movement there for Craig.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the clouds. Maybe they're helping a bit.
Clouds.
They've rolled in over Taunton, the clouds.
Well, maybe.
Clutching at clouds, maybe, rather than straws.
Who knows? Oh,
movement again.
Yeah, he's done that a few times. He's getting that a little bit of movement from leg to off. Just didn't go anywhere. Dribbled for a single, no more than that. He wasn't aiming there.
Moral victory for Overton.
Yeah, he doesn't like moral victories. It's a big test for Noah Thane. Matching the balance. Young man playing just his 4th game, I think it is. He settled in quite nicely yesterday, but couldn't go on. He's off and running straight away here, calmly getting his bat on that and picking up a single.
Yes, a very unusual first name. Struggle to find any others.
For a first-class cricketer, there are not many. You established yesterday, didn't you, Harry? There are not many Noahs around.
That's straying a little bit to leg. It's going to cost him only the single.
He's just changed the bails around. That's what Stuart Broad did, didn't he, famously during the Ashes, and something happened.
In his last test, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, I think that suggests that, he's looking for inspiration from somewhere. He's not quite got it right in this spell so far. He's got a new batsman in Thane, new inexperienced batsman. And he just keeps just slightly leg side. I think that's a leg by, is it? Yeah.
Yeah,
He's not quite.
Doesn't look too happy.
There you are. There's his Stuart Broad impersonations. Just needs a white headband now, and he's more or less cracked it.
Yeah.
About the same height, but not quite so slim. About 500 test wickets short. So, Thane on strike against Davey, who clearly has been the likeliest of Somerset's bowlers today. Just by doing the simple thing, on a length, round about off stump.
Pretty much like that.
Yeah.
No batsman has looked comfortable against him.
Well, apart from that cut from Critchley just before he got out, I mean, they've only picked up singles against him. So it's a measure of his accuracy. I don't think he's... actually, for the first ball, he went a little bit wider of the stumps, that one. But he's just doing the basics really well, in the knowledge that there's still a little bit of help there. And he's straight too. I mean, he's always threatening if he misses, there's a good chance of LBW. He's not going to get prodigious bounce, but he might just get that little bit of movement that would excite the umpire.
Yeah, he's in his...
They miss.
10th over overall, but one of those was bowled yesterday evening.
When he went for 6.
Yeah, so just 11 runs have come off him today.
I
nine,
thought
in
9,
fact.
in fact. Yeah.
Forgive my appalling maths. Dot ball again.
Yeah, well, particularly against an inexperienced player, if you can bottle him up, make him feel the tension. it may not have to be an unplayable ball to get him. Just let the pressure mount.
I wonder whether anyone's going to get a half century in this match.
Well, I'm rather well, no. If we do our best to be objective. Oh.
He's thinking about the drive.
But the locals would be pining for those two people to be Renshaw and Dixon to be the first half centurions. But the top score in this innings, I think it's probably Cox's 23. I mean, it's odd because
he's level with Nick Brown.
Yeah. Quite a few have got starts, actually, but haven't been able to go on. Critchley, 21. Wesley looked okay for a while. Well, that's not a great ball, but it's an even worse shot.
Not great
Indeterminate shot there, but that is a sign of the tension, I think.
Just a bit edgy.
Jordan Cott's just coming down for a friendly word. Something encouraging, I imagine. You're looking great, don't worry about that. Just keep relaxed, watch the ball. You can't tell someone to... I think actually telling someone to relax doesn't help much. For goodness sake, will you relax? It's not really the way to go.
Yes, the only thing that was good about that delivery was James Rue's take, which was neat and tidy. Runs here, just one. It's a man at backward square leg.
Right, Overton rips off his sweater.
As though he means business.
Well, I think he knows that it's last over. He's got a fresh batsman in. It's Nelson too, which struck yesterday, actually. Essex were 111 for 5 yesterday, I remember it. He's got a new batsman in, but he sort of bowled a substandard over previously. He wants to get on with it. I think that's... Oh, that's more like it. I think Casey Aldridge has just come on, or I may be wrong, at second slip.
He looks about Aldridge height.
Doesn't he? I think someone's potted off, but I'm not sure who it is. Anyway.
Well, it's still Lewis Gregory at first.
I think Aldridge second and...
Yeah, could it be... No, Tom Lammonby has done most of the second slip work.
Well, only... yeah, when Overton's bowling. Oh, he doesn't like that. Oh, you can tell he doesn't like that. The previous delivery, there was real zip and bite, and that was just flopped down a bit wide of off stump. But it's a dot. Nothing lost.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
you got a
in
little
line.
The silent clap from first slip from Captain Gregory.
They are building some pressure.
Yeah. Well, that's that's all part and parcel of getting wickets. You can get them from unplayable balls, but more often it's from batsman error that's been created by pressure. That's a good ball, and it's a lovely looking cover drive, but he didn't hit it.
Nelson is refusing to budge at the moment. I remember David Shepherd was asked about Nelson. I think it was on the Today programme. Why? James Nocte asked him. And the immediate answer was because he had one arm, one eye, and one lump of sugar in his tea.
Really? From Shep? That's what it is. That was his... Okay.
Again, he's not looking comfortable, is Thane. He's looking like someone who's just come in and is feeling his way.
Yeah, well...
Craig Overton's not making it easy for him.
No, but he's... I mean, it's a grand experience to play in a match that is bubbling up, could go either way. And quite a big match, well, for both sides, actually. I mean, if Essex... He'll get runs there, will he? No, good fielding there at backward point.
Yeah, that was involuntary as well. Outside edge. good over.
It's a big match for Essex. They've won 2 out of their 4, which is why they're equal top of the table with Surrey, and probably technically they're top of the table now because Surrey aren't playing, and they've picked up 3 points.
They've got 74 points to Surrey's 71.
So it's a huge match for them to potentially open up a little bit of a lead at the top of the table before Surrey play again with their game in hand. And from a Somerset perspective, obviously they've played some good cricket, but they haven't got close to winning, really. But they haven't been beaten in 4 games. A win would really give them a great spurt and a rush of confidence. Ooh, that too is not middle, just a bit of, I think, inside edge onto pad, looking to, I think, hit it a little leg side. And I think Cox doesn't like to be, he doesn't have much of the strike lately, but he doesn't like to be tied down.
That last over was Craig's first maiden of the innings.
Yeah, we like maidens. Not just for their own sake, but because they all, you know if you bowl, especially in a modern game, if you bowl a few maidens in succession, the batsmen, they don't like it. They try something a bit special.
There's been just 1 run scored off the last 14 deliveries.
All right.
Davy's been the pick really today, hasn't he?
Well, he has.
The attack.
By not doing anything particularly extraordinary, but he's just kept a very good line and length and been difficult to score off, and just picked up wickets along the way. Not necessarily from, unplayable delivery. Certainly the one that got Elgar was just an innocuous leg side one. That was a bit of a bonus. And even Critchley, it was an okay ball, but Critchley didn't play it well. Just hit a 4. Kind of lost concentration a little bit and played away from his body and nicked it to Rue. Just trying to think what the other one was.
Tom Wesley. It's Elgar, Wesley and Critchley.
Well, they're important.
Those are the 3.
They're important wickets. Ooh, we thought that was straight, and it probably was, but he improvised there. Ball was a bit over pitch, and he ended up flicking it. Fine for 4. So the stranglehold's been broken. I'm just having a look at the replay, see how straight that was. It was straight enough. You've missed that, and you're out. Either LBW probably, but he didn't miss it. He was taking a bit of a punt there.
Partly
Cox.
because of the pressure, perhaps.
Yeah. But he's got that on it, and that's a rare boundary.
Appeal for LBW.
I don't think so. I think he's outside the line. He's moving around quite a lot, Cox, and on that occasion I would guess, although we'll probably get a replay very shortly, that he's just moved far enough outside the line.
Yes, and maybe high, possibly.
Possibly, yeah. I think probably Davey was a bit frustrated that he got hit before previously on a ball which was certainly straight enough. It was actually ended up as a full toss, but it was dead straight. And batsman got it down to fine leg.
Normal service resumed for the last 2 deliveries. 115 for 5. So
right.
The lead now is 143.
I'm going to go. Charlie's here. He's been scouting around the ground, I know, inspecting the scoring hub. The scorers have moved from next door to just in front of the river there, up in the Ian Botham stand, Lord Ian Botham stand. And I think it's quite palatial, but he'll tell us.
Craig Overton is continuing, and with another peach of a delivery. How did that not find the edge? He'll be wondering. Absolute beauty. feeling for that. Noah Thane outside the off stump. He's not being allowed to settle by Overton. This is engaging cricket. That was heading down leg side. I don't think there's any need to appeal for that. More hope than expectation from James Rue. Nothing from Craig Overton. They've got rid of Nelson, Essex. Lost a wicket on 1-1-1 in the first innings. They've managed to avoid that in the second. But this is searching from Overton and from Davey. Out! Or dropped.
No.
Dropped at third slip.
Let's have a look at that, because that should have been taken. We've seen harder ones than that being taken in this match. Went straight into a exact right area, you'd have thought. Oh, that should be taken.
Yeah, I thought he'd held it.
Yeah, well, you expect.
Didn't
I
actually
think
see
Umeed, is it?
fall to earth.
I think you'd expect him to take it, really. And
You would.
Umeed.
I agree. How important might that be?
Oh, you must feel terrible as a slip fielder. That's the whole reason you're there, is to take those. It's the perfect delivery from Overton.
It wasn't a difficult height, really,
No,
was
wasn't.
it?
No, not when you're already crouching, ready for it.
Yeah,
Here we
look
go.
at it again.
Lovely delivery, great length, difficult line, takes a lovely thick edge. And that, oh, it's in the hands and back out. And drops straight down.
There's going to be a run here, possibly two, no. One will be enough, and Craig Overton hanging his head just a little. It's desperately frustrating because he's bowled some jaffers in this spell, and that was the wicket he was searching for, and it's gone begging.
Well, Somerset will be desperate for these wickets. They do not want to be chasing a high total on this particular pitch, although it is potentially flattening a little bit. Not loads, still plenty in there for the bowlers, but you don't want to be chasing 250 really. Here's the lead, 140-ish, just over, 142, 4, sorry. Well, they've still got 5 wickets in hand.
James Rue is just giving Craig Overton a reassuring pat on the back. Don't know how much that'll help, but it's decent of him to do it.
Very frustrating for a bowler. You don't, well, I don't know, Craig Overton might mind, but you don't mind as much a really sharp chances being put down, because
the only two Somerset had missed up till then
exactly
were very sharp.
But what you don't want is those really, well, I don't want to say easy, because it's never easy, but those chances which you expect to be taken. Pretorius it is who comes in.
As slip catches go, it was relatively straightforward.
Yeah, it's very fair.
Sun's coming back out. Wonder what is in Craig Overton's mind at the moment at second slip. Nothing particularly good, I fear.
Thane, mind you, will be thinking he wants to make Somerset pay now.
That doesn't need playing well outside the off stump from Pretorius, who's taken over from Josh Davey at the river end.
Davey bowling well again. He's looked very good in this match.
Yeah, he has, and especially today. Jordan Cox now is the highest scorer of the innings on 27. He's gone past Nick Brown.
That really does tell a story in itself, doesn't it?
Driven, good looking stroke, but will be runless. Fielded at mid on. All Somerset can do is hope that that missed chance won't be too costly. far
big
away.
Drive. Wow, that's a big, expansive drive.
Essex, on the other hand, will be hoping to make a mint out of it, particularly Noah Thane.
Yeah, early days in his career. Noah Thane. Promising all-rounder. Batting all-rounder, really. Saw him bowl a little bit yesterday. Not very many.
Just a couple of overs.
Yeah. What did he go for? 2 overs, not for 11. Bit expensive, but only 2 overs.
Given a little bit of room on his pads there. Yeah, single down to Jake Ball at long leg. Jake Ball, who simply couldn't believe it when he had an LBW shout turned down before lunch. Nor could anybody in his team.
Well, Cox is still there. He was the one it was against. There he is batting now. End of that over. 117 for 5. Which is a useful lead already with 5 wickets still in hand. It's in the balance, isn't it, this match at the moment? Real balance.
Yeah, that was a maiden from Pretorius. He's bowled 3 of them, which is pretty good out of 7.
Just a quick look ahead. This month, T20 Blast gets going. Double header on the 31st with Western Storm. Don't miss that. It's defended. Just a few tickets left on that one, so if you want to go, really would urge you get those tickets as soon as you can. There we go. There's the details. Double header from 2:30. The Western Storm game against Sunrisers, and 6:30. These two teams back against each other. A repeat of the final from 2023.
I did Thane an injustice. He did get a single off the Pretorius over.
Yes.
Which is why he's on strike at the moment. On 4 not out. He's going to get another one here. Again down to long leg. Excellent throw. In from the deep. That's what a keeper likes, isn't it? Have a throw coming in just over the stumps.
Makes a big difference, doesn't it? Yeah, it's bad enough having to catch everything that comes your way from the bowler.
This time it's held on to.
Yeah, and gone. And that, in the end, is a bigger wicket, to be honest, because Jordan Cox has to go. After what we saw in the previous Overton over, the breakthrough has been made. As we just have another look. And it goes this time to second slip. He makes no mistake. Well take. Is that Sean Dixon? Who is it who's taking the catch at second slip? There might be Lammonby, actually.
I think it's Lammonby. I'm not
at
sure.
But there we go. Chances are coming.
It's an important breakthrough.
It is a big breakthrough. And Cox, if you asked which one would Somerset prefer, Cox or Thane, they would have chosen Jordan Cox, and he has to depart. So both the players who came in after lunch have now gone. Half an hour in.
Have another look at
it. Yeah, it's a horrible length, that, as a batter to play. You don't want to go back to it too much, really. Probably could have done better getting behind it. But with the ball just doing a little bit off the pitch, yeah, straightens up a bit. Not a great deal of footwork, really, and Cox has to go.
Triumph and justification for Overton.
Well, he's, in the end, as I say, probably the one he'd have preferred. He would have loved both, I guess, would have been the thing to say. But yeah, absolutely, it's Overton, as usual, looking very dangerous. Very dangerous.
2 for 33 now. And he's got 3 more deliveries to bowl in this over at the new batter, who is the Essex wicketkeeper, Harry Duke. Batted pretty well in the first innings, Duke. Not for very long, but then hardly anybody has.
No, that's exactly it. Well, 27 is the high score in this innings so far. 6 wickets have fallen. One of those was the night watcher. Somerset, as I said, this it's that total that they're looking at now, and at the moment it's around about the 150 mark. They don't want it going into 200s if they can avoid that. Oh, bouncer to start, and actually Duke does well, the on-loan player from Yorkshire, to duck out of the way. Horrible start. Craig Overton, all 6'6" of him coming in, bowling that nasty length.
A ducking Duke.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the game, welcome to this innings. Harry Duke.
Made 25 in the first innings, Harry Duke.
Batted well. 25 is pretty much a 50. 25 in this game is like a 50 in a normal game, probably.
Oh, that's a jaffer again.
What a ball. He's so good to watch when his tail's up and he's in the mood. Overton is absolutely irresistible.
Applause all around the ground for that delivery.
It's
being appreciated, his efforts, by this substantial crowd.
Horrible, horrible bowler to face, which is why Somerset love him so much and all the fans do. As I was walking around the ground, tractor was just starting up. He's come on, Craigos. This is the last ball of the over. Again, another lovely ball.
Yeah, well played in the end.
Getting behind it well.
So he's got his tail up, has Craig Overton. Got to give him another one, haven't you?
Absolutely. On the back of that, absolutely. He shouldn't be too tired just yet. As Cox has had to go. 27 in that over.
Words. He's a good encourager, James Rue. The pats on the back and the words of enthusiasm.
Well, you need that from a wicketkeeper, I think. Wicketkeeper sees a lot of the game, sees a lot of the movement from the bowler, doesn't he? Sees all of that. Perfect view of it all.
Clipped away. This is going down to long leg. Jake Ball on station, so there'll be a single.
Somerset will feel they're a wicket away here from exposing the tail, although it'll be Harmer in probably next. He was a very useful batter, although he looked very scratchy in the first innings, I thought. Got out to a very wide one.
Duke is taking a middle stump guard, I can reveal.
Well, you are right behind it there, aren't you, Steve? You're in a exact perfect spot. So, middle stump for Harry Duke from this end against Pretorius. Yeah, can't take your eyes off this one. Wickets tumbling. They did yesterday. We've already seen 6 today. I put on Twitter, we saw 20 wickets yesterday. How many might we see today? I had a great response. He said, oh, probably about 25.
That would be something.
Yeah, that would be something. We'd be 5 wickets into a third innings then, for one team. For Essex.
That'd be the beer match.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. The 5th innings of the game. Well, yeah, there might be a fair bit of spare time for these two teams if it does end. Well, probably looking at it early tomorrow, isn't it? I can't see it from this point, unless wickets really do start to crumble away.
Or whether the pitch goes to sleep.
Well, if the pitch starts to
sleep. It's not
inconceivable. Yeah, well, so it would have to happen really during Somerset's innings for it to finish today, wouldn't it? Because then they'd chase down the target quickly, but again, hard to see. Oh, that's a big swing again, big drive from Duke.
Frenetic stroke. I think it's unlikely as well because it has got more grass on it than its predecessor.
Yeah.
Which is just a couple of strips to the right as we look down.
It's somewhere between the 2 home games that Somerset have had. That's really what the sort of pitch you want, isn't it? This is probably too much in favour of the bowler. Well, definitely too much in favour of the bowler, really. 20 wickets in one day. It's probably not quite the perfect balance between bat and ball. But then 1 wicket in a day, as we saw, or whatever it was in the Nottinghamshire game, it wasn't very many, was it? 1 or 2 wickets on that day with Joe Clark scoring double 100. That's too far the other way, so somewhere in between would be probably the perfect balance.
Here's Pretorius, and once again it's a dot. Well bowled. Pretorius just keeping the pressure on.
I always think you want to see about probably 10 wickets, an innings in a day, and around about 330 runs. That's probably a balance there, isn't it, for me? If you're looking for what would be a typical day of cricket, about 330 all out. For me, that would, in one day, feels around about balance there.
Runs are really thin on the ground at the moment. Just
Well, that's true, and that's probably down to a lot of rain, isn't it? We shouldn't, it's not Somerset specifically who've deliberately done this.
Well played this time. That's going to be a couple out to deep extra. Just a single off the previous over, single off the one before and the one before that. But 2 already off this one. Oh, that's hit the stumps. That's happened a couple of times in this innings. That, well, it probably would have been a single if it hadn't. Doubt whether it would have gone to the boundary because there were both mid-on and mid-off were converging on it. Middle stump. Easy as you like.
2 straight, yeah. And the batter. Oh, big inside edge there. Overton can't believe it. He's on the ground.
That could have gone anywhere.
Could easily have ricocheted into the stumps, couldn't it? Yeah, he's got away with it there. There's Noah Thane. Oh, Overton does look really dangerous. Really dangerous.
The lead is 150.
Might worry Somerset fans a little bit because Essex have got 2 extremely good bowlers who will also look dangerous as well as Overton does. He comes again. It's a lovely length there, pushing it full, allowing it to move.
Yeah, well, Somerset have already known for a while they're going to have to do better than they did first time round to win this game. And that's with 4 wickets still remaining to take in the Essex second innings.
Well, Essex are not far away from overtaking Somerset's first innings score, so already that will be the worst score of the first 3 innings. Somerset's one. That's in the air, but safe. In fact, go all the way for 4. Nicely played. Just off the hip.
Just straying a little bit to leg. That time, Craig Overton kicking the turf in frustration as he heads back to his mark. Yeah, there haven't been many offerings from him, and that was one.
Yeah, fully capitalised on by Harry Duke, who was on 4. Getting off the mark.
Better.
Yeah.
Wasn't far up outside the off stump. But, successfully left alone by Harry Duke. Was off the mark with that boundary. 126 for 6. The lead is 154. That's the key figure that we need to keep an eye on.
There's the James Hildreth stand, looking lovely in the sunlight with the supermarket turret behind it.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, it's the top of the supermarket just there. I don't think we can quite see it from where we are now. But yeah, the supermarket. For some reason, supermarket architecture quite often has little flourishes like that. There's one in where I grew up in Wells, the other end of the county, where the supermarket in the middle of the town's got a spire, proper great big spire. I don't know why they think these things need flourishes like this. Proper turret on top of the supermarket in Taunton there.
Bizarre, isn't it? It sort of came into fashion in the 1990s, I think.
I agree.
That tendency.
Like some kind of church. Got a little bit of a pour on it there. But,
it's probably saved one.
Yeah. Just
They've
took
got
pace
one.
off it. Sean Dixon just getting on it. A little pat on the back from Tom Lammonby. Where's that? bit like Casey Aldridge there, can't be.
He did come on, Casey Aldridge, earlier as substitute fielder.
Oh, that's not
left
bad.
alone, and Pretorius is wondering about the logic of that, but all he needs to do is look at James Rue, who's taken it comfortably. Pretty useful substitute fielder to have, Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, I think it is Tom Lammonby actually, but he is around, as you say, Casey Aldridge. It's a lovely warm day out there, bit of a breeze.
Another leave from Duke. Leaves with quite a flourish. Always busy with something, Harry Duke. Twiddling his bat. Adjustments to gear. Settles again.
Yeah, it's not a bad situation. Funny in cricket, isn't it, how a team from Division 2 can loan a player to Division 1. That again, taking a bit of an inside edge. Pretorius with his hands on his head. Not something you see in football, really. A lower team loaning out players to teams in higher divisions. Well, that's what's happened here.
Again, he didn't know where that had gone. Harry Duke.
No.
Living a bit of a charmed life thus far. Straight approach again from Miguel Pretorius.
And again.
Yeah, this time it's off the inside edge of Thane's bat. I don't think that's where he was aiming, but he survives. Another over negotiated. It's pretty tense out there at the moment.
It is, isn't it? I think Essex know they're on the cusp of putting on quite a challenging total here if they can get another 50, 60 runs with these last 4 wickets. And Somerset know they're probably a couple in an over. Let's say they've got 2 in an over. They'd feel like they would put themselves in a great position.
Still Craig O.
Down
the leg side. Yeah, that hasn't happened very often, and he was punished to the tune of a boundary when that last happened. Got away with it that time. On the whole, he's been right on the money. Has 1 wicket, should have had 2 in the spell.
Oh, it's a tempter. Has he got an edge?
Big swing, and it's not going to be given out.
Oh, he doesn't need to play at those.
James Middlebrook would have been able to see and hear everything he needed to make the decision.
Let's have another look at it. How close was it? It's a wild old swing at it. No, I don't think there's anything on it. And by the looks of it, came off the pitch a bit, didn't it?
It was a natural sideways movement.
You can see why they asked the question.
They're asking for anything at the moment.
Yeah. Don't know why he's taking a big swing at that, Harry Duke. 128 for 6 is the score.
Involuntary again. Be a single. Somerset just striving for the breakthrough. Essex striving to extend that lead. They won't feel they've got enough yet.
No, no. What's the lead? 157, is it? Is that right?
Yeah.
That's a
Craig
great goal.
Overton playing a miss.
Oh dear, Craig Overton looking very hard at the moment to play.
He could have had 4 or 5.
Yeah, he easily could have done. As it is, it's 2 for 41 from 12.5 overs.
He and Josh Davey have both been very good today.
Mm-hmm. Yep, agreed. Well left.
Those 3 slips have seemed obligatory in this match.
Yeah, you'd have to be brave to take those out when you, given that there are still genuine chances. We've seen one taken, one dropped in the last few Overton overs, so they have to be there really. Does mean there's a lot of space in the field. Those three fielders so close to the keeper. But problem is, scoring runs is very tough. Although that will be 4. The way that was played, lovely. Just angled the bat, punched it through point for 4 runs.
That's as good a shot as Thane has played. Just caressed it through cover point. Nice way for him to end the over.
Yeah, lovely shot. Overton will be disappointed, but that's sometimes you've got to allow a batter to play some nice shots. Look at that, really nice.
Yeah, he didn't need to hit it hard, he just timed it. Still Pretorius at the river end. He's been economical. 1.6 in his 9 overs. So
Yet to take a wicket then.
He's played his part in keeping the pressure on.
Yeah.
Without getting into the wickets column. Got there 4 times in the first innings. His best figures for Somerset. Can he open his account in this over?
Oh, nice defensive shot.
Ground bathed in sunshine at the moment, which will much be to the pleasure of this substantial crowd we've got at Taunton. The usual popular areas, well populated. And engrossed in the cricket, no doubt, as we all are.
Absolutely, can't take your eyes off it. You can't really pop to the loo or anything if you're in the ground here because you feel like you're going to miss something crucial. 133 for 6. They've done quite a lot better than Somerset managed in their first innings, in the second Essex innings. With 4 wickets still in hand, they're already ahead of how many Somerset managed, which was 128. Ducking underneath that one, varying it up is Pretorius. Quite a few people out on the top floor of the flats over to our left, enjoying the sunshine. Great view from up there.
I'm sure they'll be engrossed too. They're keeping their eyes on the play.
Yeah. There's a few on the balconies of the flats. There they are. Look at them, roof, enjoying themselves.
Well, they're a nice roof garden. I imagine that's a communal area up there.
I think so. I should think so. It does look nice.
Won't be a run for that.
Oh, now there's a gentleman with carrying a cup of coffee or tea, wearing a. Oh, there he is! He's giving us a wave. He's got a rather fetching lilac shirt on. Now, what's he's got? That looks great. Is it a cup of tea or coffee, sir? Afternoon. I'm going to say afternoon cup of tea. Just below that, two floors below that, where you are at the moment, cameraman. He's defended.
Tight delivery.
He's got his. I knew he'd be listening because he's got his earpiece in. Looks like he might be wearing some sort of apron. Are you busy in the kitchen? Got some lovely cakes coming, sir? Oh, thumbs up! Yes, that's what we want. There he is. Give us a wave. You're on screen. There he goes. Look at that.
Excellent. Good afternoon, sir. You enjoying the cricket?
Bid. And you got his Virtue Motors earpiece in. You can get those in the ground. Having a chat with a couple of people who are wearing them, really enjoying them. 12 quid. And you can listen wherever you like in the ground.
Lewis Gregory's coming on. I saw him doing a loosener or two, so not entirely surprising. Oh, that's a loosener. Given some room outside the off stump, and another beautiful stroke from Noel Thane to the extra cover boundary. I'm going to do my one win predictor mention of the session, Charlie. which has Somerset
Go on then.
at 55% to Essex at 45.
Still ahead. Oh, it's close though.
It was 50-50 at one stage.
Was it? Yeah. Somerset coming back into it. A couple of wickets since lunch. Nice looking shot, that one, wasn't it?
Mm.
As you said, bit of a loosener, it was on offer for sure from Lewis Gregory. He'll want to tighten it up this time. Thane on strike. He's on 18. He's moving quite quickly.
Defensive this time, though. Just as far as short extra. We haven't had many days this summer when it's a real pleasure to watch cricket outdoors.
No.
But today is one
Today's one of the days, absolutely.
Got bright sunshine, little bit of a breeze.
Here comes Gregory. Off stump line. No run.
Yeah, he's back on the money again now.
Funny, the loosener really does exist, doesn't it, in cricket? Bowlers just not quite getting their line right. It's earlier. 137 for 6. It's becoming a bit of a useful lead here. So I won't be too worried just yet, but it's just a game like this. You cannot afford to allow one partnership, even. One partnership here of, say, 50 would really take the game away from Somerset. So they just cannot allow that. They've got to keep chipping away. These last 4 wickets could be very frustrating for Somerset, but they've got to keep their heads up.
Noah Thane has been dropped.
It was Umeed in the slips who dropped Thane when he was on 2. He's now on 18. He's on strike now as Gregory comes in. So he's living on borrowed time a bit here, although Overton did pick up a slip catch in the next over. Lovely conditions now to bat in, certainly from above, if not the pitch itself. Glorious sunny day.
Doing his best to keep some shine on the ball, Lewis Gregory. 45 overs old now.
No,
is that an edge? No, it's not.
Almost too good.
So easily.
That's what they say, isn't it? Well, there's another Lewis Gregory over.
I can't take any more, Charlie.
Well, that's it. He's leaving.
It's time for Vic.
Stephen's going to have a lie down, I think. What an over. And at the end of that, by the time he started off with a loosener and finished off with 5 dots. 137 for 6. Thank you, Stephen Lamb. And Vic Marks is going to come in alongside as Somerset still desperate to chip away at these wickets. We're going to see a change at the River End, a change in the box and a change at the River End as Jake Ball will come on and try and make that crucial breakthrough. Vic, did you have a nice half an hour? Just go outside?
Well, just down on the balcony there. It's nice breeze, lovely viewing point, a few catches.
Oh, yeah. Your grandson.
Yeah, just getting him tuned up for his epic duel with Shield Berry.
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
That happened last time,
Bit
didn't
of a net for him.
In comes Ball. And defending on his toes there, Harry Duke. I've done well to remove both the players, Critchley and Cox, who were there at the lunch break.
But it's
a bit of
been
work
the
to do.
pattern, hasn't it? Just about everyone in this innings has got in and looked slightly ominous, and then a wicket falls, and then another little partnership. This one's added about, let's have a look, what was the last wicket? 118, so nearly 20, and 20 is quite a significant number in this match. Whether Lewis Gregory he's from Plymouth originally, whether he's an Argyle fan, but I can tell you that they remain in the championship.
Oh, they did it.
They did it. Everyone seemed to win, but Plymouth, they beat Hull 1-0, so they'll be playing championship football next year.
Oh, is that an edge? Yes. There's the wicket. Jake Ball gets it in his first over, coming back in for a new spell. Big breakthrough for Somerset. And as Vic was just saying, 19-run partnership just beginning to look a little bit useful for Essex. And Somerset pick up another 7 down now, caught behind off the bowling of Jake Ball.
Yeah, well, it's a good ball. It's a good ball. I mean, he's been a mixture, hasn't he, today? He's still capable of bowling, of hitting that seam, bowling full enough to get that batsman sort of groping forward. It was more than a forward defensive shot. He was looking to drive it, but it held its line, left him a little bit, and he's gone. So 7 down. Remember, it's a bit... no, it's not confusing. We can cope with it. But when you have a night watchman, you have to make a sort of adjustment. So the next guy, coming in at number 9, is the usual number 8, which is Simon Harmer, who's a gutsy competitor.
Beautiful.
Hasn't had a chance to contribute with the ball. As things stand, I'm going back to the... I do remember yesterday morning turning up, as you do, unprepared, and then romping, what, no Shoaib? Well, if Somerset take the next 3 wickets, for, I don't know, 30, 40 runs, us press box with, sages have to concede that actually they probably got the selection right.
Well, it would be interesting to see. You can never know how a spinner might have gone.
No. Well, I think he would have attracted quite a lot of aggressive batting.
I suspect you're right.
Anyway, there's still 3 wickets to get in this match, but it just keeps going one way or the other. The poor old Crick Viz.
I
mean, it's been a very demanding game for whoever it is.
Harmer looked very not nervous. I don't know, but he looked like he was waving at all sorts of wide balls in the first innings and eventually got out to one. He didn't look settled at all. Let's see how he bats in this innings.
Well, if you keep it in the right areas, which by and large Somerset have done, it's not easy. It's still moving a bit.
Comes ball. Thane. Simon Harmer is just bounced in front, I think, of Lewis Gregory at first slip.
Yeah, it's a rare event actually in this match.
It's mostly carried, isn't it?
Yeah. But it was way in front of Gregory, and I don't even think if Rue had dived, he would have got it before it bounced. It was sort of a soft hand. It hit the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball. Still, though, a bit of movement. They may have come a fraction closer.
Harmer survives. Comes forward to this one. Plays it towards mid-on. Currently, you mentioned Crickviz there. I thought I'd have a look to see about the Trade Nation win predictor on the Somerset County CC website. 74% Somerset after that wicket went down. I think that's quite generous to Somerset at the moment.
Well, I think it's run by an ardent Somerset fan. Okay, we've got club cricket starting all around the counties at Devon, Somerset. And here's a highlight, I think, from West Monkton, coming up very shortly. This is quite an innovation. This will work well, I think. In all probability. West Monkton.
Well, is West Monkton the one? Because they built a lot of houses around the area. Is that the one right on the new roads there? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. They've had a bit of money put in there, I think, which is good news. Good to see that investment.
They've got a video camera or some sort.
I think that's just a still image.
Is it?
I don't think it's a live feed, is it, Ben?
I thought we were going to get a bit of video.
That's just a picture, isn't it, Ben?
Okay, well, let's have another look at it.
Yeah, it's just a picture, I think.
Beg your pardon, I was waiting for some movement. I thought
Vic wants to watch the match, for goodness sake. He wants to see some spin.
Can't see any here. Anyway, so all is sunny in West Monkton.
Do send us your pics, by the way. We'd love to see them. We can feature them on the stream. Wherever you are, if you've got the stream on at one of the games, something I've done before, keeping an eye on Somerset whilst you're also perhaps waiting to go and bat for your local side. Full. Almost Yorker length, that one.
Well, do you know, I think at club level, there are some clubs that stream their games, aren't there?
There are, certainly are.
You can just You can see anything.
That's how we managed to watch Harry Everett swipe at a wide one. Do you remember live was it last year or the year before? We managed to find Harry Everett's game on a live stream. We watched for one ball and he got out.
The sort of stroke that he's really been quite critical of. He's been sitting there where you're sitting.
It's easy up here, though, isn't it? Easy up here. Oh, that's a really good ball. He's managed to get something on it.
Yeah.
What's he done there?
Maybe a bit of inside edge,
yeah.
perhaps. Let's have
onto his pad. His thigh pad, maybe, yeah.
Oh. Must have done, I think, because otherwise they'd have been screaming for a LBW. There's still a bit of movement there. 137 for 7. I'm not. I don't quite understand the optimism of the old predictor.
75%, 25%. The draw out of the question, it says.
Well, I think
that's fair enough.
With the weather forecast, is not too bad. I think that has to be. Oh,
good ball. Wow, Gregory causing some real issues now for Noah Thane. It's a nice looking shot. If he'd connected with it, I expect that would have flown away to the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, well, he's got 18. And, anything over 20 is a
significant
contribution.
Still on the top score of 27 in this innings. 3 players have made it to 20. Brown, Cox and Critchley. Thane only 2 away from that. I mean, he might raise his bat at 20.
What will be, assuming, well, you can't assume anything actually nowadays. Be interesting to see how, if the target is, let's say, in the region of 200, how Somerset go about it. And I think it's more of an individual thing rather than a team thing, but do they urge one or two just to be ultra aggressive? Lammonby yesterday took the long view of I'm going to hang in there, and there's some virtue in that. If you could soak up some overs from Porter and Cook, I think there are more scoring opportunities around later on. It's easy. It's got to be an individual thing, though. Whatever sits comfortably with, what works for Tom Banton is not necessarily going to work for Tom Lammonby.
No.
It's an individual thing, but it's a fascinating puzzle.
Well, we didn't get to see much of Renshaw yesterday, which was a disappointment because I think he'd be interesting to watch how he goes about this.
Well, he would, and what strikes me is that
all into Harmer driving, but
when he first came here, however many years it was, we played on some green early pitches. He got a stack of runs, and he got them playing really in quite a cavalier manner.
Swashbuckling.
Partly on the basis that it was moving around and he was going to chance his arm a bit, be very positive. And if you come off, the bowlers start to bowl less well. And he was spectacularly successful. He did really well on some green pitches where not many runs were being scored. Since then, of course, he's been around the world and he's changed a bit in his outlook in that he's more minded to occupy the crease, play the long game. He's done that extremely effectively this year when, admittedly, the pitches up until now have been more batsman friendly, so you don't think there is that killer ball out there necessarily. So how he sets himself will be interesting if he can get in. One of the cruxes is, and Essex have managed to do this by and large, is to get through that first 15-20 ball phase. The oddity, in fact, of the Essex innings is that most of the batsmen have managed to stay in for that. They talk about 20-30 balls and then life becomes easier. Well, that hasn't necessarily been the case in this match, but most of them have done that, but haven't been able to push on.
Yeah, the players that saw 30 balls: Nick Brown, Wesley, Cox, Critchley, Thane, Duke was there for 26. So they were there for a little while. So Cook faced for 16. Dean Elgar only managed 16. It's been difficult going there, hasn't it?
Clearly it's remained helpful. And it's also remained sort of compelling viewing, because I keep saying it, you know, the odd boundary here and your partnership of 30 seems to change everything. Harmer, I mean, Pretorius, oh sorry, this is Ball. Ball is, in this spell, bolstered by that wicket, has been on target and asking questions of Harmer. He's hung in there without oozing confidence.
He's bowled 2 maidens since he's come on. A wicket maiden and a maiden just there as well. So he's not conceded a run yet.
Yeah, well, that's the ticket. Now they're looking at the ball. We haven't had many ball changes.
No, not enough time getting into them.
It may be that they're not going to change the ball, but they might do a bit of work on it. Sometimes the seam gets, you know, it's like a stitch that's come out, and they usually carry a little pair of scissors, tiny little nail scissors type things to tidy it up. It doesn't look like they're looking to the pavilion. I think they've just done a bit of work on it. There's this old story about Bill Alley. Years ago they used to pick the seam like fury. Bill didn't pick it because he bit his fingernails. But apparently he asked the umpire, "You got a knife with you?" Right? The umpire got his knife out. "Yeah, I've got one here for you, Bill." Gave Bill the knife and he started picking the seam with the knife. He's like, you can't do that, I have to report you. Bill said, "Whose knife is it then?"
Gregory looking pretty dangerous. Is there something that...
Yeah, he hasn't. He's got the 1 wicket, hasn't he?
Yeah. So what's the lead as it stands now?
It's a round number.
165.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's almost a round number. 165.
Oh. Neither batter looking particularly comfortable at the moment. Ball who's bowled 2 maidens. Gregory's looking hard to get away. 165. Essentially 165 for 7. Which means Somerset going to have to score a lot more than they managed in their first innings in the context of this game.
Yeah, quick win, Viz.
What's it saying here? The
75% chance of winning.
76-24 at the moment. Vic's looking very nervous. Wringing his hands now. Getting the bat there in time for that one. Oh, there was a picture. I went on a little wander around the ground.
Yes.
I went up to see the scorers in their box, they're in a different box this year. And on the way up, because it's the Lord Ian Botham stand, they've got some pictures of Ian, of Beefy. And in one of those pictures, as he celebrates the John Player League trophy win, that's it, the Virtue Motors box there, where they are. No, that looks good to me. That's out. Plumb as you like. Straight in front of middle. And another wicket. We said he was looking dangerous. And Thane has to go now. Well, he made 16 runs more than when he was dropped on 2. Useful runs they'll be, those extra 16. But he has to go for 18. And it's a breakthrough for Lewis Gregory, who has looked very good. And there was no delay in the umpire there, raising his finger.
Yeah, well, it was full in length. Almost drivable. He was trying to whip it a bit on the leg side. It came back in a bit, hit him, thudded into that front pad, which wasn't a long way down. And up went the finger pretty quickly. Well, it's been a difficult match for Thane. He actually got in both times and played 1 or 2 pleasing shots. It's going to be quite an experience for him. There'll be easier times to come in and get runs. Just played around his front pad a little bit, looking too ugly on the onside, really. It has moved a fraction, I suppose, coming back in. But I don't think it's moved too much. It's a missed leg stump, and he's on his way.
Yeah.
Now, this will be interesting in that Snater is the new man.
Well, in the first innings.
And he will, I'm pretty sure he will, whatever the situation, give it a long handle.
Well, he was out for 13, but included 3 fours in his innings in the first innings. So.
But to see what Gregory does, how he's sending the man back at sort of deep backward point, who is only about 15 yards in from the boundary. It's almost there for the sliced slash in the air, perhaps.
Yeah, not quite on the boundary, is he? But he's there. Oh, Gregory will continue. That's his second wicket. 2 for 22 from nearly 9 overs. It's pretty good going. It's been hard going for the batters, though, so his figures don't stick out as being much better than anyone else's, really, but still taking those wickets, looking dangerous in this second innings. Captain comes in again. Oh, it's a great ball. It's a confident leave from Snater, is one way of putting it. In the end, it's a good leave. But Gregory's on his haunches.
He's on his haunches, sort of staring down, but Snater's having nothing to do with him. And it was, well, it was close to the off stump.
How close was it to the off stump? I don't think it can be very far.
No. But
another stump, and that was out the ground.
Good leave then.
Yeah, no, that's it, isn't it? It's a good leave if you're not out.
He won't leave many, Snater. It's quite a rare event, though. But that was angled in at him. I wonder if he'll stay going angled in or whether he'll go the other way.
You're going to have to make him play if he wants to leave something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's coming in a bit too. Well, I don't think we'll see a new Snater, but he's just having a little time spent in reconnaissance.
So here's the picture then of the John Player League, Trent Bridge. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
You are there. Talk me through who you can see in the. Who's that? So he's got Ian Botham opening the champagne.
Well, the day before we've won our first trophy. And there we are, it's Pete Roebuck. Ian's got the. Unsurprisingly, he's got the bottle. He's wasting the champagne. Viv's there, Phil Slocum, myself. Looks like Keith Jennings, Dennis Breakwell. What I do remember, there's also those wonderful hanging baskets. And this was Graham Burgess's last match for Somerset. I think he played in the final.
Down the leg side, what a take! Is that an edge? No, great stop though. Brilliant, one-handed stop. Round of applause for James Root. Could have been 4 extra runs there.
I haven't seen this photo before. Anyway, Graham Burgess had obviously played in the final. He played, I'm pretty sure he played in this game, definitely at Nottingham. We were always going to win at Nottingham, having won the final the day before, so it's our second trophy in 2 days. And
not many teams have done that before since, have they?
He took his boots off and he had a fag on after a while. And then
ball.
Yes, that was straight, but he hit it. Yep. And then he hung his boots up on the hanging baskets and said, "That'll do, I." And he
that was it.
That was it. He retired.
What a way to do it! 2 trophies in 2 days.
Yeah, I don't know where Rosie is. Brian Rose was captaining.
There somewhere. Yeah.
But Ian has got hold of the bottle.
And would there have been fans below the balcony there?
Yeah. I mean, that's the pavilion at Trent Bridge. It hasn't changed a great deal.
No.
Lovely setting. And we were we didn't over-celebrate after we had to drive from Lords somehow to Nottingham for this match. So there wasn't massive celebration.
Would you have gone in private cars each rather than in a coach?
We hardly ever went in a coach. I don't remember going in a coach actually. We liked the freedom of about sort of 5 cars. You know, someone would drive. They'd share the driving round between. But yeah, so it's a nice photo though. I hadn't seen that.
Oh, that's a big shout. Yes, gone. That's the end of Harmer, who just hasn't been able to get really anything going there. He's gone for a duck, and his batting has left a lot to be desired in this match. Just a few in the first innings, none in the second, and he's gone, and Somerset are 1 away now from knowing what their target's going to be. It's not going to be a lot more, you'd have thought, than 166 as it will be at the moment. Yeah, he's got right in front of his stumps there.
In the modern way, actually, he shuffled. He ended up as if he was batting on off stump. I don't understand why so many batsmen do this, but so he's standing right in front of his stumps and looking to work a fullish length ball on the leg side. But the fact is, this ball is hitting middle and off. Unless you're a really, really good player, sort of Jonathan Trott used to do that, and he nearly always hit it. And 1 or 2 players nowadays, they decide that this off-stump guard is the way to go, and I never quite get it.
You go shuffling across?
Shuffling across, your left foot is in front of off-stump.
You make it hard for yourself,
and
don't you?
And he's trying to play the ball round about square leg, and he's missed it, and it's out. And he had to go, and he went with... I think he knew he was out. He was just a little bit fed up with himself. So, Woohoo!
Well,
dear.
one wicket away from knowing what this how this game's going to go, and what the target's going to be.
Yeah. So
Stephen, our research team has come in with it's going to be some spectacular stat.
and
It hasn't been a run for 5 overs.
Wow.
Well, Harmer has been really stuck.
How come we hadn't spotted that?
He's given me back the. He's given me the dodgy pen. He's got. I gave him
A really
Thank
rather
you.
suave pen.
Yeah.
Probably a BBC.
Right, lovely. There was one, but he couldn't get a pen to work, so I offered him mine, and he's run off with the one that works.
A cunning lamb ploy.
Yeah, absolutely. He knew exactly what he was doing there.
Well,
No run for 5 overs. Yeah, it has really dried up. 165 is the target at the. Well, it was the deficit for Somerset at the moment.
Porter's the new man.
And we've got third. He's gone back, Sean Dixon. This is what we're likely to see here from Jamie Porter. Remember, no Sam Cook coming in this end because he was at the top of the order in Night Watcher last night. So we've seen 9 wickets already today. Probably, we can't imagine this partnership's going to last all that long, but we never know with cricket. You never know.
There are 47 overs remaining.
Will we get an unusual tea break like we did yesterday?
We might do.
Because there's all
it's
sorts
been an
of
unusual game, so an unusual tea break again. A second unusual tea break, won't be?
I love walking around the ground here because you get to overhear all sorts of conversations. And one of them was, I had a couple of chaps say, well, you're not allowed to take tea with 45, whatever it was yesterday, 45 overs to go. It's breaking the rules, the umpires taking it into their own hands, all that sort of stuff.
Well, they did.
Yeah, they did. It was a very long evening session. Might be in for another one here.
And Somerset, therefore, were bowled out in the session, weren't they?
They certainly were. Yeah, they certainly were.
Oh, let history not repeat itself. Mind you, you could get a scenario if a wicket fell now and the lead is you were 165.
165
still.
Yeah.
There is the possibility of one long session, at the end of which a side could claim the extra
half hour. Yeah, absolutely. One way or another.
to go home by 8 o'clock. Well,
assuming the sun stays out, which at the moment they say it probably will.
anyway, there's one more wicket required. Now, for Snater, there's now a sort of fly slip, i.e. a very fine third man and 1 or 2 scouts out, as Gregory comes in, and Snater's batting with some discretion at the moment. He obviously thinks Essex haven't got enough.
Which is interesting. We've only got 1 wicket left, and there's still some very tough bowling here. You'd think, given his general mentality towards the game,
I'm sure it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it's going to be a big
but there
swing.
is some wisdom in just have a look before I really go for it. And the field now is quite deep set. Mid-off and mid-on are quite deep. It's all on his reputation. He hasn't scored a run yet, nor indeed has anyone else for 5 overs.
No.
But there are many gaps there. Just a couple slips waiting.
He had to hit that
he's
one.
taking the run. I think that's right. I think you can get too fancy sometimes rejecting runs. And Porter, well, he's middled the first 2 balls he's received. And sometimes you can dig the hole even deeper by rejecting runs, and then...
Well, when you look at the rest of the scorecard in this second innings and you say, well, no one's managed to get really any runs, what makes you think that the number 9 is going to be much better than the number 11 is a...
Yeah, who's not totally incompetent.
No, exactly. So actually, probably, if it was a number 3 still out there, perhaps you'd
who was
think
on
about it.
62.
Yeah, that's a bit different, isn't it? But when you've got 2 players on 0, probably just as good as the other.
Anyway.
You don't want to turn down runs when they're so valuable in a low-scoring game.
It's more orthodox field now. And he's...
Oh, what a catch!
That's a great catch.
Oh, brilliant. What a way to finish off that innings.
That's the second time he's taken a catch like that.
To his weaker hand, wasn't it? His right, I think.
Right hand. So inches off the ground, I thought
Look at that.
back foot. Down he goes.
Brilliant.
That's a terrific catch.
Don't know why they took that single on the ball before. Should have farmed the strike.
No, he's
shouldn't they,
unlucky not to get 4 there. So we know the equation. They picked. We know a few things. One, Somerset picked the right side, despite a few misgivings here up in this area.
This particular area. Yeah.
Well, they picked the right side. 2, we know what the target is, and it's going to be 166 to win.
To win. 166 to win. Yes. 165. 165 was the lead. No, they scored an extra run, didn't they? Took that single. 167. You're right. 167. 167. I didn't count that last one there.
167 to win.
Yeah.
Overs remaining. Well, it says 45 on the board at the moment. Whether they've made the deduction already, I doubt it. So it could be 42 overs tonight. But that's almost irrelevant, except for, well, we'd like to know what's happening. With the possibility, though, of an extra half hour, which will take us way into, my bedtime. And I bet you our dear old win predictor is ardently hoisting his wyvern and saying, it's a cakewalk.
93% Somerset now.
I don't know. I just don't believe that. I think we are in given that the scores so far, this will be the last innings. They're required to score more runs than in any other innings in this match. It usually does get a bit easier
on these sorts of wickets,
but the scoreboard doesn't suggest that particularly. But let's forget about that for a minute. I don't know who's going to win, but I think we're obviously in for some drama. Needs one player. That's it,
isn't it?
To get more than 50.
Yep. If one
which no one has managed yet in this match.
And that's it, really.
That might be a slow 50, or it might be a magical, let's have a go.
Get it off 40 balls, sort of. Yeah. That would be a third of the run, pretty much a third of the runs in one player, and then you'd hope that the rest of the other 10 players can scoop together 2/3 of the runs. Look, the fact that they're out here now suggests to me that it won't be a tea break like we saw yesterday at this sort of time of day. And perhaps it was a bit 10 minutes later, maybe yesterday, wasn't it? So I suspect we'll be back out in around about 10 minutes' time to see the resumption.
So I don't know.
3:19 in 7 minutes' time we'll be resuming.
Okay, so would we keep going now? We do we, or not? I don't know. We do whatever we're told. But what I'm now saying is I don't know who's going to win. Gregory's just picked up 3 wickets. I think I was going to sort of doff my cap actually to the Somerset bowlers, and by and large the fielders too. There's some good catches going on again. The odd blemish. But what I felt last night was that Somerset had got themselves into a terrific position, and then they had the psychological problem of dealing with the fact that, having been seemingly in charge of the match, by the time play came to an end last night, they'd sacrificed that position. That's not quite the best way to put it, because there was some excellent bowling on a very tricky pitch. So it wasn't, as if they surrendered everything. No. It's just that they were unable to capitalise on it. Yeah. So I felt psychologically Essex would have felt strong because they'd got themselves out of a very tricky position, and they were 34 ahead, 34 for no wicket in what essentially was now a one innings match. So there would potentially, perhaps I'm overthinking this, but more of a spring in the step of the Essex dressing room, certainly last night, possibly this morning. And all I'm admiring is that the fact that Somerset seemed to have dealt with that, and they were more or less on the ball all the way through. Davey was outstanding right at the start, set the pattern, got a bonus wicket of Elgar, but he was very disciplined. Run scoring was hard. The pressure started to move back onto the batsman, and with a few aberrations, that was maintained. Even, I haven't got the bowling figures in front of me, but we'll get them in a minute. Even Pretorius, who I don't think took a wicket, but there he is, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 15. He's kept that pressure up, even though he hasn't been rewarded. He probably bowled, in some ways, he bowled better than Ball, but Ball's ended up with 2 for 25. Gregory was had a ropey first over, didn't he? He went 3 overs for 17, I think, and he picked up a wicket in that third over. He ended up with 3 for 23. Overton, actually, most expensive in a way, but important wickets. And bowled some serious deliveries, but 2 for 45. Davey, outstanding on a surface that he likes, because if that ball just grips a little bit, he gives them no respite, but 3 for 20. So, as a team, as a unit, there were a few overs where you thought they've lost it, a couple fours, a couple half volleys, but essentially they kept their discipline. by and large, the catches caught the catches. Some good ones. The old one went down. And the game is on. I mean, it's a cracking game of cricket. I mean, there'll be mumblings about the fact that it's a 2-day game, or more or less a 2-day game. But bear in mind, there were thunderstorms and lots of rain on the eve of the match. That makes preparation tricky. And it started, if you like, apparently they were saying that from their point of view, the game started a day early. But you can't cope with that. Having said all that, it's going to be so much more interesting than the previous game here. And we don't know, possibly from Win Predictor here, who says you might as well go home now, everything's all right. But other people here, 93-7, I don't get it.
It does feel on
we don't know what's going to happen.
Well, bear in mind as well, Porter and Cook, of all the bowlers in the English county circuit that you'd want on a pitch like this, they took 5 wickets apiece on the first innings.
I mean, I hesitate to speak to Win Predictor, but Porter and Cook took about 10 for 70 between them yesterday. And they're gonna be swings, roundabouts and drama in the next 2-3 hours, and it may drift into tomorrow morning. But it's exciting, and it's very significant too in terms of this season. As I was saying early on, Essex, top of the table. If they were to win this game, there's just a little bit of clear blue water between them and Surrey. Conversely, if Somerset win this, then their season, which has been pretty good so far, but no wins, are up and running and feeling bubbly before the last match in this tranche of matches against Kent in about 2 weeks or 10 days' time or whatever it is. So there's a lot at stake. There's a lot of people here who are enjoying it. They're not going home early.
No, can't take your eyes off it.
There's a big difference between the Win Predictor view and the view of Shield Berry.
well, yeah.
Not entirely surprised by that.
Shield, I mean, Shield can be unpredictable actually as well. But what does Shield have to say? Who's been covering cricket for about 55 years.
He said this before the runless 5 overs.
Right.
Before that, he was saying 70-30 in favour of Essex.
Right, okay.
But I imagine that would have narrowed in his mind.
So, we've learnt something here. Shield is not the Win Predictor.
Ah, yes. It's a clever system, but
we don't know who it is, but it's not Shield Berry.
Not unless he's playing a very clever game.
Well, he could be. I mean, yes, he could be.
Right, I'm going to...
He's playing ball down on the terrace now.
Oh, with Fred.
I think you should join him.
Is it? Well, I've got to adjudicate.
No, it's mine. I'm going to move out.
Okay.
Stephen's going to come in. So, Stephen, we'll let you kick off this last innings.
Well, how long is this next session then?
Well, we've got 43 to go, so it could be 11 overs long. Well, I don't think it'll be that. It might go till 4 o'clock. No tea.
Come on after a 10-minute break, so it should be with 32 overs remaining.
Okay. And then 32 afterwards. And then, as I said to Charlie, it's possible. It is possible that the game will be so advanced that we'll get an extra half hour. Anyway, Stephen is untangling himself. He's now got his microphone under control. Matt Renshaw's out there. He didn't last long yesterday, almost at exactly the same hour, more or less. But he'll be. Every wicket is an important wicket. Every batsman has got to find their own method and just remain calm, I suppose. I suppose you just play every ball as it, just try and forget about the wider implications or what the wicket's doing. Just play every ball on its merits, but it's easier said than done. Anyway, here we go.
First ball to Matt Renshaw from Jamie Porter, defended. And if you take it from the 48th over, Vic, that was a maiden, 49th was a maiden, the 50th was a wicket maiden. The 51st was a wicket maiden, and then there was that single and the final wicket.
Well,
it's extraordinary the way the innings was sort of strangled at the end.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of virtue in being mean as a bowler, especially on pitches like this.
Renshaw ready and defending. He's got that very idiosyncratic follow through, Matt Renshaw. After he's played a shot, a little bit of a flourish.
He's another one. He's just taking guard again. And I'm pretty sure he took guard. Border's coming around the wicket, right arm around the wicket, and I think he's taken the modern off-stump guard.
We're in quite a good position to tell.
Yeah, actually, no. When I'm looking at him now, it's more middle and off, but.
Thinking about a single, but it's not there.
We saw quite an extravagant approach from Sean Dixon, and who knows, there's no telling what the right approach is. It's very much that each player has just got to have a clear mind himself about how he's going to go about his business. Do you just play everything on merit, or do you take the attack, trying to take the attack to the opposition and fluster them on a pitch where clearly there is still movement?
Well left in the end.
There's been a lot of
Jamie Porter was
heads.
wondering about the wisdom of that, but it passed the stumps without dislodging anything. Renshaw didn't last long in the first innings.
No, it's a slightly unusual dismissal when he was looking to clip the ball on the leg side, and a gentle leading edge that went straight to mid-off very, very slowly, which is a rare way for an opening batsman to get out early on. He's down the pitch this time, and he's flicking that through mid-wicket. So that's Somerset off and running. For a couple. Again, that's interesting. Porter, no great pace, of course. And Renshaw opting to shuffle down the pitch on the line of about off stump. And he got the ball more or less on the half volley. He didn't try and hit too hard, but beat mid-on for a couple of runs.
Yeah, he's already passed his first innings score. Made just one in the first. Thinking about another there. That new ball shining in the bright sunshine here at Taunton. End of the first over of this Somerset run chase on day 2.
I mean, they don't have to chase, but that may be the best way.
They need another 165.
Sam Cook, it will be. These are the key men, well, they were certainly the key men yesterday afternoon, around about this time. Porter gave nothing away. Cook was outstanding. Just enough movement, and an alert slip cordon was all he needed. He's got to do it again now. We saw one or two extravagant shots from Sean Dixon. He hit a beautifully timed 6, having advanced down the pitch to Cook it was, but was out very soon after. What's he going to give us today?
Starts off with a leave.
Yeah, it was a good leave actually, because that ball thudded into the gloves of Harry Duke there, round about shoulder high.
It felt like a bit of a curate's egg of an innings, Dixon, in the first.
Well, yes. Yeah, ultimately he played one gobsmacking shot, but that was it, really. It is not easy, clearly, and I'm just fascinated to see how they go about it and what's going to happen. He moved. What was odd about his innings, and it's not confined to him, was the fact that he kind of uses two techniques, which you don't often see opening batsmen do at the start of a red ball match. In that sometimes he stands stock still. He's always, but sometimes he advances significantly down the pitch and starts looking to manipulate the ball, maybe get the ball turn it into a half volley. He moves around a lot, moving a bit from leg to off and down the pitch. There he goes. And on that occasion, he manages to just clip it away for one. And I'm not judging it, I'm just observing it.
We saw a bit of it with Jordan Cox earlier today. He was moving around on his crease and sometimes taking little shimmies. Yeah,
well, it happens. I mean, it's a far more frequent tactic. You've seen Joe Root do it in Test matches, and Stokes, and Ollie Pope is very, very familiar amongst the England Test team. It's quite commonplace now. It would have been very unusual in years gone by.
save from Renshaw. It's interesting, standing on the terrace just a few minutes ago, the crowd are absolutely spellbound by this game.
Well, I understand that too, yeah. I mean, we're slightly cocooned here away from the noise, and I was down there during the break, and I can't remember who got that. It might have been one of the Overton wicket, and that's a good shot. That's full. That's his time perfect.
That'll ease some dressing room nerves.
Well,
plenty
a
of
little
them
bit.
still.
There'll be plenty of them. But yeah, it could have gone either way. I'm sure it would have been the same at Chelmsford, where they get quite good crowds at Chelmsford, and partisan crowds. Why not? But a wicket fell. Somerset got another wicket, and it wasn't exactly a roar, but there was everyone was clapping vehemently and a few cheers, and there is, a goodly crowd watching, and they're not. I don't think they're going home early.
I don't think they are.
And they deserve it, actually, a lot of these people who come in sometimes in temperatures that are just ridiculous for cricket watching.
They haven't been cricket friendly so
I mean,
far
this
this
is only
summer.
Somerset. Yeah, it's only Somerset's second game, but nonetheless, they have to withstand, biting winds in an open stand, hopefully with. Well, if they can get a flask of coffee in, I don't know if they can nowadays. I'm not. It's not a straightforward thing to do in early spring, coming to watch county cricket, and they keep coming. And there are a lot of them here today, and I think they're enjoying it. Okay, good positive start. That's going to test mid on. I think they'll just have that cut off, and they'll go back for 3, but. Everyone seems to matter. It's down to the 150s now. I expect Winviz is going quite off his head now. It's probably 101% at Somerset.
That was a good crisp blow from Dixon.
Yeah. I mean, I think the message, if there is one, it's very difficult to have a group message for a batting team because, as we keep saying, every player is different and has a different way of going about his business. But I'm sure there will have been an encouragement to be positive in your approach, which can mean also you can be positive sometimes in defence. And maybe, if in doubt, take the positive action, because I think there's some virtue in that generally.
Yeah, if you can have consistency in that way, it seemed at times a little bit muddled in the first innings.
Yeah. But it's not easy. It is. I mean, it is so much easier.
It's much easier up here.
It looks, the pitch looks a bit less green, and you forget how tricky it is, and how little time you've got to make a decision. Why has he done that? There's that lovely clip, wasn't there? The West Indian commentator Fazal at the end of a West Indies Test match, which they needed just to block the last ball or two, and the tail ender somehow had a great swipe. Why did he do that? Why did he do that?
Yes.
Well, we don't really know why he did it, but you can begin to understand when you're actually batting. You don't have really time to think, you just react.
Well, we felt it a bit with Shoaib Bashir in the previous game here, didn't we, when Craig Overton was on 95 not out.
Why did he do that? Fazir from the West Indies, beautiful bit of commentary. But you're right, when Shoaib had a big swing with Craig Overton 95 not out at the other end, didn't get many chances to score 100. Why did he do that?
Driven, good shot. That's going to be 4.
Well, that's over pitch, but he's punished him. He's punished him well. That's well timed. A few shots like that, and it kind of knocks the stuffing out of the bowler's confidence. That's it is over pitch, but he's put it away really well, Matt Renshaw.
Done it to a couple now.
Yeah.
perhaps some adjustment, possibly somebody to move in that Ian Botham stand. Firmly behind that. Another 157 needed by Somerset. Mere matter of 10 wickets by Essex. The way they've been falling, there could be more to come. Three overs gone. We'll have another 8 before the tea interval. So tea will be later than average, probably around about 4 o'clock.
At least, yeah.
And an engrossing final session to follow, my word. Wanted a single, Dixon, but Renshaw didn't. I think Renshaw was right.
Yep. But there, you know, such is the sort of tension and the nature of the target that they're looking for every run. And they're taking that run, and it's a good one.
Positive. Little bit of a gap between the two fielders. Dixon had spotted it and was firm in his call. Through promptly. Goes to 5, 15 without loss. Maybe it's a little tiny psychological thing, but they need fewer now, Somerset, than they made in their first innings. Or than Essex made, I should say, in their first innings.
Well, it's an edge, but it went down. He played that quite, I mean, he didn't middle it, obviously, but he kind of played it with soft hand. He's done something to himself there. He's in some sort of pain, I think, but I don't quite know why. Anyway, he's getting ready to take guard again.
He's staying out there.
Yeah. He's not allowed to come off now.
Pushed out to
backward
point.
Top of his back, his shoulder, he's jerked it somehow. But anyway, I suppose he's all right. But he doesn't look totally comfortable.
Yeah, he's walked off to short leg. He's looking skyward for a moment. Not 100%.
No, that's that's a good delivery. That's another example of a batsman trying to change the length. He shuffled down the pitch there, and whether I suspect Cook did see him coming, and he just drew his length back a bit, and it left him. He didn't nick it, but he certainly wasn't allowed to get a half volley as he moved down the pitch.
He's just moving a bit gingerly, Matt Renshaw.
He is, isn't he?
What it is, maybe it's a shoulder?
I don't know, or possibly neck, but I mean, it's not. He doesn't look to be in. He hasn't called for the physio. He's touching the back of his head, and I suspect it's the back of his neck. He might have just ricked it slightly when he jerked a bit when he edged the ball to second or third slip. But you know, I was going to say he's tough Aussie. Well, he's a tough Aussie. Where are we?
In the
car park. I thought we were going to another cricket match around the counties, but no, it's the car park.
Which is another cricket match.
Well, this is not just another cricket match. Oh, I tell you what, he's hit that hard. I mean, I don't count that as a put down. He's clipped that off the meat of the bat. I think that's 4 saved. They may have been in the air, though.
Probably have another look at it.
Yeah.
We saw one similar when Matt Renshaw was fielding there earlier.
I think that was going even quicker, though. He's not rubbing his arm, but that's where I think it hit him. We'll have a look at that in a minute.
Runs here.
Good, solid push off the back foot for a couple. Yeah, Phil might be a bit quicker today than it was yesterday. Bit of sunshine. Now then.
He's calling for
Renshaw.
something, Matt Renshaw.
He's waving at the balcony. He doesn't seem to be getting any response at the moment. He wants something. He might want a physio. We'll wait and see. He's just run a couple. But almost runs there. It's not quite off the meat of the bat. He's definitely, I think, sort of cricked his neck a little bit. Somehow or other. Has Renshaw. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. We might see the physio leap out.
Yeah, the physio is standing by the dugout.
Yeah.
Pulled away, out to deep square. There'll be a couple.
Yeah, well,
for Sean Dixon.
Dixon clearly minded to be positive, I think. Wasn't that short. He didn't quite middle it, but he got runs there. He's not going to die wondering, I don't think. And
it's gone below 150, the runs required figure. 148 now. There's we will see the James Hildreth stand.
yeah, well, it's great to see it. Not exactly full, but it's more than half full. And it's still in the sun. We're just trying to remember, it loses the sun a bit later on, and then sometimes people shuffle over to the other side of the ground if there's space for a bit of more late evening sunshine. Well, he went down the pitch there. He was looking for the big shot. He didn't quite time it and couldn't beat mid off, but he got bat on it anyway. Now let's have a look. Here come the physio. Renshaw's taken his helmet off. I think it is something that's happened to his neck. And physio's just asking him what's on.
Yeah,
and now he's been asked to sort of just move his neck around a bit. And now he's going to put the magic hands on them, is he? Or perhaps
maybe a
spray.
spray.
Have a magic spray?
He's looking in his box for something.
Maybe it's a pill. Okay. Well, let's hope it works quickly. Mind you. Let's hope he's got many similarities with. Now he's going to give his Mac a little massage. Sorry, his neck a massage.
That confirms where it is.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll just manage to ease something back into place.
Yeah.
That's what Matt Renshaw will be hoping.
Yeah. Well, he's not going anywhere, I don't think.
No, the helmet's going to go back on.
Yeah. I mean, let's hope he has qualities akin to Gordon Greenwich. They always said when Gordon Greenwich started limping, he seemed to get 100.
He didn't bother with running, did he?
But anyway, so...
Yeah, I remember James Hildreth's bravery here.
Oh, on one leg, that's right. Yeah, getting in the last match of the season against Nottinghamshire. Basically got 100 on one leg, didn't he?
Yeah.
Which and he broke an ankle, I think, wasn't it?
Here is Cook. It's off the outside edge, but falling safe.
Well, shall I share this with you, dear listener? I don't want to dampen the enthusiasm of those in Chelmsford, Colchester, etc. And I don't think I will be. But Win Predictor has Essex at 4% to win this game and Somerset at 96.
I don't agree with that.
I'm aghast.
What we're all agreed on is it's a great game of cricket.
Well, it is, except for Win Predictor, where it's too obvious. Anyway,
Perhaps we should just ignore Win Predictor for the rest of the match.
I don't know. I'm just. It's not me either. It's not Shield Bear. It's not me. I don't think it's Stephen either. I think it's some algorithm. Or it could be, Harry. It could be Harry. He's our main suspect. He's always extraordinarily optimistic. Well, yes.
I don't think Sam Cooke will be viewing it like that.
No. Well, it could be an Essex fan who's trying to troll. I think that's the right word. Yeah. Well, that's productive. I think it's leg buys, so they'll take it. He's come down the pitch again. It's clearly a tactic that several batsmen have applied in this match. Doesn't really matter if it's leg buys, they'll do. Went very fine.
You can see he's not moving particularly freely, Matt Renshaw. Let's hope that painkiller takes effect very quickly.
If he's got written there, he might keep his head still.
Which can be a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to be, super optimistic again. Well, not trying to be. Sometimes I'm trying to be objective, but I fail more often than not in this particular box.
So another 144 needed by Somerset, still 10 wickets by Essex.
Good Lord. There's wickets falling today. I take you at Old Trafford. Very cunningly, Lancashire played 2 spinners. That is absolutely out the middle. You see, they're overrated, these spinners, clearly. Lancashire played 2 spinners, Bob Kent out for 261. Can't tell you the wicket takers just at the minute. In reply, Lancashire are 38 for 6.
Wow.
3 to Gilchrist, once of Somerset,
Nathan.
who opens the bowling. 3 to Wes Agar, an Aussie paceman of note. So, a few trials at Old Trafford. Missing a few. There's a few unfamiliar names there. Well, Bruce, I don't know who. There's the B team actually, because you go Wells, Jennings, they've both gone. But Hannon, Balderson, Bruce, and Bell, they've all gone. The B team. Tom Hartley is at the crease. So, stuff happening at Old Trafford. Stuff happening at Taunton. They're the 2 first
hotspots.
Yeah, first division hotspots.
Well, the only 2 games.
Yeah, only 2 games in the first division. Well, I think we can safely say this one's going to have a result one way or the other. And, well, the game's moving pretty rapidly at Old Trafford. That's
4 runs here, just 1. Go down to long leg. Take Dixon into double figures, where he joins Matt Renshaw.
28 for no wicket. Well, that constitutes, in this match, a substantial partnership. Even though Dixon's only got 10, Renshaw's got 14, but it's... Yeah. One of our research team has informed me it's the highest opening partnership of the match. And almost doubling the best. Which may not be quite as specific for the real statisticians.
Yeah, extraordinary scorecard. It is. Here, Dot. The top score for Essex was in their first innings was 43 by Tom Westley. Then Tom Lammonby, 38, top scored in Somerset, and then Jordan Cox, 27.
Well, and Andy Mead got 31.
Beg his pardon.
Yeah.
Yes. But 27 was the highest in the Essex innings just completed.
That is unusual, isn't it? Well, we're just looking on at Renshaw. He's had this obviously an issue of sorts with his neck, but he's still watching the ball carefully. They've tried to plug that gap at mid-wicket 2 or 3 times. He's come down and he's clipped that ball through the mid-wicket area. So they've strengthened that.
Playing that one late and well, but straight to backward point.
I mean, what I think Somerset would have been mindful of as they set off too is, you know, the Porter and Cook identifiably are the obvious threats, and they were so. So the more overs you can get them bowling without taking wickets, I mean, it just gives you a
grind them down a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, it may be that Snater's lethal at this, but these are the obvious trump cards.
And that's what Somerset didn't quite manage to do in the first innings.
No.
And they ended up, those two, taking all the wickets.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite
each.
interesting. They gave their backup bowlers were Snater and Thane, and Wesley didn't muck around. Once he saw those two going for runs, he actually whisked Cook and Porter back on ahead of time. You know, ahead of Thane only bowled 2 overs, I think. Snater might have bowled 4 in his first spell. But he wasn't going to hang around. He saw the game slipping away, so he got them back very quickly, and it worked because they both picked up wickets again quickly when a little partnership was building.
Yeah. 16 overs, Porter, and 2 short of 16, Sam Cook. 5 for 37, Porter, 5 for 38, Cook.
Yeah. Well, he's still shuffling around, but so far he's playing a valuable hand, Sean Dixon. It will cheer Somerset to see the sun as lovely, lovely May sunshine. Wispy clouds in the distance, but above us, clear blue sky.
It's a lovely backcloth to the drama going on out there.
Yeah.
Quantocks in sharp relief in the distance. Cook running towards them. And the people watching from the roof garden on top of the flats are seeing it all for free, presumably. They won't have had to pay
I
to
mean, they've
come
had
in.
to pay for the flats but a while back, but yeah, it's not a bad. I mean, it's square of the wicket, but it's a terrific viewpoint, really. I mean, I suppose the ideal is that they watch it live, but if they want to see what's happening from behind the arm, they just look at the stream. Check out the odd LBW decision. Or the odd glorious shot. They're all there on the replay. They're probably on the highlights too, on the website too. I've discovered them. Oh, that's very nice from a Somerset perspective. There's nothing really wrong with that delivery, but he's lent on it.
Was there a bit of outside edge?
Oh yeah, might be a little bit of outside edge, but he half knew what he was doing there. I think it was nice to see it again. It was a defensive push, but he kind of might have opened the face a fraction. Whatever he's got 4 for it. It flew off the bat, all along the ground, even better.
Yeah, that's his 4th boundary, Matt Renshaw.
Well, he couldn't contribute in the first innings, but already 18 in this match is a significant contribution. Not a decisive one. We haven't had the decisive innings yet, I don't think, but maybe he could play that. We will see.
End of the over. And there must be...
How many? Not many before tea now, surely. A couple more?
Three left before tea. I think it's with 32 remaining that they take tea. And I don't imagine they'll deviate from that today. Another 134 runs required for victory by Somerset.
Snater's going to come and have a bowl. Do you know what I think I might do? If I were... I mean, it's just before tea.
Give Harmer
I think I would, just to see what happens. And also what might happen is that, hang on this, what seems to be a seamer's paradise, eyes light up amongst batsmen. Even just before tea, they might... I think I would, just for one over. I don't think they're going to go hell for leather. And anyway, if they do, they take a risk.
Well, he stood at second slip,
There's
Simon
no sign
Harmer.
of it. There's no sign of him warming up, it has to be said.
That's not the sort of posture of someone who's...
No, well, he has had a quiet game. He's been sort of nullified.
I think they were planning to bring him on quite late in the Somerset innings yesterday.
Well, and
didn't need him.
And then there was a wicket, and then back to plan A, which was working extremely well. So here comes Snater, who didn't bowl much in that first innings, and is the sort of cricketer that you can never write off. He's the kind of ferocious competitor who makes things happen. But he's had a quiet game so far.
Those three slips waiting expectantly, along with Harry Duke behind the stumps.
Okay, well, he's done a little shuffle there. He's not bat on ball, but he's leg by. He'll be gratefully received.
Anything gratefully received. 33 without loss. Another 133 needed. Plenty of tension out there at the moment. Watchfully, firmly pushed up to mid-on.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? If I was Mr. Win Predictor, I would have Somerset now as the favourites. But the trouble is, and I'm sure everyone will understand this, while we're striving for our objectivity, I'm from Somerset and I'm involved with Somerset, and so I feel very tense. And it's very difficult to be totally objective. That's not off the meat, but it'll be at least a couple. He wasn't aiming there, I don't think, but he'll take a couple.
I'm sure there are plenty of people from Chelmsford and Colchester who are feeling very, very tense too.
Yeah, and a bit concerned at the moment. Just looking around, that. I tell you, the biggest contrast. I mean, yesterday when we were sitting here, I don't know, you could hear constant encouragement, chatter from the slip cordon, Essex slip cordon. It was constant throughout the afternoon. They obviously made a point. Come on, we've got to really be up for this. We've got to get back in this game, and they did. And it continued for the 3 hours of Somerset's innings. Well, maybe they haven't got the effects mic out today. I don't know. I haven't heard a thing.
I haven't either. I think it may be to do with the effects mic.
Oh, right. Okay.
The reason I say that is that I think that I heard more when I was standing on the terrace.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
End of another over.
Yeah, because they were very busy and very noisy in a perfectly acceptable way. Yesterday, as were Somerset, I'm sure. So I think it's the use of the effects mic. So disregard what I've been prattling on about for the last couple of minutes.
We can make an adjustment over tea.
No, I don't mind.
Maybe
I don't mind.
Hear more.
No, well, I couldn't hear the precise. Let's have a look. Cook is going to keep going. I mean, he is the trump card, I think, most likely to have an impact, but he hasn't managed to get that early wicket so far.
This will be his 5th, so he will bowl through until tea, and possibly beyond.
Well, let's see. It's a good line. That Dixon, especially early on, it's quite straight, but he sometimes tries to whip those through the leg side. He doesn't always hit it. Played it nicely defensively towards straight mid wicket there.
Left on line. It was, well, he needed another stump, certainly, possibly two. Back with the Essex skipper the ball, who's giving it due care and attention before returning it to the bowler.
Oh, that's
these
two could be three, might even be. Oh, it's a very good piece of fielding, actually. He's kept it to two. Not sure Renshaw is at full pace at the moment with his crick neck or whatever he's got. However, it's two.
Another 129 needed.
Two more. There's times like this, I think it's just easing a bit, but wicket falls. We said that a little bit during the Essex innings, and then suddenly, bang, 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 wickets fall in a tumble.
And bear in mind that 30 wickets have fallen since 11 o'clock yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Essex still need 10. Won't be a run there. It's a man at mid-wicket.
Right, 40. It's 40 for no wicket, and this, our research team, is the highest partnership of the match.
Our extensive research team.
Yeah.
Thanks, Charlie.
Well, there's more in the other shed, I think. That's a good delivery, and he's going to get 4 from it. Nip was an in-ducker, and I think, at best that was an educated edge, but it's gone down, and it's gone quickly, and it's gone for 4.
That's a very frustrating end to Sam Cook's pre-tea spell.
Yep.
A moral victory, but it doesn't matter, does it? It's gone to the boundary.
Yeah, and it went down. But and you could say he played it quite well, but he wasn't aiming there, I don't think.
1, 2, 3 needed now. So it is now less than Somerset got in their first innings.
Yeah.
So Snater to bowl the last over of this session. To Matt Renshaw. Nice looking drive, but he won't get through the infield. He's moving a little bit more freely now. Maybe that pill has taken some effect. Have another one with his tea, maybe.
Well, as long as they've looked up the dosage, we don't want to fall him asleep.
Shaping to play that to leg. Interesting to have another look. It wasn't a concerted appeal.
No, I mean, it didn't look quite right. But again, sometimes it can be a bit misleading. But it's a bit leg side and a bit high. But batsmen cover their stumps a lot nowadays, so it's always worth a shout. But I think that's on 2 counts, not quite right, and not out.
Did that quite late, Matt Renshaw, but defensively.
We can check LBW for height, and there you see that's
good shot.
The beauty of having a camera square of the wicket. You can see that it's significantly above the knee roll and probably hitting him above bail high. Oh, he came down the pitch at that and he missed it.
Yeah. Not a timely stroke.
It wouldn't have looked good as they all marched off for tea after that, but he's... How many balls left in this over?
3.
Okay.
Just
we'd admired the bravado of the shot if it'd gone for 4.
That's more like it.
A bit more like it, although not off quite off the middle of the bat there. He just got quite excited, Snater, who's found himself playing on a sort of what might be described as a seamer's paradise. He's still looking for his first wicket. He hasn't bowled many overs, to be fair. He hasn't had much of a chance, but he's the only seamer, apart from Noah Thane, who's all-rounder, I'd say. He's the only seamer in the match not to have taken a wicket, but he hasn't had many overs.
He's only in his 10th over of the match.
Yeah.
Single. Just enough room backward of square to take that. So that will conclude the afternoon session with Somerset on 45 without loss. They need another 122 to win. And, well, this game could well finish today.
Well, I think we could safely say that was Somerset's session. Picking up, what was it, 5 down or 4 down? 4 down at lunch, so 6 wickets. And then 45 with no wicket is gold dust in the context of this match. It's not over, of course, but it's a great start. They're doing better than Lancashire at 48-7.
Yeah, the bowlers taking the wickets for Somerset earlier, Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory, each took 3, and 2 apiece for Craig Overton and Jake Ball. And that top score of just 27 in the Essex second innings. So as the players troop off, we're going to have a little break. Can hardly wait to sit back down and watch the evening session start. Join us then.
Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. Based only a few miles from the Cooper Associates County ground, WPA looks after the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK, from families to some of the UK's most well-known companies. Somerset County Cricket Club 2024 Replica County Championship and Vitality Blast shirt are now available for order from Somerset County Sports, which is located next to the Somerset Cricket Museum, also from the SCCC shop behind the Ondarchi stand. A wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks will be available from the following outlets: Stragglers Coffee House, Marcus Juscofic Lower Concession, Great Catch Fish and Chip Bar, and the Eden Boating Bar. Join us on Saturday, June the 22nd for an open-air concert of patriotism and pure joy. Celebrate the last night of the proms with world-famous Black Dyke Band here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There are limited tickets for just £18 before the prices go up on June the 1st, so get your £18 tickets today. Anyone who buys a ticket during the course of this fixture will also be added to a prize draw, which could see the winners upgraded to 1875 Club hospitality for the concert, and them and 3 guests.
That's what Alfie gets. I don't know about it's not 70.
On Friday, June the 21st, get ready to be transported to a world of rhythm and soul with the one and only Craig Charles. From the stages in Glastonbury to the airwaves of BBC Six Music, Craig has been entertaining crowds with his infectious energy and unbeatable beats for over 30 years. Tickets start from just £25 and can be purchased via our website or from reception in the Marcus Juscofic Pavilion. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal partners for the 2024 season: Cooper Associates Group, WPA Health Insurance, Trade Nation, Hygos Insurance Services, and Virtue Motors.
Waiting my moment.
Oh, they got radio completely. No. They're about
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The Essex team are in a huddle, as you can see on the outfield. I wonder what words are being exchanged amongst them. We've got a situation here where Somerset, with all 10 second innings wickets in hand, need 122 to win. Now, if that sounds straightforward, then don't you believe it? Because 30 wickets have fallen since the start of this match yesterday morning at 11 o'clock.
What's that? How many sessions have we had? Five sessions.
This will be the 6th. So
30 wickets.
There are the two openers, Matt Renshaw and Sean Dixon, on 21 and 19 not out, respectively. They started positively before the tea interval, and I'm sure will be intending to continue to bat in the same vein.
There was just one moment where my heart was in my mouth in that little session, those 11 overs before the tea break, where Matt Renshaw came charging down the wicket, had a big old swipe at one, missed it. But other than that, the ball didn't seem to be doing loads. Now, it wasn't easy to bat, but it wasn't the minefield that it has appeared to be over the past 5 sessions. I think that's fair to say.
Yep.
It didn't seem to be swinging and moving.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like it felt just before lunch, when the ball wasn't doing quite as much as it had been. It was a similar feel. 11 overs bowled with this new ball. Here's the start of the 12th. And there will be a run immediately for Matt Renshaw, just dabbed away down to third man. Pretty much where he was intending. So Somerset account straight underway.
It must be warm today because Australian Matt Renshaw's taken his gable knit jumper off to bat in. He had it on before the tea break. So it just shows it must be a lovely warm day. I was outside for a little bit there on the balcony during the tea break, taking it in. It's a lovely afternoon here. There'll be plenty of people in the ground treated to... Could be a very exciting session here.
Cook then, continuing from where he left off at the tea interval. Oh, that's close. Although maybe it was exaggerated by the movement after it had gone past the off stump.
It seemed to jag back, didn't it?
It's a good leave in the end.
The run rate required. Now that's an unusual statistic to have up. The run rate required is 0.54.
That's presumably taking in all 4 days, is it?
I don't think that sounds like... I think that sounds too high. Going at half a run and over for 2 and a bit days. Is that all we need, maybe?
Not where he intended, but will bring another single. So that's Dixon underway after tea.
Somerset won't mind how they come. Somerset will not mind at all. Every run is like gold dust here when you're chasing a low total in a game where the ball has dominated bat. We've not seen a partnership this high in the entire match. This is the highest partnership. No player has made more than Wesley in the first innings, who made 43. That gives you an idea of what we're working with in this match.
Firmly defended this time by Renshaw. 120 more runs needed. It's got to be the highest total of the match, which at the moment is Essex's 156. They've got to better that by 11 runs, but they've made a good start.
They did well to keep it to 167. There were moments during Essex's second innings where I thought Somerset could be looking at a score beginning with 2, but actually they really did well towards the end.
Played that fractionally late, Matt Renshaw, but okay.
Give you an idea of that, the way those wickets fell towards the end. It was 137 for 6, and it finished 138 all out. So they picked up those last 4 wickets, number 7, 8, 9 and 10, fell for 1 run. So they really were, at that point, Somerset were looking at a 200 plus lead to try and get.
They choked it off.
They bowled very well towards the end.
Driven, just a little shimmy down the wicket. We've seen that from several batters in this game, and there from Matt Renshaw to conclude the over. There were 5 runless overs in a row in which 2 wickets were taken, and then the single followed by the last wicket.
Yeah, there may have been three wickets really, because 46.3 was when the 7th wicket fell, and that was on 137, and then it was a single before that final wicket, the 10th wicket. So yeah, 4 wickets fell with just 1 run. That 1 run before the final wicket,
which fell to a great catch.
It
Let's not
certainly did.
forget
Yeah,
by James Root,
James
his
Root.
second brilliant catch of the game.
Those 2 catches were not at all regulation catches. There are some catches you expect a keeper to take. Those 2, if they'd gone down, you would have said, "Oh, a hard chance." Maybe catch those a few times out of 10. But those are 2 wickets which, that's a nice shot, driven hard by Sean Dixon. 4 more, and that's a 50 partnership for these 2. First time we've said that in this match, a 50 partnership. And that was a really nice drive. It's quite a full delivery. Sent straight back towards the boundary. Long off.
That's a confidence-inducing stroke for a batter.
Pitching it up here is the bowler, who's just looking for swings, Snater.
He's moved ahead of Renshaw, Dixon.
Oh, he spotted a gap there, and that's gone all the way. Huge hit for 6 over mid-wicket. He's used his feet, he's come forward, he's created an angle there where he can smash it. He's seen a huge gap in the field. All he's got to do is clear the infield and it's safe. But he's connected fully with it. 10 runs in 2 balls. And that score now, 57 without loss. And Somerset are nearly into double figures required here.
110 is that runs required figure.
Well, they're punishing,
right now.
and they're looking to take on Snater here, who is not Porter or Cook, skill level-wise. This time happy to defend.
Well, you've got 10 in the over already.
Yeah, no need. Well, absolutely. They only require 0.54 and over from this point inwards. It's, it's Sean Dixon, who did hit, in fact, he hit a 6 and no 4s in his first innings. He finished with 1 6 in his 10. So he is this. That's how he plays. If you feel confident enough to hit it, the field is fairly close. He's defending again.
Yeah, that's the 4th ball of the over. He seems to be showing thus far, not wishing to put the mockers on him, a more consistent strategy in his batting than he did in the first innings.
Yeah. They look a lot more relaxed than they did when they were coming out in that first innings. Somerset do. Renshaw, was hard to tell how he looked because he got out so early on, but Dixon was there for a little while. Didn't play particularly well, did hit that 6, as I mentioned. Using his feet again, this time trying to find a gap through mid-wicket, and he's found it. He won't go for 4, there's a chase on here. They'll come back certainly for 2. It's Jamie Porter running after it, and they're going to go for a 3rd on the arm. Well run. Well, this has been an excellent over for Somerset so far. 13 from it with the ball still to be bowled. They move up to 60. 107 runs required. 10 wickets in hand. How's Crickviz looking? I know Vic will be keeping up to date with it.
120% Somerset, probably.
99. They say 99%. Still feels a little high to me. That
I agree.
Maybe in the
it's been exaggerating
70s, yeah.
Somerset's chances.
I'd say it's 70-30 is in my own, because a couple of wickets. You can always add 2 wickets on. 2 wickets can fall like that, can't it? So
yep.
Suddenly that would change things greatly. But the way these 2 are playing, especially if Dixon keeps connecting with it.
In the meantime, it's the left-handed Renshaw, who wants a single, will get it comfortably.
Excellent over for Somerset. 14 runs from it. That is a huge chipping of it. We've got a hole here. Taking 14 runs in 1 over is a massive dent in that total.
Tom Westley must have Simon Harmer under consideration.
Surely, yeah. Not far away, surely. Who is it looking at the ball there? It might be Harmer himself, actually, having a look at it. Yes, it is.
Still Cook at the moment, unsurprisingly, at the Marcus Truskothic Pavilion end.
Wesley and Harmer were together there, having a chat. Wouldn't be surprised then, I think you're right, Stephen, if we do see a bit of spin. But it will be Cook who continues from the Marcus Truskothic Pavilion end.
Driven. Won't be a run, though. He's pinpointed the Essex skipper Must have a lot on his mind at the moment, Tom Westley. That's the healthiest looking total we've seen on the scoreboard for many an hour.
61 without loss. It feels like we're on a different game. The highest partnership up to until this point was 39. Shot.
4 more.
Rocking back.
Few extra cover this time. They're doing some at the moment, Somerset.
I don't mind it as a tactic. I realise there are risks involved, but when you've got 10 wickets left, if you can put pressure back on, especially Cook, make him try to do something, rather than just being able, this is what Vic's been talking about actually, getting into a rhythm, being able to just to bowl their normal thing, let the pitch do the work, let a bit of movement do the work. If you're causing Cook problems, making him think about, well, what have I got to do here?
He's going at 4 and over at the moment.
Another run here.
Possibly a leg by.
Yeah.
Had that look about it, the way it came off. There's always that slightly reduced pace. So the single, 66 without loss,
Well,
101 needed.
We were talking about 5 overs in a row earlier on where there wasn't a single run scored. We've seen 19 off the last 8 balls, 9 balls, 9 balls. Quite incredible, really, the pace they're going at here.
Defensive push this time. Well, if they keep going at this rate, they're not going to need the extra half hour. But it's still early days. Still another 101 runs needed in a low-scoring game.
Essex have already won 2 games this year. They've been a team on very good form.
Big appeal for LBW, but he was probably looking for pad and then bat. But it came off the bat fairly firmly. Oh,
Outside the line there.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the pad was involved. It may just have been bat.
Did have a bit of a thud about it, which suggested maybe his bat was slightly behind his pad. Either way, having seen the replay, I don't. Either way, don't think it looked like it was out to me. I'll have a look at a slow-mo replay in a second. Cook now on top. Well, it's not going to be all Somerset's way. Here's the replay of that LBW shout. Let's have a look. Oh, it's very close, isn't it? But to bat or pad, I mean, but I don't think it's the impact's outside the line.
It's rather hard to tell exactly what it hit.
Yeah.
Maybe it was pad.
It's not out. I think it's a good decision from the umpire.
The way it came off, it looked like bat.
Yeah, it did.
It came off quite firmly,
down, didn't it? Yeah. Either way, the game moves on. Still 10 wickets in hand.
And Simon Harmer is still at second slip at the moment.
Well, we said before Somerset innings started that if one player were to reach something like a 50, then the rest of the team could work around that and be able to put together probably 167, which is the target.
Still to be Snater from the River End.
A bit surprised about that.
No, there won't be a single.
After 14 in 1 over, they just can't afford another over like that, really.
Well, maybe he felt Tom Westley give him one more and see what happens.
Well, I guess, yeah, I guess if Dixon was targeting him, then there's a chance of accidentally misjudging it, isn't there?
But Dixon's at the non-strikers
but that's it, exactly.
End at the moment.
Yeah, it's Renshaw on strike, so perhaps felt that was a safer bet for him to bowl another.
Is that caught? No, it's gone to ground. I'm not 100% sure it carried.
It was very close to the ground, whether it just bounced in front.
Harmer
they don't look
dejected.
Yeah, I'm not sure they look as dejected as they might be had it been a drop, if you see what I mean. Yeah, I think he's just pointing out a point on the ground. I think it bounced in front of him just.
Bump ball.
Here we go. Let's have a look. Can't quite see. I think that looked like it was.
We may have a better view of that from side on.
This is. Oh, we might get it here. Here we go. Let's have a look. See what this camera shows us. And bounce is just in front of his hand.
Did well to stop it.
Renshaw is pulling this one. Oh, and that'll be 4 runs. It was a bit too straight from Snater. There's no cover out there. One fielder is not going to be able to grab that. And it's 4 more to the total. And that means that Somerset are now chasing a score in double figures as they move to 70 without loss. That's too easy for Renshaw, that one.
Yeah, I think this must be Snater's last. I think he's going to have to look
yeah,
elsewhere.
There's the odd bad ball. It just isn't. This is what we said earlier on, that Essex have got those 2 excellent frontline seamers. And Snater's, you can tell there's a difference when Snater's on. And maybe that's just Somerset thinking, well, we're going to have to target Snater because we're not going to make all that much off Cook and Porter, although they have been going at 4 and over off Cook so far.
Well, he could bring Jamie Porter back.
Yes, that's it. Yep.
Or he could opt for Simon Harmer.
It seems to me the Essex way of doing things is to always have one of, if not both, Cook and Porter on. Somehow they manage to sort of eke it out so that there's always... Certainly that's what it was like in the first innings. Obviously that's different if you're bowling for 150 overs. But when in a short game like this, when Cook comes off now, they might be able to keep Porter on. 70 without loss. I didn't see this coming, Stephen. I wouldn't have thought it, certainly this quickly as well. They've flown there.
The ball is not doing as much.
No, it isn't. It really isn't. Much to Somerset's luck. Essex must be wondering what on earth they've got to do here. The ball's been moving around a lot. So just clipped lovely into the leg side again. 4 more runs for Matt Renshaw. And again, Snater just going too straight and allowing Renshaw to move slightly across his stumps and play it into the vacant leg side. There's another 4.
I think Wesley has signalled to Porter that he's on at the river end, next over.
Just Snater's gone for how many off the last? He went for 14, and then how many did that go for? 8, I think. So 22 from those 2 overs. 22 runs is a huge, huge bit of this target.
In this context, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, that's T20 figures, isn't it? Going at 11 and over.
I mean, the last 3 overs, 4-6... ... 3-1. That was Snater. Then .4 leg by ... So 5 off that one. And then the 2 boundaries.
Yeah. Well, Cook continues then.
More runs here, just 1 more. Down to long leg.
They're in a hurry, Somerset, aren't they? They got
are.
on tonight, Saturday night, they got plans. They don't want to do that extra half hour.
92 more needed now.
Things will change with a wicket, though, Stephen. Things will change. That's Essex know exactly that.
And one has so often brought 2 over the last couple of days.
Absolutely, they have. Yeah. Glorious day to watch cricket. I was speaking to some people downstairs who said, first proper cricket watching day of the summer. This is.
Oh, is that out? That's close. Not out, says James Middlebrook. That looked reasonably close.
Pleading, wasn't he, Sam Cook? Let's have a look.
Maybe slanting down the leg side, but not by much.
Another look at the replays. It's a slow-mo. It's quite high, is it?
Maybe,
it's quite tall, isn't he, Matt Renshaw? Let's have a look. Comes across his stumps. Yeah, maybe on height.
Cook tries again, and this time he beats him outside the off stump.
Cook's winning this battle at the moment.
This is his 8th over. He's bowled since the start with the tea interval in between, so that gave him a bit of a break.
Useful break, the tea interval, 20 minutes off. Carry on where he left off. And we think it's going to be Porter in the next innings, so next over. So Somerset will have their Renshaw and Dixon have their work cut out for them.
Oh, big appeal this time. He is out. Renshaw's gone, and Essex have struck for the first time. Gives the visitors a bit of hope. 75 for 1, and he looked trapped in front there.
Yeah, very guilty looking shot. Yeah, he's a lot of complaints. I don't think Matt Renshaw can have, so he's got to go. Well, it's a good innings. He's got Somerset going, 35. Yeah, it's pretty out, isn't it, on the knee roll. And Cook, in the last few balls, Cook has found something that has made him unplayable. To the left-hander, he's probably quite likes bowling at that angle to the left-hander, I should think.
He will probably have another one to bowl at as well, because presumably Tom Lammonby
Would have thought so.
will.
Unless they're going to try something funky here, Somerset. Put Tom Banton in or something.
I think it's Lammonby.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
So Cook has 2 more deliveries in this over. Lammonby will be on strike immediately.
Well, I did say things might change with the wicket. See you now. Lammonby, who was playing a very different game to the one we've seen played so far. They're going at 4.78 and over at the moment, Somerset. Lammonby was very slow in his innings in that first one. He scored 38 from 116 balls. That was a strike rate of 32 3/4.
I wonder, will he adopt the same strategy, or will he play more aggressively in this situation? We'll soon find out.
If you're interested to find out whether CricViz, the Trade Nation win predictor, thinks that wicket has made any difference to the chances of Somerset winning this game, it has not, apparently.
Left, I think.
Still 99% Somerset, with that wicket in mind.
I think we'll give Lammonby benefit of the doubt there.
Might be a bit
Might have been generous.
Yeah, maybe. No, he did seem to tuck it a little bit behind his leg.
He didn't really play a shot.
No, he wasn't. Yeah, I think you're probably not far away. Cook has been very hard to play in this over. Not a good one, but Lammonby gets behind it. Well, that is the breakthrough that they wanted then from that over, and we might be seeing change at the river end as well, I think. 75 for 1. So what does Dixon do here then? Because Lammonby's likely to play carefully, I'd have thought.
Well, unless there's been a sort of strategy review ahead of this final innings.
Go for it.
Yeah, which is a possibility.
Yeah, T20 season's not far away. No time like the present in practicing.
It'll probably be a subject under discussion at this moment.
Yeah, I should think so, as the two come together. Punch gloves. Yeah. A little bit of patting and gardening on the wicket.
So it's the other 5 wicket taker who's coming on at the river end now, in the first innings, that is. Jamie Porter back on for a second spell.
Be buoyed by that wicket having fallen. That's guided nicely to the players come around. Sam Cook. Oh, they run 2. Very good running. Somerset, they've been quick there. Dixon getting back on strike.
Yeah, they ran the first really hard and well.
Very well done.
He knew the fielder had a bit of a chase on.
Yeah, good effort. So another 2 to the total. Somerset require 90 to win. 9 wickets in hand. Left alone. Tense now. Pleased to see we're still showing the required run rate, 0.41. Something to bear in mind.
27 overs left today, although there is the possibility, if the umpires consider a result possible, of playing for an extra half hour.
So what would that be? 90 divided by 27 is going to be around 3.33. Well, they've been going more than a run over quicker than that. No edge on it.
Oh, he certainly played at that.
Things have changed a lot in these last 10 balls. These 2 overs. Dean Elgar sitting cross-legged on the turf there. Can't believe it's not touched something on the way through. Sean Dixon's bat.
They're putting absolutely everything into this, these two bowlers. It's do or die, really, isn't it?
It's getting to that stage for Essex, isn't it? They don't want to let Somerset get anywhere near it with a lot of wickets in hand. Inside edge, there's a drive. Could be two here, should be. Yeah, another couple. As I said it before, they won't mind. They will not mind. It's not going to be pretty. But I've been really impressed with Dixon's attitude, the way he's come out. And thought, I'm going to push at the bowlers here. I'm going to put pressure back onto them. Let's see. Tactic seems to be working for him so far. Renshaw got a bit tied up against Cook. He was going similarly. But it's a runner ball so far, his innings. Gone down the pitch, this one. That's going to be another huge shot. How far's that gone?
Four extra cover.
Shot again, using his feet. Watching here. He's looking at the turf in front of him. Keep an eye there. Get a couple of steps. Bang. Lovely shot. All the way. Well, this is what we're talking about, that aggressive way of playing. Lovely shot.
Yeah, Dixon has now made the highest score individually in the match for Somerset.
Dixon on strike again. And he's gone. Caught behind. Well, just as he was looking to attack again, he's edged it behind to the keeper. And Duke is able to cling on. Fairly regulation catch for him. And Dixon goes for 42. 1 run short of the highest score, joint highest score of the game. 83 for 2. Oh, we knew it would be tense. Somerset are pretty much halfway there. 84 needed.
Well,
not a bad innings, mind you.
There's some tense moments to come, aren't there, Charlie?
Well, the thing is, Dixon has got a send-off there, I think, from Jamie Porter. If you watch that replay, I think he had a few words in Dixon's ear. Have a look. Yeah, I think so. And Dixon sort of nods as he goes off, I think. Umeed. So, 2 batters on naught now. Oh, how things have changed. But Dixon had that, because he's so early, he's an opener. You've got that. You're able to do that. You've got 10 wickets behind you, 9 once Renshaw's gone. You can play like that, knowing that there are other players who will then have to come in and adjust their game. And actually, that platform, 83 with 2 wickets down, is not like anything we've seen from any of the innings so far.
Well, yeah, they're halfway there.
Yeah, for instance, Essex were 88 for 5 in their first innings. Somerset were, well, they were 83 for 5 in their first innings. So to be only 2 down, 83 for 4 they would have been in the Essex in their second innings. So this is not a bad platform at all. But now with 2 batters on naught, it's going to be a question of starting again, and that could be quite tricky, especially against Sam Cook, who seems to be bowling very well, in particular against left-handers.
Yeah, well, Andy Umeed has come in. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. That wicket fell off the last ball of the over. So Cook's going to be bowling to Lammonby.
Oh, left. Oh, the tension.
Lammonby has only faced 3 balls, so as you say, it's really both of them starting from scratch.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Dixon 42 off 40 balls will. Well, it depends how the match goes, doesn't it? In the end, you'll have a look back and you think, well, that was stupid, him getting out like that. But in the context of where we are now, I can see the thinking behind it. And actually, 42 runs on a game like this is almost the highest score of the entire match.
Yeah, it's a worthwhile contribution.
Certainly is. Well, let's see how these 2 get on. Appeal when it's hit the bat.
They're going to appeal for anything.
We'll give it a go.
Essex,
yeah, why not? Into his 9th over, unchanged, but did have a tea break in halfway through.
26 overs left for either Somerset to make 84 runs or for Essex to take 8 wickets. That's where we are. It's firmly defended. They might have taken a single there, but there's enough doubt in the batter's mind. You don't want to run out at this stage, at any stage really, but when you've just lost the 2 openers in quick succession, you want to compound it with an indiscretion between the wickets.
Another partnership of around 40. probably would be enough for Somerset. It's not a huge partnership, but in the context of the game, it would be. And little cameos from other players.
No run there. It's gone straight to mid-on. And Tom Westley.
How are the nerves, Stephen?
Jangling.
Yeah. I'm sure you're not the only one.
I'm coming to the end of my half hour, so Vic Marks, I'm sure, will have jangling nerves too.
There'll be a bag of nerves over there. Quivering wreck.
Will come in.
These two taking a very different approach. Well, we haven't seen Hamid actually yet, but Lammonby not going to be hurried into doing anything like the way that Sean Dixon was playing.
Yeah, and he's got time to play himself in.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's got 2 days.
Potentially. Though it's not looking at all likely that this game will go beyond this session. Oh, that's no need to play that at all. That was well outside the off stump. End of the over. 83 for 2. Both batters on 0, and yeah, they're on the cusp of the halfway mark, Somerset. They need another 84 to win.
Thank you, Stephen, who'll join us a bit later on. Thank you to John, who's been in touch on Twitter. I'm at Charlie Taylor 4, or you can use that Somerset CCC. It says Stephen Lamb and Charlie Taylor are discussing a T20 approach here as Tom Lammonby, or Lamborghini as he's called it, comes out. Why not, says John. The openers have got it below 100, the field's up. Tom Lammonby is in the middle of a purple patch. Even 2 overs going for 10 is enough. Yeah. Problem is, ball's doing an awful lot. It has been throughout the game. Although, it seems to be doing a little bit less in this innings as Umid faces his first ball, which is defended. Now Umid hit, what did he hit? 2 6s and 3 4s, I think, in his first innings. He plays a really good looking sort of pull shot for 6. Isn't that easy, because the wicket they're playing on is right in the middle of the field, really. Yeah, 2 6s and 3 4s in his first innings. Somerset would dearly love that in this innings. Driven, not really getting it all, and finding the fielder no run there either. So Vic Marks comes in alongside him. What's the Vic Marks, the WinVic, instead of WinViz?
WinVic.
Crick Viz,
Well,
Crick Vic.
as I've told you before, it's very hard to be totally objective when you kind of are emotionally involved in these things, and you start to fear the worst, and you only have to listen to Anthony's commentary here and there to understand that, you know, you get involved. So rationally, Somerset are clear favourites to win this game, but they've just lost 2 wickets in 2 overs. I actually played a game against, I remember when I played against Essex, where we were bang on course to win way back.
Oh, do I want to hear the end of this story?
Well, we ain't going to win, I can tell you that much. Gordon Bennett, he's slapped that, and he slapped it pretty well. It's going to really test him. They'll get 3. It was a bit of a slap, but Andy Hamid is going to take the positive route, it seems. You know, I remember Keith Fletcher, it was the time of Keith Fletcher, and John Childs, I think, was playing for Essex. That sort of era, so it was in the 80s somewhere.
So it's over halfway, by the way.
And we seem to be coasting towards a sort of run chase. And we blew it.
No.
But
who blew it? You? No,
well,
surely not.
It's hard to say. I can't remember the detail now. So you know, when you're involved, you can't take anything for granted. But it's still a good game. Look at Lammonby now. He must be batting outside off stump. Oh, well, it means he leaves those just about. But Porter was interested. So for anyone who's got any sort of bias, it's not tension free, and I don't think many people have left. I think what we can often see here as the sun starts to begin to set is the spectators migrate from the Somerset stand, where there's one section open, and in particular to the Hildreth stand, which is just losing the sunshine. That's a good delivery. Lammonby looks to be setting himself to play as he did in the first innings, and so does Umeed, actually, who played very aggressively. And they've migrated, I think. I don't think they've gone home. I think they've migrated to the other side of the ground, so that the stands in front of the on Dartchie Pavilion. There's a lot of people actually standing now at the edge of the car park. I went round there at tea time. There's a wonderful impromptu game of cricket between a load of adults, it has to be said.
Oh, good.
Probably who'd had the odd beer. And the bowling was quite fast, and they were batting with a bat that was one of those autograph bats.
Mini
It's
bat,
about
yeah.
barely 9 inches long. But it was quite entertaining for a while. But you sensed, there was a lot of people here. It seemed, for a county match, and they were all debating the state of play eagerly. I think there's a few from Essex too. On the first day, I saw quite a few Essex sort of hats and stuff. So it's a pretty good. I know it's a short game. It's going to be a short game, but in some ways it's a pretty good advert, even though it's going to be a short game for county championship cricket, and it's kept us absolutely gripped. He's bowled well, hasn't he? Cook bowled well. He's initially it doesn't seem to be much happening, but he's on target. He's beaten the bat more since tea than he did before tea. Sometimes these balls, talking to our colleague Pete Trigger, he reckons they swing a little bit more after about a dozen overs or so. Although it hasn't been prodigious swing from Cook. But he's looked more dangerous after the break.
Yes. Yeah.
He's bang on target too, and with a little bit of movement. But he carries quite a heavy burden. But like Somerset managed to do, Essex, after a really good and rapid, by the standards of the game, opening partnership, they've got a couple of wickets, and now they're managing to bottle it up and put pressure on. But they are highly dependent on Cook, it seems.
Yeah, who has bowled now. This will be 10 overs without changing, although there was a break in the middle.
I don't know whether Essex have a break, Somerset have a break in the next round of matches.
Have a look.
I don't think Essex have had a break, because I think it's their 5th game in a row, so they might well have a break too.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
So you're kind of thinking, if I know that the physios will have a set pattern of how many overs they think everyone should bowl in a week, and not more than X and so forth nowadays. But I think also, if you're Wesley, that's a fine shot. He wasn't quite to the pitch, but he's hit through the line. He didn't quite time it. He's going to get 3 more, I would think. No, only 2. I think if you're Wesley, you think, well, I can go for broke with Cook. He can go on holiday for a week. But I'm sure he won't. He'll be having cold baths and stuff. You can sense that we'll go for broke and keep bowling him in the knowledge that he doesn't have to play again for 10 days.
Yeah,
so
17th of May is their next game.
And that's presumably Somerset's next game.
Yes, against Kent here.
Oh, well, that is a bit of a heave. He hasn't quite middled that too, but it's going to test him. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's another couple. But, I mean, this is not the Andy Umeed we expected, but he's taking the positive view. And yet, 2 shots there, he didn't time either of them perfectly. The second one, in particular, was a bit of an agricultural heave. But it's more runs. 90 for 2.
Well, it's very, very tense moments here, and Mead doing his best to relieve some of that tension, but nothing has looked particularly
straightforward.
No,
Since the wickets have fallen, it's amazing how the game, that's one of the attractions of it, of course. It can sway so quickly. And what can seem a breeze can suddenly be racked with tension. Essex haven't given up on this yet. They've got their best bowlers on again. Lammonby, I think, is setting him. It's perfectly, everyone has their own way. And I think it feels like Lammonby's going to use the same approach as he used in the first innings, which is, I'm just going to play everything on its merit. I'm not going for the high risk but high reward shots. He's faced 11 balls without scoring, hasn't really played an attacking shot. He's pushed a drive or two to mid-off, but no more than that. And he's been beaten once or twice outside the off stump too. Got a good stride in, but he didn't get the bat on it.
90 for 2. By far the best any team has been in this game with just 2 wickets down. Which has largely come from the positive attitude of the openers.
Yeah, Dixon in particular.
Who got out that way. It's driven by Lammonby, but
he hasn't timed it.
Yeah, Lammonby's been a joy to watch so far this season. For taking things carefully here, he's been in lovely form. But this is a hard pitch to get going on if you're going to play proper cricket. As we've seen, the players that have done well have been quite aggressive. Those players that have scored highly, I mean.
I think he might have left that.
That's a lead.
Well, Somerset have sort of invested in Lamb. I mean, they knew. He had that fantastic start, but they've, and then he's had 2 seasons of modest achievement, but some progress, if you like, but not spectacular. But I think they've recognised there's real potential there, and that more experience, the more time playing in that first team, opening the batting right at the hardest place probably to bat. But that investment is starting this summer, it seems, to pay dividends after that. I mean, an amazing start.
It takes real time to nurture a batter, doesn't it? More probably a bowler you're working with a lot, and they can come out and have ferocious pace. Whereas a batter, it takes time. It is a slow process to become a really top quality batter.
I guess so. Yeah, there's very few. I mean, you can think of bowlers who've played international cricket very early on in proceedings. I mean, Jimmy Anderson would be one. 2 spinners that went to India would be others, but it's usually fast bowlers. Bob Willis, when he started, played very little first-class cricket.
Quick reminder that we come join us for the last night of the proms on the 22nd of June.
I think there's 1 or 2 tickets still available.
Should be good fun.
And there's a whole host of events, isn't it, around that time? 3 nights in a row, I think. The Black Dyke Band present last night of the proms.
There we go, that's the day before. We'll see you there for that one, Vic.
Yes, Craig, yeah, possibly. Craig Charles DJ set.
Yeah. Cook continues.
They've got a man out, right? Sort of almost deep mid wicket for Umeed. But that does open up a lot of space on that leg side for the odd single, you would think. So that's 2 nights. You've got to come down here. Height of summer will be warm by then for certain. Last night at the proms. Craig Charles.
Next month now.
And I think there's a 3rd one.
Is it the not the international match, is it?
That's well, international's
July,
May.
isn't it?
No, I think it's
It's May. Right.
May the 26th.
Yes, that's right.
Pretty sure that's the England-Pakistan 50 over match, unless I'll be corrected.
No, I think you're right.
I'm intrigued. You saw that Western Storm game. Were you working?
Yes, commentating.
Yeah.
Brilliant. brilliant to see how Western Storm played it. They knew it was the perfect chase, really, in many ways.
Well, I don't suppose we'll see much of him. And I won't be here anyway tomorrow, whatever happens. And oh my goodness, he's just smacked him back over his head, and that is 4.
4 runs, yeah. Lead into double figures, and now 4 off that relatively small target of 167, although big in the context of the game. 4 from it.
Well, that was just over pitch, but it was what they say in the white ball game, in the slot.
In the slot. They haven't got the slot for the red ball game yet, have they?
No, but he tried to introduce it. I mean, Andy Omid, of all people, he's just swung through the line at a full-length ball. He intentionally lofted it, and he hit it not quite I think if he hit it perfectly, he'd gone for 6. But
Bat
he
seemed
hit
to move
it well
slightly
enough
in his hand, I think.
Yeah, well
Twisted.
enough, over mid-on.
Defending this one. 94 for 2, which means Somerset require 73. 73. With 8 wickets. Still some good batting to come for Somerset. How many more does Cook bowl? That's the question that Wesley will be wondering, I think.
Well, he won't really want to take him off.
No.
He's his best bet. That's a good ball. Still getting a little bit of movement. Not quite so much pace on that, but it's moved. He's staring down as if he wants to stare at me, but he ain't going to look at him. It's probably the best way. He's just run down the wicket and launched him over mid-on. And he's played a forward defensive and missed it. And I think Cook wanted to give him at least a stare, but
takes 2 to stare.
It takes 2 to stare, yeah.
One person's stare is more of a, just sort of looking, isn't it, rather than staring. A stare is definitely eye to eye.
That's a better shot. That is, I think that's a better shot. It went along the ground, but it's beautifully struck. He's beaten it on. He wasn't that close, and he did. And that's stare, if you will. I don't think he's bothering to stare at Cook. It's not a good idea to stare.
No, I
at
wouldn't
fast
stare.
bowlers.
No, that's a good shot. Yeah, nicely timed. Mid-on had no chance there. Even though, as you say, it wasn't that far away from it, but it moved so quickly.
Well, it wasn't the most mobile of the Essex fielders, Nick Brown there. But
high elbow.
Yeah, that's close to a shot of the day. Let's have another look at it. Yeah, I mean, and he's held the pose nicely for us.
Absolutely.
He knew it was quite a good one, that. Well,
a bit like you in your day, wasn't it, Vic?
No. I mean, we never had the opportunity to watch ourselves bat like anyone can now. And I do remember playing in a B&H match. I think it was at Canterbury against Kent, and it had been on telly. And then they had a highlights at the, and I got I can't remember, but say 30 at the end, and we won. And I remember hitting some, off drives, a couple off drives for 4. So I thought I must watch this if I get the chance.
Yeah.
So I did. And I was appalled. I thought I was a sort of cross between Colin Cowdrey and Barry Richards. And it was a sort of ugly bottom hand push. I was really upset. Well, no, not upset, but I did. Shattered 1 or 2 illusions that this was the most graceful shot that's ever been played. But anyway, it still went for 4 though, Charlie.
Well, exactly, 4 is 4, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just realise what the people at Somerset have been putting up with.
Yeah.
Watching you.
Yeah.
Agricultural sort of shots as opposed to the graceful.
I don't think I was able to hold the pose too often, not like Andy Omid there. It was worth holding the pose, holding the shot. It was a perfect on drive, which you all say is one of the more difficult shots to play. It was over pitch, but my goodness me, he hit it sweetly. Meanwhile, Lambie still doesn't matter at this moment, but he's still looking for his first run after 19 deliveries. I think he's probably played inside that. He's playing the long game.
Well, it's important for Somerset that he stays there, don't lose wickets.
Yeah. Well, no, as we said before, it's each man to his own in this contest.
Quite right.
I'm sure they haven't sat down. I'm sure they haven't sat down and said, right, you're going to play shots. You're going to just hang in there. It's an individual choice of what the man who's holding the bat thinks is his best option. And in many ways, what Lammonby does is the bravest one, because he's batted 20 balls. You haven't got him to show for it.
Yeah. And if you get a good ball that you can't,
it's still a
play,
duck.
That's it. You're out for a duck. But actually, you've
Yeah.
hung around
Well,
pretty nicely. Gimblet's Hill. Don't you see Tractor in there? Up against the back wall.
it's a nice spot there, but it's out of the sun now.
Yeah,
I
in
think.
the shade of St James's Church.
He patiently plods forward.
I don't mind it, actually, the patience. It's a good trait to have if you're coming in at number 3.
Well, he's an odd cricketer, because when he first arrived, not only did he get all those runs in the Bob Willis Trophy and those hundreds,
Yeah, scored 100 against Essex in
but
the
he
final.
scored some spectacular. He played some spectacular one-day innings that
Yep.
got him a contract with 100. I know he's still got a 100 contract. I presume he might have, but
He did, yeah.
he certainly had one last year, but didn't play.
Yeah.
Snater's going to have a go.
Yeah, we did
replacing
wonder,
Cook.
didn't we?
So he's
Cook
not.
was
I
coming
mean,
to the end.
there would have been a temptation, given where we're going. I think just to try Harmer, but no.
Vic's been desperate for a bit of spin, haven't you, all game?
Well, it would tickle me if it turned square, but I don't think it probably will. But
Well, the worry is if it doesn't and it gets punished, because you can't leave them a lot of space here. You know, you can't spread the field because they just pick up singles. So they've got to be round the bat. In which case, a few aggressive shots. And
well, let's see. Well, interestingly, the keeper Harry Duke is standing up to Snater to stop Umeed on the rampage, but he just picks that one off nicely.
It's a risk here for Essex. I know they've got to do something. 99 for the loss of 2. Brings Lammonby onto strike. I fancy picking up his first runs here. Seen off a lot of Porter.
Well, the keeper goes back for Lammonby, who's shown no inclination to wander down the pitch.
Overs left in the day. On the leg side. Don't want to get out that way, having seen off 22 dot balls.
He almost
really
left
don't
that
want to
when
do
he
that.
thought about playing it and left it in the end, I think.
It's tempting. There's a player out there in the deep. But just to get off the mark, I can see it's tempting. This is how he's been playing, really. Slow starts, but then catching up. Lammonby. No shot offered and out. That is what we said, isn't it? You don't want to get out for a duck having hung around for so long. Snater with it wasn't much of a ball really, but
It was a straight ball.
yeah, Lammonby's decided to leave it with no shot offered, and he's gone.
Well, it's a strange end, that. It's a bad misjudgment. It looked at, and I'm pretty sure it was out. We're going to have a look at the replay now. And remember he's batting on off stump,
Yeah, it's out.
and I just it's like a mental block. I think didn't quite know how that came to pass. So this game keeps swinging.
Funny old innings that from Lammonby.
All it was, I mean,
Disappointing shot, or lack of it.
each to his own, but he got sort of stuck in the quagmire of just hanging in there, I think. Anyway,
This looks
he
like-
made an aberration. That was an aberration, clearly. He padded up to what was essentially a strike. So 99 for 3, 68 more required. And what I will toss out as a sort of caveat, given the pattern of this match, is that once you get, that's happened in the Essex innings and it sort of happened in the Somerset innings, once you get down to 6 or 7 wickets down, we haven't seen much from
not
the
many
tail.
runs. The tail hasn't wagged. It's been hard to play.
Essex lost 4
for 1.
for 1 run. Somerset didn't do much better.
Did they do?
In the sort of latter half. I mean, there was a flurry
lost
from Overton.
4 for 7. So,
Right.
yeah.
So
tail has not wagged at all.
This is not a sort of tail wagging surface, it seems. So we've got Banton. Banton's in.
He only made 4 in the first innings. That positive looking defensive shot from Banton.
It sounded like Harry. You like that one?
Positive, as positive as a defensive shot could be.
Yeah, no, you've got to be positive in defence. I grant you that. And it was a good stride.
It wasn't sort of nudgy, nerdly going back,
No,
not sure,
that's
was
true.
it? It was, I'm going to come forwards to this.
Yeah.
I suspect Lammonby is kicking himself back in the pavilion at the moment.
He was wondering how that came to pass, really. What's going through his head?
Yeah,
That was a positive forward stride, but a very early one, really. So he wasn't really in a position to play what could have been a cut shot there.
I think that's a good tactic, bowling to Tom Banton outside off like that, quite wide outside off. 'Cause I think they know that Banton naturally will attack, and they've seen that in other games. He's done quite well this season, Banton. He's had a couple of good scores.
Yeah.
And so that line is a tempting line to him, I'm sure.
Yeah, wicketkeeper's coming up.
I think that's good as well.
For whom?
Yeah, well, for Essex.
Okay.
Unless Banton fancies a scoop shot.
No, don't know. Can't take a scoop shot just at the minute.
Well, very good over from Snater. Just the 1 run and a wicket.
His first wicket, actually.
Yeah,
I mean, that will relax him a bit.
Yeah, Snater 1 for 26 in this innings and 0 for 33 off 8 in the previous. So a good decision not to go to Harmer then.
Yeah.
Picked up the wicket.
Yeah.
There's the Hildreth stand. In the shade now, just about. Umeed, is he going to continue being as positive? I can't see any reason to change it at the moment. Might be a few more full. Just 68 needed. 7 wickets in hand. Defended. Nervous session for both teams here. Gripping cricket.
19 overs remaining, 68 today, 180 available. Oh no, it's more than that, isn't it? It's 96,
92.
Isn't it? 92.
192, yeah. Yeah. Which is, well, yeah, weather-wise though, there's a bit of rain around. But you could have an extra 8 tonight.
You could do, an extra half hour, and, well, I don't know. I mean, I think if a result is feasible, and then they'll take it.
Yes, yeah. I think they'll want to come back tomorrow if they only need a few runs or a wicket.
That's
positive.
Well struck. That
is. Mead has been looking very positive. Moves to 20, and the score above 100 now, 103. 103, so remaining.
It's a weird thing. There's all sorts of subplots, and this is not anywhere near the top of the list at the moment, but there's a 10-day gap. There's a chance, I would have thought, that Tom Abel is fit to play again.
Ball not timed.
In which case, someone's got to give way. So within, obviously the main concern at the moment is trying to win this game, clearly. But beyond that, there's that. It's not exactly a plot, but it's a situation where, if Tom Abel is fit to play again, he's obviously gets it once he's back in harness. He's arguably the best player, along with Rancho possibly. So someone's got to give way. And I don't think they can change the balance of the team.
No.
So how they juggle that will be interesting. Given Dixon was looking vulnerable, but he's played a very important little innings here. Umid, I don't think they can leave Umid out. He got runs at Kidderminster. So far he's still got 50 runs in this match, which is a lot.
Useful, very useful amount of runs there.
I mean, it's a very much a subplot at the moment. We shouldn't really bother talking about it, but I'm just sort of.
Banton's picked up a couple of good innings,
exactly. So it's going to be that'll be
played
if that comes to pass, that'll be an interesting
Dixon
one.
He's had a good couple of innings now. Going to take the single.
No, it's not quite there. It's difficult. It is difficult to get started out here. And Umid, and indeed Dixon, and to a lesser extent Renshaw, sort of improvised to get going and played some big shots early in their innings to get them underway. Lammonby never got underway. Banton now, well, obviously his best bet once he gets in is to play his natural game. But the problem is getting in. Staying up to the crease is Harry Duke for Andy Umid.
I did see a lovely tweet which said, we've talked a lot, haven't we, in this game about there being players perhaps coming out with the mentality that there's a ball with your name on it. And someone tweeted me saying, have a thought for Harry Duke, who literally does. Every ball has got his name on it.
Well done.
That wasn't me, I can't take credit.
I know.
Very good.
No. I might do one day. Poor old Harry.
Yeah, it would have been all right when it was the Kookaburra. But then it would be sort of Shane Kookaburra who'd be the one who'd be worried. I'm sure there is a
well,
Shane
I'm not
Kookaburra.
sure there has been, even in Australia, Shane Kookaburra.
Probably a Mitchell Kookaburra, I should have thought.
Yeah, in this generation there might be a Mitch. Well, it's a very good observation. Thank you very much, whoever.
I'll try and find who it was, because it's excellent. Sure they mentioned me in it, I'll find it. Thank you to Michael, who's been in touch. He's watching from Vienna, who says, I'll be very happy even if we take 7 sessions to knock off the remaining runs, going at 0.3 per over.
Well, I hope he's having a nice time in Vienna.
Absolutely.
But it's intriguing to think that there he is, somewhere in Vienna, on his phone or laptop, probably going to a magnificent concert. But instead he's got an earpiece in.
Yeah, he's got his earpiece.
Actually, he may have scrapped the earpiece. He might be listening to the music,
keeping
but with his phone on silent.
Yeah, watching
Andy Umid.
Well, yeah, which is,
or indeed Harry Duke.
An opera in itself, isn't it? It was Richard Frouch who got in touch. He says, much talk of batsmen thinking a ball has their name on it. Spare a thought for Harry Duke.
Yeah, well,
Very
it's
good.
a very good observation, and we almost made it ourselves.
Yeah. Oh, pulled.
He's pulled it and he's kept it down because there is a man out there. He likes that pull shot, doesn't he?
Well, those are the shots he sent for 6.
Yeah.
In the first innings, he was really hammering them. Just the one there, as you say, a bit of a risk with the player out there. You don't want to overhit or underhit. That's the thing. If you're going for 6,
he kept it down okay.
Yeah, it's well placed actually.
But I think Andy Umid plays the next game.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. You've got to be quite bold to put the number 1 on your shirt, haven't you? I think. Because what you could do.
Does he think? Well, I should be opening batting.
Well, maybe.
That's
his point, isn't it?
But he's been batting at 4. He batted in 4 when he got his big 100 in the second team, 170. I think he was batting 4 in that match. So we'll see. We will see. There's plenty. Harmer alert.
Harmer alert. Oh,
Harmer,
Vic's going to get excited now.
Harmer warming up.
Any run there? Well, while you get excited for your Harmer alert, I'm going to bring Stephen Lamb in and let you two do the next half hour together under these gorgeous skies with a beautiful view of Somerset, edging closer to what could be a very remarkable win against Essex in this low scorer.
It could be. We're not counting our chickens here. And Essex are still striving. They've only used the 3 bowlers so far. I did spot and I still spot Simon Harmer doing a few limbering exercises. But for the moment, Porter will continue. Umid is doing all the run scoring at the moment. He's got 22. Banton yet to get off the mark. Oh my goodness me. It's just giving him the front foot. Oh, that's an amazing shot. I mean, it's not a great ball, but it's not that short. And he's just stood tall and pummeled it off the meat of the bat to a straight mid-wicket. No, it's not a great ball, but it is some shot, that.
It is. He timed it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can hear... It's happened a couple of times. You just hear the sound of bat on ball, and you can know it's come right out of the meat.
And then back to defence. It's mixing well for Andy Umid at the moment.
I love it. I used to love it in the Caribbean. If one of the heroes of the Caribbean cracked a four, I mean, it wouldn't have been any different to that pull to the mid-wicket boundary by Umid, and then the next ball with exaggerated care. Viv would do it sometime. Defensive block, and the crowd in the Caribbean would erupt with joy, you know. And that's just a push, a defensive push. But it was travelling too, wasn't it? I mean, you often think, oh, he's got a good bat, but actually he's just timing the ball. Look at Simon Harmer. He's in a remarkable stretch at the moment. I hope he's going to move again soon. He's at second slip, but at the moment he's on the ground. But he's clearly doing a lot of loosening.
His moment is nigh.
Yeah. Oh, that's a horrible shot, however. Let's have a look. I mean, he's looking as if he's been betrayed by the pitch, but it was a pretty horrible shot.
Across the line.
Yeah. Mind you, the one he pulled was a cross-back shot. Let's have a look. It looked like it might have kept low. It did keep low, which made the shot look particularly horrendous. However, he's got 26.
Yeah, and 57 in the match.
Yeah. And there's 58, I think, more are required by Somerset.
That's better. It's extraordinary, isn't it? 109 for 3. That would look a pretty reasonable total in normal circumstances. But these circumstances have been anything but over the last couple of days.
Well, we've learnt what we already knew, is you can't take anything for granted when watching, well, not just Somerset, when watching your team. That's a good comeback. He got absolutely dismissively pulled early in the over, Porter, but he's caused a few problems thereafter. Now then, is it now? No, not yet.
Still Snater for the
definitely.
moment.
I mean, I don't think he's not the sort of guy who will start stretching for no good reason, I would have thought, Harmer. And he'll be in close contact with his captain. Maybe he's going to replace Porter. Snater should have more overs in him. He's only,
I think,
bowled a dozen or so in the game.
Porter's bowled 10 altogether, so he's due for a rest.
Yeah.
There's some good camera work going on.
Neil Shillerbeer doing something very important, but I don't know what. Well, there you go.
He's taking it very seriously.
Yeah.
Snater then.
Well, Banton's away. That'll cheer him up. He's thinking about 2, but he's not going to take it. He's off the mark. That's useful.
.57 more required. 7 wickets by Essex.
You're right that in other circumstances that equation would seem very routine, and there would be an air of inevitability about proceedings, but I don't feel that.
Solid defence Defensive push. Lovely early evening light over Taunton at the moment.
Well, given all the rain there was on Thursday, Friday, it's amazing how the ground looks now. That's a sweet shot. Just nothing too ferocious about that. Just a bit of timing and a rush back for the third. Effortless. And he's out. I mean, he's what's striking. He's timed the ball beautifully, but also his outlook is so positive in this situation. So far, it's worked for him.
Yep, he's on to 29 to go with his 31. First up yesterday. 54 more required.
Anton just getting himself in order.
Big patchwork of light on the Quantock Hills at the moment. Parts of them in sun, parts in shadow.
Yeah, well, that's one of the joys of this particular media area now. We're higher than we used to be. Because I don't think when we had the old press box down below, you could see the Quantocks.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Not
You might
as
just
much
glimpse
as
them.
this.
You might just glimpse the top of the hills, but now we can see an awful lot of them. Sometimes you can't see them at all, of course, and it's raining.
Tucked away will be a single. They're not thinking about a second.
It's not the Pennines. Well, you know, you see the Pennines at Manchester, that's all I'm thinking.
Indeed.
But they're not quite so rugged there.
But you can, you're quite right, you can see quite a bit more than you used to be able to see from the old pavilion. And indeed from the old commentary position on top of it.
Yeah.
We're higher up than that.
Yeah. That's a great shot as well. I mean, it's not a great ball, he's given him width, but again, there's a man on that square kind of boundary, and no chance of stopping that. So
that's taken the target, the runs required below 50.
Yeah, and it's
There's a spinner coming on. 11, Simon Harmer.
Simon Harmer. We've seen him loosening, and now Wesley has turned to him.
To some effect this time, because he loosened yesterday evening briefly. They were thinking of using him, but then the innings was polished off, so he wasn't required. So this will be his first bowl of the match.
Well, intriguing if it turns square, wouldn't it?
Certainly would.
But he's got to perform something quite clever, because there's only 49 needed to win. Let's see what sort of field he's got. Well, it looks like it's a pretty orthodox field. There's going to be a slip and a back pad. I think, well, actually, I'm not sure that there's no one at back pad at the moment. In fact, he's going to have really quite a defensive field. I.e. no one around about apart from the slip, unless they're just waiting for a helmet to be brought on.
Well, yeah, and discussions are in progress.
Yeah, no, it's a very conservative field. There's not the expectation of mammoth spin. There is the expectation that there might be a bit of gung-ho batsmanship, because there's a man at deep square leg, which is fairly normal. There's also a man at deep backward point, which is half there for the reverse sweep. And there's also a long on. This is partly, I mean, this is a very defensive field. Let's see what happens. Nothing happens, really.
Just a solid defence.
But he's not going to, he's deterring the big shots. The big straight drive, there's a long on. The reverse lap is not a possibility. I'm surprised, actually, it's so defensive, because it kind of makes Banton's mind up. You would think that, okay, Well, there's no need to play the big shots here. There's no one round the bat. I'll pick him off, but we'll see.
A sweep.
He plays the. I don't know. Well, you see, different generations think in different ways. But as far as I can make out, that reverse sweep, which has an element of risk, would only produce one run with the fielder there at deep backward point.
So is it worth the risk?
Well, who knows? That is what I like, which is a nurdle single.
The more orthodox run.
Yes. Anyway.
Which is going to bring Andy Mead onto strike.
Well, I mean, there was a time where they wouldn't have set this sort of field to Andy Mead, but they've seen, if you like, the new Andy Mead, or the latest version of Andy Mead, and they've kept a field that is deep set. And
just paddled away.
That's a lovely shot. it's a boring shot. It's a lovely shot. It's one run. No obvious sign of turn, but it's early days yet. He's coming round the wicket.
It'll go down well on the Somerset balcony, a shot like that.
Yeah, it would. That rather better, I suspect, than the reverse sweep, but, you know.
That's defended to... So just a couple off it, but Somerset have moved a little bit closer.
120 for 3. Snater's turn to keep going. He's picked up the one wicket, that of Lammonby, who never got going and was determined to play the sort of, the rank, the role just to stay there. But he got a 23 ball naught and ended up, curiously, right at the end, padding up to a straight ball. So that didn't work quite, but still.
He's bowled fewer overs, Shane Snater, than either Porter or Cook. So more mileage in the legs. Swing and a miss. That wasn't shapely.
Not if you didn't hit it. He does pull almost off the front foot, and we've seen him play that to good effect a few times, but it looks so good when he misses it.
That's a reassuring defensive push.
Yeah, I mean, when he's pushing forward defensively, he's hitting the middle of his bat and scuttling back down the pitch. He is seeing the ball well. And Snater, well, he's not getting much obvious movement compared to some of the bowling we've seen in this match. Sun's been on this pitch now most of the day. It's a good shot for nothing. Nice sweet cover drive.
Contribution to this match, Andy Mead.
Yeah.
Got into the 30s twice.
At great pace too. Actually, he almost went at a run a ball in the first innings. He's not far off at that in this innings.
Defence again this time. 34 from 38 deliveries. That's good going in any context. Smart keeping by Harry Duke.
Yeah.
We haven't often been down to 2 slips, have we? The last couple of days we are at the moment.
the only time I can remember was when Snater was sort of teeing off towards the end of the Essex first innings, but they had a sort of fly slip behind the second slip. You're right.
It's been given. Your meat has gone. 120 for 4. This game is still open.
It absolutely is. I think he's pushed forward then. It must have hit pad then bat, or perhaps it was bat then pad, and ballooned to second slip.
Might get a better
Let's have another look
on this.
Here we go. It takes the. I'll tell you what. It takes the outside edge and then it goes off to the thigh of Harry Duke, the keeper, and from there it goes to second slip. It ended up as a very straightforward catch for Harmer at second slip. But Duke was standing up for the wicket, of course, and there was an edge. They're always difficult standing up for wicket, and they missed the gloves completely. And fortunately, from an Essex perspective, it took the thigh of Duke and then ballooned accommodatingly to second slip. So another twist, another turn, 120 for 4, 47 needed, 6 wickets. Out comes...
Yes, a straightforward outside
well,
edge.
hang on a minute.
Strange direction of travel.
This does not look like James Root to me. This looks like Pretorius.
Ah.
So, oh my goodness, we're down to cunning plans.
That's the first batting order tweak.
Well... So Pretorius, they can tell they're nervous as kittens up in that box, as they are in this box probably. But they have opted to send out Pretorius on the basis that a quick 20 from him will kill this game off. Well, if it works. Field is deep set. Banton is on strike. He's just defending against Harmer.
Well, be great if it works.
Yeah, indeed.
Wasn't meant to sound cynical.
Well, no, it wasn't cynical. It sounded a bit desperate, actually.
It hasn't lessened the tension.
Well, no, I think it's added to it, really, because it's, in my eyes, it's betrayed a sort of a sense that he's going to be running out. He's just in, but he was slow out the bottom, slow out the tracks.
That's another sign of jitters.
Yeah. It doesn't suggest that they were foreseeing a sort of serene stroll to knock off what is now 46 runs. Now then, I expect Harmer and Pretorius, they must have played against one another in South Africa a bit. Let's have a look at the field. Well, it's still deep set. So what's Pretorius going to do? He's going to clip it for 1, that's what we like. Well, no, we don't. Anyway, he calmly puts that.
We're okay with that. A soothing single.
Well,
I wonder whether, given that James Root isn't in much form at the moment, whether that was a consideration.
Well, I'm sure this has confirmed the notion to James Root that we don't think you're in very good form at the moment. We're just going to try and ease the tension a bit by sending out a whacker in the form of Miguel Pretorius.
Drama to come, one feels. 45 more needed by Somerset, 6 wickets by Essex. That's the 2 important equations.
Yeah. And, the odds are still on Somerset here. But the advent of Pretorius hasn't reduced my blood pressure, I don't think. But that's just me.
Winviz aren't worried.
Well, Winviz are never worried.
94% Somerset at the moment on the win prediction.
Okay, yeah.
Doesn't really settle my nerves.
So,
Still
I
snug
wondered
meter.
actually with the departure of Umid whether they would have just taken Harmer off and gone back to their seamers, but you feel actually that Harmer is posing a few questions. Banton looked a little bit uneasy. Let's have a look at this field now. Well, it's similar to the one that Umid was facing. He's just moving his man on the mid-wicket boundary a bit squarer. Mid-off and mid-on are quite deep. They obviously know what to expect from Pretorius. It's going down a long way.
He just couldn't make himself enough room to play the stroke. So Somerset's new number 6 on strike.
I've got the odd colleague sending me suggestions for blood pressure reduction. there's one drug which I am vaguely familiar with, and sour cherry juice. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for your concern.
Are we going to... Well, we've got 12 overs left today.
45 runs, but then you could still, as I say, you would think, well, it depends how long Pretorius stays there. You could still think that they'll take that extra half hour. I would have thought. Of course, what sometimes happens when a bloke gets promoted is that they change character and try and play like a pure batsman, but we are not that familiar with Pretorius at the moment. We know that he likes to play his shots, and he's got some runs by hook or by crook, playing an extraordinarily forthright game. Didn't work quite so well at the Oval, but it's worked since then at various places.
2 minutes to go. Oh, yeah.
Drive, but won't be a run for that. Straight to the man at mid-on. It's worked to the extent of 77 against Notts here, and 49 up at Kidderminster.
Right, yep.
So he's coming in on the back of
some form. I've seen most of those, and a bit like me, the shots were not things of beauty necessarily, but they travelled.
Yeah, he's a strong man.
Yeah, he stands up tall. He just gives it, unlike so many batsmen, he gives the bowler a view of his stumps, and he's looking to hit offside. So the ball doesn't have to have much width for him to feel that he can swing those arms and try and find the offside boundary. As it happens at the moment, he's just got the one run. A nice nudge against Harmer. See, that ball's on middle leg, still goes to the offside. I understand that. But he's still there, but he hasn't played anything explosive yet.
Well, he hasn't
but that's
blazed
okay.
away immediately. It is okay, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fine to play himself in. There's no shortage of time. There's a brief chat between the two batsmen mid-pitch. Banton has faced 20 deliveries for his 4. He's going to be on strike now
and they've changed the bowling. They've taken Harmer off.
Change of bowling at the river
2 not 4 not. Thanks very much. Not turning much.
and
so
back to Cook.
Right, well, it's 45 to win. You can't really keep your best bowler or your most likely bowler in the hutch any longer. He's bowled terrifically this season, let alone this match. And now he's coming into Tom Banton.
Oh, it's a single, that's tricky.
It's all right.
If he'd hit, he might have been struggling.
Well, He's still finding his feet in terms of... He doesn't back up very... He's not backing up very much. I'm sure he went to a school... They're very keen on this sort of thing in South Africa. They're getting the basics right. I'm sure he went to a school that told him to back up. But he wasn't backing up there. And he's quite quick. He's a tall man, strong, good athlete, it looks like. But he's not been backing up much. Anyway, he got there, okay. But he was slow out of the blocks, and he hadn't backed up a great deal. He's now on strike. And he likes it. He likes to go a bit inside out. As I say, his foot comes down. His front foot tends to sort of, and most of his body just slightly leg side of the ball, and it gives him leeway to swing those arms and with a slight into out sort of feel to it. Anyway, he's got his method, and at his age, he's got to stick to it. Because he's a fairly mature cricketer. He's in his late 20s, I think, 29.
Oh, a swing and a miss.
Indeed.
Looking for the cover boundary
what
again.
What did he say? Sour cherry juice? Just check that out again. Meanwhile, Lancashire following on at Old Trafford, but they're doing a bit better in their second innings. They're 50 for 1.
Oh, he's got it this time, but
Just
there is a
one.
man out at deep extra cover. So, single results. 1, 2, 4, 4. 43 needed. Or 6 wickets. Banton back on strike. He almost doubled with that.
Yeah, it wasn't a good shot, that, because he ended up defending a ball that was missing the stumps by about a foot. But still, I'm just distracting myself really by looking at some of the scores around the doors. Yorkshire, 248 for 2. What a top 5 they've got. They've got Adam Lyth, who played for England. Finley Bean, who's currently 166 not out, a very promising young player. Shan Masood, captain, number 3, got 34. Joe Root, currently 69 not out.
Another single here for Banton.
And Harry Brook to come. That's against Glamorgan up in Leeds. 2 spinners playing there, Don Bess and Dan Moriarty. Oh, we always keep an eye on old boys. Bess, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 25. And Moriarty, the left-arm spinner they signed from Surrey, 29 overs, 6 maidens, 74 for 4. So it seems like it's turning a bit there. In fact, well, Mason Crane, who's down at Glamorgan now, 7-0, 66-1. So they've taken the attack to him.
Yeah. We've got a bowling change here.
They're going for broke. They've got their best 2 bowlers back on. 42 needed.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, there are only 10 overs remaining in the day. More importantly, there's only 42 runs to play with, so you can't really save them for much longer.
So Jamie Porter, this will be his 11th over of the innings.
It's well struck, but no run. Slightly uppish actually for a while, but he's still there. Continuing this displacement activity. Leicestershire all out for 306 at Lords against Middlesex. Sussex getting a boatload of runs against Derbyshire. Oh, Pujara. It's great to have these guys playing county cricket. Pujara 84 not out. The Sussex reached 293 for 3. That is a good shot. That is a good shot. That's reminiscent of the shot Andy Mead played, just over pitch, but he's timed it perfectly and placed it perfectly.
It's gone all the way.
Yeah.
Fetched up in the covers underneath the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion.
So that's the end of my displacement activity. I'm now going to go and calm myself best I can and summon Radio Somerset's lead reporter, breakfast man. What's his name, Robinson?
Driven and straight.
No, he doesn't want that one. Or Amal Rajan. Well, he's almost as ubiquitous.
But in fact,
Charlie Taylor.
Indeed, none of the aforementioned. That would be quite a lineup. Porter halfway through his over. Bowling to Banton again. Nice drive, but again, no addition to the scoreboard. That runs required figure has dipped below 40 now. 38 more runs, or 6 more wickets in beautiful early summer sunshine. What a situation. Oh, he flicked at that. It wasn't a very convincing looking stroke. No contact with it, which was just as well from Banton's point of view, because that's what the slips are waiting for.
Tense times in Taunton. 129 for 4, 38 runs remaining. Essex with their 2 top bowlers on. Somerset having lost those 4 wickets, but still with Tom Banton and Miguel Pretorius currently at the crease. Wide, and he's put his arms through it. Will it go all the way? It should do.
It will.
That'll ease the nerves a little bit. Banton on to 14. Somerset move into the 130s. They've overtaken their score from the first innings. They've got 6 wickets left. On paper, Somerset are big favourites, but cricket's not played on paper.
Absolutely. It's played on glorious grass of Taunton in this instance.
Which has been very friendly towards bowlers so far in this match, but at the moment it's the batters on top.
34 more needed. Useful runs in that over. 2 boundaries.
Umeed looked really nice, didn't he, for his 34 from 41 deliveries. Got them score really rocketing along. Helped put Somerset in this position.
Going to get a leg by for that. Struck Pretorius in the midriff, I suspect. So Banton back on strike again.
This would be a big result for Somerset if they do manage to get this, beating a very good Essex side. I realise the pitch has played a big part of this game, but both teams have been batting on the same pitch. 4 draws and a win. It's not a bad start in a block of 5. Nicely played. Shuffling forward, just angled the bat, brought it down. And coming through for the single. The singles are good now for Somerset. They're very happy with those. Score moves down to 32 needed. We'll get a finish tonight.
Add a couple of wickets.
We'll get a finish tonight. One way or another, Stephen, there'll be a finish tonight. I wouldn't...
It looks certain, doesn't it?
Oh.
9 overs remaining, but you can add 8.
Add the 8 on. We're looking potentially at 17 overs. Well, with 32 or 6 wickets.
Appeal for LBW, but that was going down the leg side.
Yes, quite clearly.
Slips weren't interested.
A lot of people on their feet. If we look out towards the Scoreboard with the car park behind it. You can see a lot of people watching on their feet. I wonder if that's just... Well, firstly, you're in the pure sunshine there, which is nice. But secondly, I don't know about you, but if I'm nervous, I'd much rather be on my feet, pacing around a little bit than sitting down.
I'm sure it's partly the tension. There have been quite a few standing in that area.
Can't take your eyes off it at the moment. Not timed at all, that shot from Pretorius. Glorious afternoon. Always makes me... when it's days like this, when the game is so thrilling and on a knife edge, I always think, what's it like just outside the ground? Are people driving past the ground? I've got no idea the absolute tension that is within this ground. Obviously some people will be, I'm sure, keeping an eye on it. Driving past. There's a lot of people driving past now. No clue that there's a group of... Oh, this is in the air and taken! Oh, it's a silly shot from Pretorius. He's tried to lift it over the fielder at cover. And in the end, it's a fairly simple catch. Had to leap a little bit. But that's another wicket down. Pretorius only makes 2. And Essex have another breakthrough. They're halfway through their wickets now. 135 for 5.
It ain't over.
There'll be a finish tonight. Oh no, that's not the way you want to see a wicket go down if you're a Somerset fan. No need for that.
I wonder who'll come in next. I mean, technically it should be, on paper it should be Rue. But will the captain possibly consider coming in? Or maybe Craig Overton?
It's James Rue, I think. Yep, James Rue.
Okay, so it's a one-off adjustment.
Yeah.
The promotion of
I wonder
Pretorius.
I wonder if there was 2 runs to go and you're 8 down and you see Pretorius walking out. I wonder whether that's what they're thinking. They'd rather have him further up and see, you know, the Overton and Gregory coming in lower down. I don't know. I don't know what the thinking is, or whether it was just because you wanted him to hit quick runs there. He didn't play like that, did he? Really?
And there's still Josh Davey.
Somerset bat deep. They do bat deep. Jake Ball can whack it if he needs to. Wouldn't want to rely on Jake Ball necessarily. I suspect a lot of fans would agree with that. But he can hit the ball.
Yeah, but the caveat that Vic mentioned earlier is that the tail has tended not to wag in this game.
Yeah, it has been not a game for the tail, really, with bat in hand.
Somerset, as Jason Kerr has told me on more than one occasion, don't really have a tail. They bat most of the way down.
Well, let's see what James Rue can do. Didn't get going in the first innings at all. 4 off 11 balls he made. And he's going to get off the mark straight away. There'll be a throw, but he's safe.
That'll do.
That's what Somerset really need. Really, it's just safe singles. If you can find safe singles, absolutely grab them.
Yeah, well, if James Rue can find some form in the next half hour or so, Somerset should win.
31 needed. Don't forget, they're coming up a bit later in the summer. The 2nd of August, under the floodlights. Over 100 different beers and ciders, which is an incredible amount,
It is
really.
extraordinary.
Don't know how I'm going to get around every single one of those, especially as I'm still supposed to be doing commentary. We'll find a way, Stephen. Where there's a will. Do book your tickets for that.
We'll just do 50 each.
One-day cup. There we go. 50 each. That's 1 per over, because it's a one-day cup game, isn't it? The Metro Bank game.
Glorious Quantox as well. They are looking gorgeous.
Well, they look very serene, and yet the tension in here, in the ground, is very different to how serene and calm those Quantox look.
It hasn't extended the tension to the Quantox.
No. Very much contained within the ground.
Here's Jamie Porter.
James Rue squirting that one out into the gully area. 31 needed. Oh, it's tense. It's really tense here.
It is, but from what I've seen of James Rue, I've not seen much from him this season, but certainly last season he had a cool head on those young shoulders.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He certainly won't feel flustered. I don't think he's a flustered type of player, but he hasn't had the same form as he had hitting 5 centuries in 2023. That's good. Right behind it. Banton's still there as well. We shouldn't forget that. Brilliant player, having a good year.
Yeah, he's got runs under his belt this season.
Really love watching Banton play.
On 15 not out. Tom Banton.
One of my favourite batters, actually, for Somerset, I think. Tom Banton, when he's in form and it's flowing.
James Root has taken 2 fantastic catches in this game, which won't harm his confidence.
No. Happy to leave that one alone as well.
2 diving one-handed to what one assumes is his wrong hand, his right hand. One of them in front of first slip. Really brilliant wicket keeping.
And he's on strike now.
No, I thought he'd squeezed it away for another single for a moment, but no.
There's a big gap between, well, that's sort of a backwards point really, and the slip cordon. If he could find that gap, it'd pick him up at least a single, depending on the speed he put on it, maybe 4.
This went down to prod 1 or 2 areas of the wicket. Maybe partly a way of settling the nerves.
Yeah, a bit of a nervous thing to do.
Got everything behind that.
What a game of cricket this has been. In 2 days, what we've seen.
It's like spinning fast forward.
Yeah. Bit of rain around tomorrow. A little bit, by the looks of it. Don't think we'll need it. There'll be a result today, I'm sure.
Yeah, potentially 17 overs left.
Yeah. In the air, and dropped. Oh, that would have been a spectacular catch, and he got a good hand to it. But in the end, it goes down. That could have been a huge moment. It's Critchley. And he could have taken an incredible catch one-handed with his left hand stretched out. As it was, he couldn't quite cling on. Here's the replay. Camera just about following it. He did get a good hand to it. In the end, it's a good stop, but could have been so much more.
Yeah, that's in the category of the 2 Renshaw misses for Somerset. Would have been a brilliant catch. But Rue survives.
Still 31 needed.
Still an element of tension in the air,
I should say. Very nervous people in the ground.
I doubt whether we're going to see another change of bowling somehow from Tom
I wouldn't think
Weston.
so. No, if these 2 can do it. No, that's been at least a single. Yeah, they'll just take the 1. Using his feet there, Banton coming forwards. Rue's back on strike. Struggled in that last over.
That's no bad thing though. Different bowler.
Yeah.
Different end.
Yeah, get a different headspace, different views, everything, different angles.
Exactly 30 needed now.
Well, 5 6s and we're there.
5 6s.
Could happen this over.
5 wickets and Essex are there.
Oh, that's true. Could happen this over. 5 balls to come in this over. Rue lets that one go.
Can he capitalise on his good fortune with the last ball of the previous over? The 2 5-wicket takers of the first innings, Somerset's first innings, back in harness, trying to win this game for Essex. Driven will be at least 1.
Yeah, just the 1. Yeah.
Nicely placed into the gap between the infield. So down to 29 needed. Banton back on strike. Sun gradually dipping in the sky over to our left, extending the shadows of the players and umpires. Another single.
Yeah, these singles are very useful. Really helpful in that cause. Somerset chasing now just 28 runs, 5 wickets in hand. In a normal game, you'd say, well, that's looking like they're well on top here, but this is not a normal game of Championship cricket. It's been a brilliant game, but certainly not a normal game. 35 wickets in less than 2 days. Cook in. Oh, that's driven. Lovely shot. What a shot from James Root. Well, he unfurled that drive, didn't he, through to the cover boundary. That's the best shot from him for quite a while in not just this game. James Root showing every bit of class he's got there.
Yeah, that was more like the Root of last season. The whole, I was saying maybe the catches will boost his confidence. That certainly will.
Lovely, look at that. Straight down as well.
Beautiful cover drive.
24 needed.
Got well behind that. Back to the bowler to conclude the over. So 24 needed from 6. Will that be enough? If it isn't enough, I'm sure they'll take the extra 8.
Yeah, it's going to happen tonight, one way or another. The light is brilliant. There's pure sunshine on the players, so that's certainly not going to be an issue. So it will just be about how quickly this gets finished, one way or the other. It's definitely not a done deal. Tie not out of the question. But Essex really now beginning to need those wickets. 17 Banton. Roo's on 6 after that drive. Roo looks relaxed at this end. Off strike at the moment. Hand on hip, leaning on his bat. Porter in and Banton not really timing that, but keeping it up.
Yeah, after a cover drive like that, he's entitled to be reasonably relaxed.
Harry Everett's turned up. You had a shower since you played cricket today, or are you still wearing your kit? I wondered what that smell was. How'd you get on today?
We rolled him for 55.
Rolled him for 55. God, you're as good as Kent against Lancashire there. And what? And so, how many wickets down before you chased that?
2.
2 wickets down. Very good. Angled. There'll be at least one. They might think about 2. No, it's gone straight to the player. Roo was looking. Banton was not interested.
Yeah, he'd seen the fielder coming in on that, and no possibility of a second. Going to have a chat, these
23 needed. Just 5 wickets. Essex now beginning to get to desperation now, isn't it?
Just the briefest of exchanges. I wonder what was said.
If Essex can pick up 1, there's definitely a possibility they could pick up a few. But it's going to be that 1 now that they need. Roo on strike. Leaving that one well alone. 23 needed. It's been a cracking game of cricket. We're going to see a finish today.
And we have Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Josh Davey and Jake Ball to come.
There's a lot of batting in there. There is a lot of batting, and Essex will know that.
And Gregory and Overton in particular are the type of players, if they come in with quite a small target, which it already is, really.
23 needed. Well, that's captain and vice-captain still to come. So they should be very experienced players now. This one again angling out towards the point region. No run. 23 still needed. 144 for 5. It's a good score in context of the game.
There's no tension in the win predictor.
No, win predictor. As far as the win predictor is concerned, it's a done deal. It has been a done deal since the end of the Essex innings. You can see it on the match centre on the website, somersetcountycc.co.uk. Comes Porter. There's half a shout, but I think height and going down leg as well. But apart from those 2 things. Yeah, been a very tense end to this game. It was always going to be, from that first innings when we saw wickets tumbling, you knew it was going to be a game like this.
Yeah, although I didn't think yesterday evening that it was going to end today.
No,
I must say.
I thought we'd see a good chunk of the rest of the game today. I didn't think we'd see a finish, but we are going to. As I say, in the context of the Championship, where Essex have looked very strong so far, this would be a big result for Somerset. Still going to need another 23 runs to get it, though. To beat Essex on a pitch which is very helpful to Porter and Cook is a result for any team getting a result against Essex. You know, Surrey, a good side, would be pleased to beat Essex. Essex are one of the top teams. They'll certainly be up there around about, you'd have thought, come the end of the season. So, if Somerset do pull this off today, it will be a big result. And always get your first win on the board in the Championship. Big part of getting a good season, isn't it? It's winning a game before you lose one.
Looking ahead to that blast-off doubleheader at the end of May. Western Storm and Essex back here again.
Yeah, they'll be. Are they Essex now? They're not the Essex Eagles anymore, are they?
It's like they've dropped the Eagles.
Yeah, I think they might have dropped
the
a bit like.
Have landed.
Yeah.
Runs
no,
here.
Yeah,
just the one.
Again, singles are good. 22 needed. Don't need to hit a single other boundary here, Somerset. They can do it all in singles quite easily. Pick up 3 and over or something. They'd be pleased with that. Just don't give your wicket away. That's the key now. Don't let Essex find that breakthrough.
We don't want a Pretorius-esque shot.
Oh, yeah, that was a bit of a shame there. Not sure what he was thinking, really. Rue will have different ideas, I'm sure, leaving that one. So they've made more than Essex did in their second innings now. Essex were all out for 138, which was a very good effort, actually, from the Somerset bowlers, I thought. Getting Essex all out for 138.
Yeah, and another 12 runs. It'll be the highest total of the match if they get to that.
Which, again, is a good effort. I think Somerset will be very pleased with the way they've played in this game and this season, actually. Pulling inside the line there, I think. Yep. James Rue. Yeah, I think there'll be some real high points so far of the season, some positives to take. Often Somerset seem to start a bit slowly, perhaps. They don't seem to put their best foot forwards right at the early part of the season, and they come back towards the end. But to start like they have done, they've had 5 back-to-back games. They've got a week off next week, but to have 5 back-to-back games, to finish that unbeaten and with a win against Essex would be really good. As he comes forwards a bit here, James Rue. Can't find that gap in the extra cover area where he's looking.
Yes, whereas if Essex were to win, which they still could, they would enhance their position at the top of the table.
Well, this is the point. Essex are top of the table. They are at the moment. The only team that's won 2 games, aren't they, I think, in the top division?
Yep. If they made it 3, they'd be in a very handy position indeed.
Whichever team wins this will pick up 19 points. The losers only 3. There's a shout for RBW there. My instinct wasn't
Didn't look, from the appeal.
No.
Didn't look convincing.
We've got to remember now that Essex are really desperate. So they're going to appeal a lot, I would have thought. Let's have a look. We're behind this one, so we didn't really get a good view of it front on like this. It's not a bad shout. It's not the worst shout we've seen.
So if Somerset were to win, it would put them at the top of the table.
Well,
I think. I'll double check that, but they're on 56 points at the moment.
Right, yeah.
And that includes the 3 bonus points.
Ah, does it? Right. Has that taken the edge? Oh, that got to be close. That has got to be close. I think Cook knew that was close.
So if you add, it will be 19 points altogether.
Yes.
They've got 3 of the points
so
on there already.
Add on
so
16.
That means you add on 16, and it's not quite top. It's 66. It'd be 72 points.
Well, they'd overtake Surrey. Well, that's saying something, although they would have played a game more, won't
they? You'd have Essex, Somerset and Surrey. You'd have 5 points separating them.
Gosh. Well, although Surrey would have played a game less. Just always worth bearing in mind. But yes, that Surrey would be, Somerset would be, I think, pretty happy with that as a start to the season. 5 back-to-back games. came away with a good draw at Surrey, so the fact they've already played them once is good. And they're going to, well, assuming that is what's happened, they will have beaten Essex in this game. So they would have already played those two other teams and have come out quite well. Or very well with a draw and, hypothetically speaking, a win. Still 22 runs to get.
Jamie Porter's made way for Shane Snater.
Snater, they're trying something new here. Banton's on strike. Banton might just think, do you know what? This could be an attacking option here. Now they've taken off their top bowlers. Well, Cook's still bowling from the other end, but taking off Porter from the pavilion end. Is there opportunity? Snater isn't that skill level that we've seen with Porter. What's Porter done this innings? 1 for 43 from 13. Not had the impact he had in the first innings. Straight, that one has to be defended. In fact, Snater has got 2 for 36. That's the best figures for Essex in this innings so far.
Having taken none in the first.
Holmes just bowled a couple of overs. 2 overs for 4 runs. No wickets. 145, still need 22 runs. Tom Banton on strike, crouches down. Bit of width there, he'll come through for a single. He's going to run hard.
He might
go all the way. I think it's going to go all the way. It is. It's gone for 4. Well, that takes it into the teens. What a shot that was. No real power there, just leant into it, timed it nicely. 149 for 5 now, and the required runs is 18. Good shot, Tom Banton.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? The placement was good, the timing was
no
good.
real risk in that, what he did there.
It was a mature cricket shot.
Yeah. Banton on to 23. Useful runs. 18 needed. 149 for 5. Here comes Snater. Won't want that happening again.
No.
Think about the single, but in comes Jamie Porter from mid-on. There's no run there. Well, Somerset will be on top now. Essex are desperate. They've got to get a breakthrough. They have to, really, before any more runs are scored, to be honest. With 5 wickets in hand, Somerset are in the box seat. Doesn't mean it's any less tense here. Snater begins his run up again. 149 for 5. And he's found a gap. How many will this go for? They'll come back for 2. I think it'll just be 2.
Will be pulled in this time.
And they're going to run a third. They're going to run a third. That's excellent running. Excellent running from these two. The score moves to 152 for 5. And now just 15 required runs. And Somerset here have to win, really. With 15 runs and 5 wickets, they are in a winning position against Essex now.
And you could hear the applause all the way around the ground for that, just for that stroke. 7
runs from the last 3 balls, and Essex just simply do not have those runs to play with.
They've stayed. The crowd, they've all stayed.
Oh,
well, how could you leave?
You wouldn't want to miss this, would you? Whatever appointment you've got, family dues, cinemas, theatres, whatever else. Oh, have they got him? No. They're going to appeal absolutely everything, aren't they? He's gone, he's walking. He is, he's walking.
6th wicket has fallen.
Well, what a comeback. Oh, the nerves rank up again.
Well, the captain presumably will come in now, Lewis Gregory. And with just 15 runs needed, I wonder whether he'll look at knocking them off in short order. It's the way Gregory can play. There's still Tom Banton at the other end.
Now, do we think... He did seem to walk there, didn't he? I don't think the umpire had given it until he'd already started walking. I think. So Rue's decided to walk, which is very noble of him. 152 for 6. Surely 15 runs. I did say Essex needed a wicket before any more runs were scored. Well, it's exactly what they got. And so out walks the Somerset captain, Lewis Gregory. 15 runs required. Him and Tom Banton will come together, have a quick chat. Just the 15 runs. It seems so close, and yet We've seen it in all of the innings so far. These last few wickets have fallen quickly. If it happens again, Essex are right back in it. 15 runs needed.
It's going to be Porter from the River End.
Goodness me.
And he will be bowling to Banton because the wicket fell to the last ball of the previous over. The captain is at the non-striker's end initially.
What a game.
Banton is on.
Oh, it's bowled him. I beg your pardon. He's not walked. He's taken the bail off. Beg your pardon.
Obscured by...
Let's have a look. Oh, yes, it does. So you can see the ball straightens up a bit, which means it must have... Yeah, so he's appealing, Shane Snater, because he heard something, but what he heard was a bail coming off, so he's bowled. No wonder that then he walked off. Hard to sort of disagree with that. Big shout. Big shout.
A long way down.
The arm stays down.
It's very hard to get that.
He's walked a few paces down, hasn't he? Let's have another look. Oh, the tension's up again. Yeah, a couple of paces. Oh,
pretty straight.
It is straight. Essex have got their tails up now. This game swings again. 152 for 6. 2 and a bit overs remain. Obviously, they've got the option of that extra half hour as well. But that could go for either team. Is that a catch? No.
No, it wasn't a very convincing stroke, though.
Banton, who's looked pretty solid in his 26, suddenly.
I wonder whether the tension may have got to him a little.
He just needs his captain maybe to give him a chat. Let's have a look at the bowl. This is from the reverse angle. Oh, look at that. Just nudging the bail off. Brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, we couldn't see it from up here, Stephen. It's completely blocked.
Well, the view from the other end was obscured by James Rue's body.
Here we go. In comes Porter. Oh, there's a run. At least one. Yeah, just the one. Banton to 27.
14 needed.
Very helpful innings from Tom Banton, who I've been impressed with this season. Only 4 in the first innings, but 27 not out so far.
And the skipper has taken a leg stump guard. And
well, sometimes he likes to play his shots, Gregory. He's a smart cricketer. He's not going to give it away, but also he'll look to get this. I think he'll look up and see 14 runs and think, well, let's get this sorted.
I don't think we're going to see obdurate defence.
No, I don't think so. Because you've still got Craig Overton, Josh Davey, and Tom Banton still in. He's walked down the pitch and he's let that one go.
He's a reassuring man.
Careful with your words here, Stephen. You've got the whole of Somerset screaming at the tellies going, no, please don't say it. Go on, what were you going to say? He's a reassuring man.
He looks chilled,
yes.
doesn't he?
He's the most laid-back cricketer, isn't he? Of all the players in the Somerset squad, he's the most laid-back, which is why it's interesting he's captain. It's probably a good thing.
Just defended on that occasion.
Still 14 runs, 4 wickets. Absolutely brilliant game of cricket. A couple of days off for these players. Unexpected days off. Coming forwards and defending. I wonder which set of players will be happier about the 2 days off. We're only going to find out at the end of the day's play. .153 for 6. 14 runs needed. Somerset on the cusp. We thought they were cruising with Banton and Rue there looking good. And then Rue got out and things have changed slightly. Don't forget then, the 26th of May this month. England against Pakistan. That'll be great to watch. Tickets on sale now if you want to come along to that one. Hopefully it'll be a day like today weather-wise. Banton back on strike to Snater, who stays on after picking up the wicket of Rue. Lovely sunshine in Taunton. 14 runs needed. Oh, they're going to pick up one here. 13 runs needed. Banton on to 28. Somerset inch closer. Those 4 wickets now. Desperate. Essex absolutely desperate.
I think I've outstayed my time. I've got a feeling. Is that right, Charlie? I think it's time for Vic.
Oh, Vic, if he can... Stephen Lamb, thank you, Stephen. And Vic comes back in. 154 for 6. 13 runs needed. It's Gregory on strike, who defends. Still 4 wickets in hand. Still Craig Overton, Josh Davey and Jake Ball yet to bat. Vic Marks, how are you feeling?
I'm not looking forward to watching Jake Ball bat, really.
Well, hopefully we won't have to.
Well, who knows?
We wouldn't want
what a day! What 2 days we've had. I mean, it's been astonishing. The sort of drama, the ups and downs. That's a
drive.
Good shot. That's almost the shot of the day. That is a back foot drive, straight back past the bowler for 4.
Single figures.
Yeah,
it's all that is needed now. And Lewis Gregory, the man for the job, the captain. Good shot. It's his first scoring shot, I think.
it is. It's a top quality shot. That actually, you don't see. That's the first time we've seen anyone just stand up and play. Well, what used to be in the coaching books, the back foot drive, but you never actually saw anyone really play it. I.e. a very vertical bat, straight back past the bowler.
9 needed.
Oh, not quite so convincing there.
Right. Snater has given runs. He's taken wickets, but he has offered runs.
Yeah, to be fair to his previous boundary, I mean, that was a pretty blameless delivery.
No. And it's a risk Essex are taking. They have to, really.
Well, they've got to attack Gregory. They've got the 3 slips there. There have been 3 slips for a large chunk of this match. And they've been pretty busy.
Gregory on strike again, just the 9 needed. Dot ball. Not being hurried, is he here, Gregory?
No.
He's not going to give it away. That's fine, as far as Somerset are concerned. They're going to be
I took umbrage, actually. I was just listening in the other room when you said, oh, he's got to go and play some shots. There's Overton. You've got to take that responsibility yourself to win this game.
Absolutely.
And not say, we've got Overton Day, they can bat, so I can...
You don't want to leave it to them.
No.
But it does. It's better than...
yeah, it is.
Down the ground. 4 more. And this game is coming to its conclusion.
Well, I tell you what, he's just come in. I mean, he's been around. He's played in some tight finishes, quite often in one white ball cricket. He's just come in, and he's played 2 staggering shots. The back foot drive is the one I really like, because you never see that, but there's some adrenaline there. He looks calm, does Gregory. And that last shot, a skimming straight drive, beautifully timed. He wants to win this game. There's no question about that.
Well, there's 1 over left of the day's play.
Yeah, well, I think that's become an irrelevance in the sense that we obviously, common sense prevails. We don't all troop back when there's 1 run required tomorrow. It's been a hectic 2 days, but it's been phenomenal entertainment for 2 days. And the game's not over yet, but I've got Stephen's laptop in front of me, and it's got the championship table in front of me too. And Essex are at the top of it, having to gain 3 points on Surrey in this match. And Somerset, should they win, will... Well, perhaps I'll wait a bit for this. I'm not... Well, they'll be in second place, just ahead of Surrey, who will have a game in hand.
Yeah.
There've been so few decisive results actually in the championship, both first and second. If you look through the first division, well, obviously Essex and Surrey have won 2 games, which is why they're both been perched at the top of the table. Hit the field. The only other team that has won a game in the first division is Durham. So it's a weird season so far. So, but it's nonetheless fascinating.
If you'd offered, after the 5 weeks of back-to-back games, if you'd said to Somerset they'll be second, ahead of Surrey, who will have a game in hand at that point, they would have bitten your arm off for that.
Absolutely.
There's another run. 4. We're one boundary away from a Somerset win here in Taunton in 2 days.
Oh, they'd have bitten your hand off. Partly because I haven't got the stats to hand, but there is the sense that Somerset have been slow starters in Championship cricket, and they've taken a while to get going. Well, they've taken a while to get going this summer, but not only because they've failed to win games, but they haven't lost any. Looking back, that draw in the very first in the game against Surrey was important.
Porter into Gregory, letting it go.
Surrey, obviously, they're favourites. They've won the last 2 championships, and they looked as if they might not sneak a win, but deserve a win when Somerset played them. But Somerset batted
just
really
enough.
well, just enough on the 4th day, 3rd and 4th day.
Yeah, they played very
well. And then
well,
there was that harum-scarum run chase, which for a while looked like Surrey were going to knock it off. It was out of control for a bit.
Porter into Gregory, defending.
But they hung on for that draw. And a draw is suddenly a lot more valuable, of course, than it was last year. 8 points for the draw this summer. Anyway, there's 4 more runs still required. But if they get them, they can be justifiably content, I think, with the first 5 matches of the season.
Absolutely.
Got a little week off.
And having played Surrey and Essex within those...
Well, obviously beating Essex.
Yeah, beating Essex.
If it happens.
And gone. Is it? No. Taking him off the keeper. It's come off the keeper. He's in pain.
Duke has got one on the thumb. He's in absolute agony.
Oh, poor fella. That looked
Gregory
painful.
played and missed.
Yeah.
He's been standing up, of course, and he's clearly in some pain.
Yeah, that's going to hurt.
And this probably caused quite a long delay with the match sort of in the... Well, not in the balance, but very close to its conclusion.
He's a Yorkshire lad. He'll rub
and
it
he
down.
is actually, it's in a Bairstow manner, whether it's Johnny or David, he's marching up to the other end.
That's it. I'm ready.
And he's in pain, but he's going to stick his gloves back on. He's been standing up to the seamers for quite a while now, which takes some doing.
The extra half hour's been taken. Not a surprise, but just run out of overs now for the scheduled day's play.
Okay. The shadows are lengthening. What a lovely evening it is.
Isn't it? Even better for the people of Taunton if this game goes the way we think it's going.
Well, I think most people have stayed. It's quarter to 7, 20 to 7. They've stayed, but as I say, they've migrated into the sunshine, which is on the right-hand side near the Andy Caddick. Of course, there's sunshine around the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
Of course, Mr. Sunshine himself.
Yeah. So,
hi Andy, if you're watching. He probably will be, I should.
Yeah. He keeps a close eye on what's happening.
Does.
He would have been useful on this pitch, I can tell you that much.
Absolutely. So it'll be Snater defending 4 runs, needing 4 wickets.
So the third man's coming up into the slip cordon.
All out attack now.
There are no boundary fielders.
Just the one up.
Except at long leg.
Long leg, but other than that.
3 slips and then a circle of fielders. He's picked up some wickets in this second innings.
Well, Tom Banton may well look to finish it if he can. Here it's in the air and it's coming off his pad. Big appeal. No run in the end.
He's using his feet there. He's looking. I think he was looking for the shot to finish the match.
Get a good connection and pierce the field, and well, that's that. You can go and have a shower.
Yeah.
Once you've sung the winning song.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Don't forget Blackbird.
Thank the Lord we didn't have to do that all those years
ago. It's not
ago.
a new thing, is it? Had they even released Blackbird by then?
It certainly
Wurzels?
didn't happen in the 80s, 70s.
Well, we'll probably hear it tonight, I should think. No, again, not going to get past mid-off this time.
I'm just trying to imagine Brian Close singing.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Well, I don't know. He's game for most things, but I don't know when that started.
I did it.
Do you know?
No, I don't. I did an interview with Paul van Meekeren once and we mentioned Blackbird.
Did he understand what was going on?
No, and he thought with a big stick. He couldn't hear it right, and he thought it was saying with a gherkin stick. And that's what he'd been singing. In comes Snater in the air and taken. There's another wicket. 3 needed now. And Banton has to go. 29 he goes for. Still 4 runs needed. Snater's picked up his 4th wicket.
Yeah.
Is there a way back in for Essex? You'd say surely not, but they only need 3 wickets now. Overton will be the next man. I don't think Gregory's that impressed. Leaning on his back. He looks quite relaxed though.
Well, he looks relaxed, but if he's human, which he is, he won't be totally relaxed.
Yeah. Good applause actually for Banton.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's a 29. Tricky time. He got Somerset almost there. I think it's a handy delivery. Again, it's similar to his first innings dismissal. In fact, a little shuffle down the pitch and then taking the outside edge, caught in the slipped cordon. Modest celebrations from Essex at the moment, but they will be celebrating vigorously if another wicket falls.
Absolutely.
Craig Overton, you've got
big applause.
Captain and vice captain out there.
Well, if any pair you'd want at the crease, it's the captain and the vice captain, isn't it?
I think I'd like Viv Richards and Martin Crowe.
Sorry. Well, then you can't. Where's Matt Renshaw fitting in? You're a 3rd overseas player then.
No,
those 2 would have been all right.
Out loud. But anyway, it couldn't be. Actually, it's not possible to have those 2, but together, as we know,
as we found out, quite abruptly. Yeah.
So Craig Overton comes out, and you still got to get him. You still got to get him. And Snater is keeping going to the end. He's got 4 for 52 now.
What a game of cricket. How many wickets have we seen now? 37.
Well, there were 20 on the first day.
Yep. 17 today.
17 so far today.
Oh, 37 wickets in just under 2 days of play. 4 runs is all that's needed. Snater begins his run-up. What will Overton do here? Is he going to try and finish it in his first blow? Yes, it's the answer. It's in the air, and it's gone over the fielder. It's not going to run for 4. They'll come back for 2. No, they won't.
It's 1.
Gregory says, I'll take this one then.
It's a horrible shot.
Oh, dear.
It's just cleared mid-off.
Nothing to settle the nerves from Overton there. Hung in the air for a long time with the fielder coming underneath it. Harmer, I think it is. He's doing a bit of ball shining now. Oh, dear. Gregory saying, no, if you're going to play like that, Craig, I'm gonna do the business here. 3 runs required. 3 wickets required. Snater in again with 2 balls left in this over. Gregory on strike, the captain. And he's only able to defend. He's not going to be hurried into it. Very different way of thinking than Craig Overton.
Overton is now with the non-strikers then practicing a forward defensive. I don't know whether that means anything.
I don't think we'll see many from him today. 1 ball left in this 12th Shane Snater over. He's bowled very well today, 4 for 53. Going at 4.5, a little bit expensive really. But the attack was taken to him. Gregory on strike then, in comes Snater. And Gregory puts this one over the infield. Again, it's probably not going to be 3. They'll come back for 2. So the scores are tied. Scores are level. Somerset cannot lose this game. So they will have to change ends again for 1 final over, you'd have thought.
2 ugly shots.
Horrible shots.
To get to parity.
But that's not what Somerset fans will worry about, how they come. The fact is they have come, and scores are level. 1 run is needed. Who's going to bowl it? Jamie Porter, with 3 wickets to pick up to tie the game.
Well, yeah. I wonder how Craig Overton is going to finish this, or whether he can finish it.
It's better not to think about it.
His first shot did not promote great confidence.
No. It did pick up a run, though,
yes,
which would be enough.
Yes.
That's all we need.
Yeah.
Right, 3 slips in place. The field is surrounding this inner circle of a T20 game, if you can imagine.
Yeah, it's a sort of 7-2 field here, with 7 on the offside, 3 slips, and a whole range of people in the covers saving the single. There's no one at long leg. And here we go.
Overton on strike as Jamie Porter comes in. Will it be over this ball? And yes, it will. That'll be it. He's flicked it into the leg side for 4. And Somerset win their first game of the 2024 season. They've beaten Essex in a low-scoring game by just 3 wickets. What a game of cricket we've seen here. And Craig Overton has hit the winning runs. Captain and vice-captain together. Essex, well, they got close and they pushed Somerset all the way. But they've overcome a 28-run deficit after the first innings under the blue skies here in Taunton. Pick up their first very valuable win of the county championship season.
Yeah, and it's been a great match. It's only been a 2-day match, but there's been so much swaying to and fro, kept us interested right to the very end. There's plenty of handshakes out there between the players. It's been a minor epic, actually. The pitch, partly because of the weather just before, has dictated the nature of the game, and it's made for an absolutely fascinating game, albeit a short one. It kept moving around a little less today than it did yesterday, but so runs became so hard to come by. The match toed and froed wonderfully, a wicket there, a boundary here. Both sides went hammer and tong at each other for 2 days, and you have, well, I don't feel sympathy for Essex, but they fought very hard, particularly Cook and Porter with the ball. But Somerset found a way. They did well today to bowl Essex out so cheaply. I thought if Somerset could get a target below 200, they would have done really well. In fact, it was 167. And as things progressed, I wouldn't have wanted to see it any higher than
200
that.
would have been a high score to chase.
So I think credit to both sides. It's been utterly compelling. But it's also quite significant from a Somerset perspective. If Essex had won that game, there would have been clear blue water between them and Surrey, albeit that Surrey have a game in hand. But wins are hard to come by this summer at the moment. But what it means for Somerset is that they now have 72 points. Essex have 74, and Surrey, game in hand, have 71. And then there's a little bit of a gap before you get down to the likes of Warwickshire and Durham, who've also won a game. Warwickshire have 55 points, Durham have 50, but they're not playing in this round. So it's been terrific championship cricket. I hope you've all enjoyed it. It's almost been 2 tenths to enjoy, I found. I don't know about you lads. Well, it just, and it does confirm that although, it's not the sort of game that Rob Key's been desiring, when you get these matches where the bowlers have a chance to really dominate, in fact, every run is vital and you just cannot turn away, particularly when it's so evenly competed. I mean, Somerset had that deficit on the first innings, but they still managed just to dig themselves out. It's been utterly captivating, and there's been some great gutsy performances. Highest score in the match, I'm afraid to say, don't tell the pitch inspectors, was in the 40s, low 40s. But
if Somerset, at the start of the season, 5 matches in the championship, 3 of them away, one against Surrey, one against Essex, they've been told they were going to be second in the table.
I mean, the table can change very quickly, but you're quite right. Somerset, over the recent years, they've been strong, but they've often struggled right at the start of the season. They've lost the odd game here and there, and they've had to sort of get it together later in the season. And last year, for example, the focus by mid-season, by mid-late season, was we've got to make sure we stay in the first division. Well, of course, it's better if you're in a situation to think, well, how are we going to win the championship? We're not worried about relegation. How are we going to win? And that helps. This helps. A victory helps. Hard-earned victory. Hats off to the setup there. We were all probably a little bit grumpy on the first day. No Shoaib. What's going on? How are they going to bowl him out in the second innings? They'll need him then, surely. Well, they didn't, actually, so they got that right. And the bowlers, all the bowlers actually had their moments. There were times where they looked a little bit, Jake Ball looked a bit frail, but then he picked up wickets. So there's a contribution from just about everyone. Some brilliant catches here and there. So All apart from Simon Harmer, really. Poor fellow who didn't get a job.
And really important the way they managed to strangle that Essex second innings.
I thought they bowled brilliantly,
that
actually.
string of maidens.
That's right,
and
yeah,
the
yeah.
wickets, that felt like a big stage of the game.
When they were heading towards a 200 lead, Essex.
And the
absolutely.
other, I mean, whilst we're flowing with praise for them, I felt after yesterday, it's tough when you've bowled someone out cheaply and you think you've got this game by the scruff of the neck, and then to end the day, bowled out yourself, the deficit would have become 34. You know, the two sides, the two dressing rooms, Somerset must have felt, we've squandered a really good chance to dominate this game, and it's hard work from here. Essex must, by contrast, have felt we're right back in it.
Yeah.
We thought we were out of it, we're right back in it. So for Somerset to be strong enough, if you like, mentally, to get out there and perform so professionally, if you like, in the field, and to drag it back, and as Stephen says, if they weren't taking wickets, just apply pressure on those batsmen, wait for those mistakes, which, well, either the mistakes came or the ball started to just misbehave enough. That was, there's strength there and a bit of calmness there. Gregory's off to a good start as the new skipper. There's the prospect. Who knows quite when the side will get strengthened, when Tom Abel comes back, when Jack Leach might be back in the.
Well, that's the other thing.
So they've got some selection worries, then they will toss out something that they always toss out, and I never really be. We love it when we have these selection problems.
Good problem to have is the phrase.
It's a good problem to have. But they'll be saying that to you, Charlie, if you're interviewing, or Stephen. That's a good problem to have, but it also called a bit of heartache too. But that's to come.
Truly a memorable game of cricket.
And as Stephen was saying, they take second in the table, but that's without Abel and without Leach. You think, well,
I think
sort of a makeshift side in a way.
Particularly, I don't know how long we're going to go here, but particularly Abel, actually, because you think without him at the start of the season, there's a certain fragility about the batting. Tom Banton, who played nicely today, has scored runs, but he hasn't played much red ball cricket. So the batting looked to be a cause for concern, and to get through those 5 games and to have scored enough runs not to lose any and to win this one without arguably your best player is a great plus, and it now leaves them, the wise men in the selectorial role, to work out which essentially 5 batsmen they're going to pick for the next championship match. But they'll tell you, it's a lovely problem to have.
Yeah. And that as well with the overseas player pulling out a week or so before the season, so they again had to work quickly to get Pretorius there.
There's a plus from Pretorius.
Absolutely.
Apart from his second innings batting was a little disappointing, but no, that was not his fault.
No, he bowled on and batted well in that first innings.
So much to smile about.
Absolutely.
But mainly, cricket was a winner. Off we go.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Stephen Lamb and Vic Marks, as ever. And we will return for Somerset's next match, because it is a home game against Kent beginning on the 17th of May. So do join us for that. Somerset have got a week off, so perhaps we can dip into some of the other streams for that, and we'll see you again in just under a fortnight's time. So do enjoy your fortnight. And a Somerset win to savour as well. Bye.